Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the fourth day. Is it the fourth or the fifth? For those who arrived on Sunday, allow me welcome you to the fifth day. And those who started their summer school, allow me on Monday, allow me welcome you to the fourth day. Today will be a very special day that we want to take presentations from very serious people. But before we get to that, as we wait for our presenters to come on board, today in a special way, we are going to change the tune of how we start. Hi, everyone. We are going to have an open forum for the next few minutes before we start our presentation. And then we will get our announcements for today as all the other members are settling. So maybe before we start, we want to take a very few concerns from us. If you feel you have any other important concern that you could want to share with us, it is an open platform. We want to give it a few minutes before maybe we start. We want to have an interactive session where anything you feel you could want to put across, we're going to put it down. I want to leave the platform to you. Who will want to start us? I can see our good friend. Where is Loki? Is Loki around? Okay, I can see Prof is here. Let me get the ICT support to help us pass the mics as we share together. Someone please, from the technical support team. We've got Prof is here with us to share. Then any other person? Let's get maybe 4 or 5 people. It is an open platform as we start preparing for today. Prof is there. Any other person? I want to take 4 or 5. Second one, you'll be the second person. The third person, we have the third person from the other end. I'm taking 2 more. 2 more, please. 2 more. Any other person? Any other person? Maybe we'll go for the only 3. Oh, yeah, 4, 5. We'll leave it there. I hope our technical support team is ready. So maybe allow me start from Prof.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I hope you will allow me to talk while sitting. In my society where I come from, an adult does not stand in front of children when he is talking. He sits down. First of all, I want to thank Pakja so much for giving us this opportunity to come here and exchange with all these young students. And to say that it gives me in particular a very wonderful experience as a professor of renewable energies and doing things in Cameroon that work. I will not be shy to say that I've learned so many things from this program, starting from Kigali to here. My humble advice to our young African engineers, students, lawyers, journalists, and so on, is to say that as we are all looking for the West or for developed countries to help us, let us not forget that everything that can move Africa out of the woods relies on them. And everything is possible. We are capable of doing everything that we are begging from the West. Africa has a lot of very prominent and good natural resources that can actually take us to development. And the secret lies in the youth. It is my first time to be talking to a cross-section of youths from more than 50 countries. And this is something we say in French, jamais vu. We have been talking and teaching in our own small places and trying to make up projects that work. In 2018, 2019, I happened to have taken part in the rehabilitation of the first wind turbine, the first 2 megawatt wind turbine in the world, in Denmark. In fact, I worked there with some Turkish engineers to service it, not that we constructed. But the person who was behind that project, the first 2 megawatt wind turbine in the world, did that project in 1977, and he is always telling us that that project was constructed by young students. In fact, they casted concrete for 30 days by young students, and I am not sure that the students at that time had even the education that you have now, which means you at your own level, you should be able to do more. You should be able to do more. There is nothing so complicated. And the time when these things were done, there was nothing like Microsoft, there was nothing like internet, there was nothing like WhatsApp. Now you are far better off equipped than even some of us when we were students. So we expect far more from you. When you have time, I sent on the platform, my website, look at what I do with my students in Chang. We have electrified small villages with wind turbines. We have electrified small villages with biogas plants that make generators to function. The biogas is produced from waste, from cow waste, from animal dung, not from something imported from Europe. The technology is there and it is available at our midst. So as we try every time to look on the West to come and put right what they made wrong, let us not forget that the secret still lies in our hands. There are so many things we can do. Next week, I'll do my presentation and I will show you that you are capable. You are far more than capable in turning the thing upside down, irrespective of when you are looking, whether you are looking for the West to do something or not. So that is my serious advice again. I want to thank Ja for giving us this opportunity, to thank the youth too for coming, but to say that they are capable, they are capable of doing it while still waiting on the West, which might take time, because as I told you, there is really no box up there with money that they will say, when you write a project, they will say, come and take $10,000 from this box. It doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you for that good insight of, I think you note, and equally the advice to the young generation. The second concern we getting quickly, let's go very quickly. There is someone who we gave the second number. Sure. Maybe let the mic
stand.
Okay.
So I just want to greet everyone, good morning. I'm on day one.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm really excited to be here. And we had breakfast this morning, and I just had a few conversations with everyone. What I shared this morning, so I come from a faith-based organization. I represent an organization called His Choice. We're based in South Africa, but we have a Africa mandate. And what I want to share with you guys this morning is that yes, we are in a room and we're all from different places, but what brings us together is our faith. Every single person that ended up here was brought here through your faith. You had a belief in something that drove you forward, that brought you into this room today. So faith is the one thing I want to share on. The second thing is prayer, and the third thing is work. We can do everything as young Africans, like Professor has shared. We are the generation moving forward. But I want to leave all of us with this one note, is that let us leave here, let us leave from this platform, this dialogue, the school, these teachings, and let us take forth and let us go into our countries and let us go into the places that needs our work and let us work. So the beautiful thing, like Professor spoke about cow dung, the things that surround us, you know, when we have seed in our hand, we can plant all the seed we want. But if we don't have faith, God can't multiply it. So if we do the little in everything we do today, the increase will come from God because He brings the increase. So let's work hard, let's pray, let's have faith, and let's trust God for increase. We might be a little in this room, but our potential is beyond our own measure and our own understanding. Thank you all.
Thank you, brother. Quickly, we're moving to the third person who is giving the mindset, third person. As the third person speaks, the fourth and fifth, kindly let us be quick. Who is the third? You are the third or?
Okay, just go.
No, maybe take.
No, go.
Okay. Whichever comes first. Maybe we start from the other end. Let us be quick cause of time. Be brief, kindly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm up again this morning to be with you, and especially having a privilege to stay with the youths. I'm a mother of youths, and as I've been interacting, I have learned so much from you youth. I wish African nations can have harmony, friendship, and strength, and end these fights and chaos. You are wonderful people, and though you have been here like one nation, like one tribe, like one culture, can this message go to our home countries? As a mother, I've been walking through the national conversation in country Kenya. When I was a youth, I was one of the ambassadors who fought for the National Youth Council. And today it is there. Young people have their monies, they have their from the government. And now we are talking about Africa as a globe. Specifically, as a mother, I will talk about the young African woman who is there in Malawi, in Mozambique, in Turkana, in Ethiopia, where there's severe droughts, in Baringo, where there's flooding. When it floods, the young boys, they swim and go over on the other side of on the dry land and on the safer side. What about this African woman who has 7 children and their ages do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do? You understand that? How will she manage to swim and go there with those 7 kids? It is challenging, especially in Africa, where we are even having mothers as below as 9 years. I'm urging the people who have convened this summer school also to convene another one for women in Africa, and especially young women who are going through these challenges, because by the end of the day, they are the most affected and they are the ones who bear this burden. So I'm requesting for the facilitators of this one also to consider the African woman to come and speak. And because you are saying it is all about the local land, by the end of the day, who is locally? It's the woman. The men will go. Even here you can see the majority are boys. Is it true? The women and girls are left, they don't go to school. They don't have the land. We Africans, we are patriarchal. The next time, can we please, because you're one of the summer school, also organize one for an African woman, because we are the mother of these young men. We are their role models. Even these boys, if they can stand here, they will say, my role model is my mom, my grandmother, my auntie. So we need something so that we can be able to empower and support this young generation to move to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are concerns from real mothers in the house. I want to assure you that next week we'll have a presentation of women empowerment by one of our own and senior persons who is serving as the UNESCO chair. So don't worry, that is coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, quickly as we move to the fourth person giving their sentiments. Quickly. No, maybe you'll finish. Let her quickly speak.
Yeah, I will
Kindly,
speak,
kindly
yeah.
consider time. Kindly consider time. Be
I will
quick.
speak quickly. So it's always a pleasure to meet amazing people from all over the world, and the session has been very, very informative. But I just have one concern, which is the session hasn't been very interactive as we hoped. And I wish it would be like more workshops and more interactive sessions. So we would have the chance to boost our relationship with people here and increase the solidarity we are willing to, you know. So that's my only concern. But other than that, everything has been very amazing. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. That has been taken in. We're going to consider that. Kindly no. We had someone here. You speak, then he finishes. Kindly, there is another session that will come. We'd already given the opportunity to only 5 people. Give our brother there, over there.
Bonjour à tous, je veux parler en français. Okay, there is no translator, okay. I think I should go in English. Bon, je veux parler en français.
Excuse, maybe before we do, before he speaks, I'm told that the translator is not prepared. Can someone translate that to us?
If you wish.
Maybe as he comes,
Can I?
you can speak English.
Yes, but her
Yes,
friend,
please speak in
her friend who speak French wants us to go in French.
Are you able to translate?
Je parle en français.
Quickly, maybe allow me, brother. Sorry. Sorry. Allow me stop you. I'm told the presenter of the day is already on board. Maybe we'll carry this to the next session. I want to acknowledge the presence of our online presenters who are there. And meanwhile, maybe before we start our presentation, we have our own moderator who will be taking through as today with Eugene. Eugene, karibu sana. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Yeah, we've heard some of the remarks that have been made, especially about the interactiveness of the session. So I can assure you that going forward, we'll see where it's possible for us to adjust some of the methodologies, especially if it concerns those of us who are here. But for our facilitators who are online and joining remotely, it may be too late to ask them to change their approach. But we do understand that it's more interesting when it's more interactive. One of the things we're also going to do today is that we are going to try to make sufficient room for discussions. Apologies that we've had to rush through a lot of things and not taking everybody's comments on board. I think they're vital, and it's that exchange that enhances our capacities. Now, we started off on Monday by laying some foundations. And in the very first presentation, we were introducing ourselves to the notion, let me call it that way, of climate justice. And one of the things I remember saying was that even if the argument seems very straightforward, when it comes to application, it's not as straightforward. And the presentations of today are going to provide us with that complexity of the climate justice movement to help us understand why nothing is as straightforward as it seems. We know what the science says. We know what the justice arguments are, except that we do not all agree on how to move forward. And the presentations of this morning are going to help us to do that. So we're going to looking throughout today and parts of tomorrow at some of the critical issues around the climate justice discussions. And we're going to be looking at how politics affects climate justice, we're going to look at how other interests come to play and how that might shape our advocacy. And to start us off this morning, I'm glad to invite someone who's able to navigate those complexities better than most people I know, and who has a very Pan-African take on these issues. And I'm sure you're going to leave at the end of this presentation with a better sense of where we need to direct our advocacy. Professor Bond is going to start us off today by looking at, we're going to go back. Everyone has this program of today? All right, can someone send the program of today on the WhatsApp group so that we don't have to, it's there. So those who haven't picked it up, look at the WhatsApp group and pick up the program. There's no need reading through the whole program when we all have it. So let's start off with our very first presentation for the day. I was saying that Professor Patrick Bond, born as in James Bond, who's a professor of sociology at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa and is joining us remotely, is going to provide us with a background, the history and evolution of the concept of climate justice. So how did we arrive where we are today? And he's also going to give us a sense of what the global climate justice movement look like. So there's on one hand, the evolution of the climate justice debate and discussion, but there is also the climate justice movement, which is us, all of the people who are advocating climate justice. Patrick, I know you're already online. Good morning from Nairobi.
It's great to be with you. Good morning from London. I'm really wishing I was in-house. Last September when I was with you, it was a very, very enlightening time for me. And we had those participatory discussions in the course of these presentations. I don't want to lose that. So I'm really glad to have that mandate.
Thank you for joining us. I'm just going to leave you to take us through this morning. And we're hoping that we can have some time for engagement with the room towards the end of your presentation. Thank you very much and welcome.
Well, thank you. And as the South African saying is, Amandla, away to power to the people. I'm sure there are some people from Southern African struggles who know in the most unequal part of the world. But it's really where Nairobi has given us so much for the continent. We have others from the continent that I will turn to for advice. I mean, places like the Niger Delta have been some of the leading sites. But whether you're from the east or the west, the north or the south side of this continent, I'm stuck because of family reasons in London. I wish I could be with you, but I've had to postpone my return to the continent due to some family health reasons of my mother. So what I'm going to do is just present what I think is useful, that is some history and the principles, and then we can think about the strategies and tactics. I have been writing about this movement for 20 years. I'll be happy to send books if you would like to email me. The books I've written and many articles, including one with the Paksha leader, Mitika Mwenda. But I think I want to go back. Where I was a PhD student in the 1980s in the United States, we sometimes find in the African American communities the very roots of anti-racism and environmental justice and climate justice. And those roots, especially as articulated, we'll look at this tomorrow in more detail, by Robert Bullard. Robert Bullard is probably our leading organic intellectual, a formal scholar, but also a movement activist from these African-American communities in the US, especially where they were fighting toxic dumping in a part of the US called North Carolina. So in many ways, those roots of saying that environment is really about the race, the class, the gender, and the generational justice that have to be injected. It's not just about conservation, is it? And that's where Paksha has been so critical, as I'll show you. However, in Ecuador, an organization of feminists called Acción Ecológica began in the 1990s to say, well, this isn't just the environment in our local setting, it's the climate. And they were beginning after the Rio conference of 1992 to say, well, the North owes an ecological debt, and that includes the North within the South. So I would point to ecofeminism as a very important early, let's say, advocate of climate and environmental justice. There was a movement called the Jubilee Movement. It's coming back again to cancel the debt because of the 1980s and 90s third world debt crisis. And they began to say, well, we may owe the North financial obligations that are often corrupt or dictatorial leaders took out on our behalf. Those should be canceled. But the North owes us an ecological debt, a climate debt. And then we began, especially with the first climate justice conference, which was in 2002, which was in Amsterdam, and it followed the rise of a global justice movement in 1990s, especially culminating in the Seattle protests against the World Trade Organization. Now, what happened after that is important because it shows that our movements can grow and then they can subside a little bit and then prepare for another round of growth. And what happened was that extremists organized by Osama bin Laden flew some airplanes into the World Trade Center. You've probably heard about that, 2001. And what that did was allowed the West to militarize their geopolitical agenda, including the search for Middle East oil and the invasion, first of Afghanistan in 2001 and then Iraq in 2003. Why is this important? First, because by making even more of a sort of war zone of oil, we've found that the securitization of energy, just like today with Ukraine and the sanctions of Europe against Russia, has become a barrier to us demanding and winning our climate justice agenda. We'll come back to why Ukraine and why Putin's invasion has made life hard for us. But it really was very difficult in 2003 for the reason that George W. Bush, the head of the US, and Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, they decided to invade Iraq. And later that gave them the, let's say, confidence to, with Barack Obama, with Gordon Brown, to invade Libya, to get rid of Muammar Gaddafi. So let's say imperialism, if I may use that word, began to become more extreme and blatant, especially where it involved large sources of fossil fuels. Now, we began with the pushback as our movements for climate justice and global justice were, let's say, overcome by the need to fight the war. We began to push back in Durban, in South Africa, with the Durban Group for Climate Justice. I'll tell you some details in a minute, but that means really our African continent. I happened to be there and was working in Durban at the time. It was hosted by the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance and local activists fighting against carbon trading. But it was really in 2007 when the climate conferences, the summits, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Conference of the Parties, 2007 in Bali, that we had our first CJ movement. Now, this was because climate action was the main civil society narrative. And climate justice was coming especially from focus on the Global South and some of the organizations around the world, Friends of the Earth being one, that were frustrated by how little you could say about race and gender and class and generational justice using climate action. Just do something. philosophy. So this new philosophy became formal in 2007 as CJN said, we are more than just climate action advocates, we want climate justice. So that's 2007. Then 2008, a people's movement emerged. 2009, I think, when PACSHA, which was founded in Johannesburg, 2008, but 2009, it really made a dent. I mean, absolutely terrific, as I'll show you, in putting forward demands on Africa's behalf. And that was partly with allies in Europe, in the progressive movement there, with the Climate Justice Alliance. And the site was Copenhagen, the Copenhagen Conference of the Parties. And there were lots of protests, I'll show you. And that led to more direct action and organizations, not only Greenpeace, which had been around for several decades and mostly was doing, kind of symbolic protests with a few people. And then 350.org emerged from the United States, not emphasizing climate justice, but just global organization. And they did a good job of putting up many activities around the world during the 2010s. There was grassroots campaigning. And then in 2010, after the disappointment of Copenhagen, which I'll come to in more detail, particularly because there was an African leader named Jacob Zuma from South Africa who was part of the problem. But because of that disappointment in Copenhagen, another major event. So we start the story of the 2010s in a place in Bolivia, Cochabamba, with the World Conference of Peoples on Climate Change. So the Durban Group was one of the critical sites. We'll look a little bit about the declaration saying, don't privatize the air. We denounce delays in ending fossil fuel extraction, but we don't want the market, big corporates and banks to set up a solution when they can't even run their own markets. I'll come back to that. So here's Copenhagen, a sign from the sort of militancy of the African delegation, able to negotiate with sophistication, but make very strong demands. 2 degrees is suicide. We really want to have a limit, 1 Africa, 1 degree. And you can see the PACSHA activists, there's Mythica in the middle, but many of the leaders of PACSHA got their start in Copenhagen and in other COPs where PACSHA has always been seen as a sort of leading force. No to climate colonialism, no to climate genocide. And we'll look particularly at PACSHA's main ally as a negotiator. His name, Lumumba Di Eping from Sudan, and he led the G77. We'll come back to why what he did was very important. We'll look at that tomorrow. The reason is because it sort of relates still today to how activists, both on the inside and putting pressure, as you see PACSHA in Copenhagen, and those on the outside who don't go to Sharm el-Sheikh in November, how they can frame a narrative so that if there are divisions in Africa, usually sourced in South Africa, which is the most addicted to fossil fuels, as we'll see, especially with Cyril Ramaphosa, the president, promoting gas and oil on the continent, even yesterday. But we'll come back to that. Here's what the 2010 conference then said would be the core principles, a definition of CJ. That first there have to be big cuts, and the hope was 50% reduction of emissions by 2017. Most of the targets now are closer to 2040, but that was the demand. Stabilizing the temperature rise to 1 degree and 300 parts per million. Well, we're well over 1 and we have about 420 parts per million. So we've lost that. Now, this is part of our story on financing. Those who made the mess should pay to clean it up. A very simple principle of ethics and economic efficiency, polluter pays. So the climate debt has to be acknowledged. And then indigenous people and full respect for human rights and Mother Earth rights, an international court of climate justice. And we reject carbon markets and the commodification of nature. This particular example, reducing emissions through deforestation and forest degradation, REDD, but also the clean development mechanism. The North must change its consumption because it's hedonistic, it's over-consuming, and we need to end intellectual property rights. Now, these are some of the core arguments from what was several hundred pages of analysis. But these principles really required advocates. And unfortunately, these activists who met in Cochabamba, they had only occasionally some leaders, and we'll look at some of them, like the main organizer of that event, Pablo Salom, who was Evo Morales, the president of Bolivia's UN ambassador. And he found himself not only fighting the North, but also a middle layer. And this is the G20, right? These are the sort of, let's say, allies of the West, including China and India and Brazil. And there is one African in this picture, which is the South African. This is what we call the G20. And they're meeting in Indonesia, and the G7 just met in Bavaria in Germany on Monday. And they brought with them a few leaders from the South, including the South African leader, Cyril Ramaphosa, and the Indian leader, Narendra Modi. And what they're trying to do, the G7, the West, is always to pick apart the delegations and find those with some mutual interest in ongoing emissions. So you kind of see these guys going to the UN, as the cartoon suggests, and all they want to do is keep the ceiling on how much they can emit as high as they can. They don't want to solve the problem. I think that's a basic power relation. The West and its allies in this layer, we can call them the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a few others, who are especially in a meeting last Friday, hosted by Xi Jinping. And they have big disagreements with the West, especially over Ukraine. We'll come back to that. But what they do agree on is that they really aren't interested in solving the problem, right? They basically are too addicted. Now, let's think about how our term CJ came up in the 2010s. So after Copenhagen, a few events, and I'll look at it in more detail. When I use the word CJ, I'm English biased. We should have a French, but the Spanish that's also very popular is Justicia Climático, and of course Portuguese. But if we just look at English, I apologize just for this moment to be biased. Let's think about the things that raised consciousness in the 2010s, right? And the most important you see, if we look at Google Trends, how many times is anybody searching for climate justice? And we look at where. So it starts with a fairly high level in Copenhagen because it was a site of climate injustice, but Paksha put climate justice on the agenda. And then came the Cochabamba meeting in April. And then came the next COP, and that was in Mexico, Cancun, Mexico. And you can see, and then Durban was the one after that. Again, in South Africa, Paksha brought people on the buses all the way from as far as Burundi. And we had about 10,000 people protesting, and there was good advocacy on the inside, but the host was very allied with the US. We know that because WikiLeaks showed us the emails that the US delegation was sending to the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, and they were very celebratory that they basically manipulated the South African hosts to lower climate justice and to lower the North's obligation. Doha was another site where demands began to emerge and were popularized. You can see every December, there's a little spike when the world is more aware during the UN. So it's a very good point. However, in September 2014, 400,000 people marched around climate in New York. And instead of being at the UN, they marched away from it. They were beginning to say, we need to go to our roots and find our climate justice strength in organizing. And we'll look at a word in a minute called blockadia, blocking the injustices of fossil fuel extraction and transport. And then, of course, there was Paris. Now, Paris is complicated because there were one or two ways you could say this is progress, because all the world signed a treaty. It wasn't a formal treaty, it was non-binding. We'll look at the critique in a minute. But it was a point where people were beginning to become more aware. In April 2017, because they knew that Donald Trump, the new president of the US, was going to withdraw from Paris, there was a big protest in April that year, and he did withdraw in June. And then came the youth. I mean, it was Greta Thunberg in 2018 starting this out. But by 2019, with the Sunrise Movement in the US, with the Ende Gelände movement in Germany, with Extinction Rebellion in the UK, and with Fridays for Future all over the world, by 2019, you could really feel climate justice was becoming one of the watchwords. Not that well defined, but still very important at that point. And then for Glasgow was the other big moment where we could really see climate justice being discussed. So you can see the trend is upwards, and that's good, because what we need to say is this has to be the basic way we think about climate, that it does have race, gender, class, and generational features, that if you just do climate action with technology and markets as the sort of mainstream of climate action, or the mainstream of United Nations policy, without really attending to climate justice, well, we're not going to be satisfied. Where is the demand coming from? Well, we just did a Google Trends geographical map, and I must celebrate you, because Nairobi, as well as Dublin, okay, you can say my own home country where I was born in Ireland, very strong, partly because of Mary Robinson, the former president, but with some difficult features. You know, there are contradictions. So we'll come back to that in just a moment. But look, it's very interesting. South Africa, finally, the most unjust country, the most unequal in the world, the most carbon addicted, with corporations judged by PwC as being the most corrupt. South Africa is actually beginning to pick up. And that started last October when Shell and Total started to drill for offshore gas. So we're beginning now with South Africa to catch up to where many in PACTA are. I hope there are South Africans in the house, because this is the mandate in the place, let's say it's the global north in the south, right? There are people in Johannesburg, like myself, with high carbon footprints. So we need to really start doing not just country analysis, but within country analysis. Here are some other places where we're seeing the two words climate justice. Now, why the Philippines? It's number 3 after Kenya and Ireland. It's because they've had all these typhoons. They've also got great leaders. One of them was a candidate for vice president, Walden Bello. He was the one in 2007 who helped to develop this movement away from climate action in the Bali conference of the parties. Now, the Philippines also has a wonderful example of a delegate who went to the Warsaw Cup, UN COP. That was in 2013, I think, yeah, 2012. Anyway, he went there. His name, Yeb Sanyo. He's now the head of Greenpeace Asia. And he went there to fight for his country, but he found that they were under the US thumb. So he went on a hunger strike. And one reason was his own village was destroyed by a big typhoon that had happened just at the beginning of that COP in November 2013. Now that was very telling, wasn't it? That if you go inside like Lumumba Diaping, as I'll show you, like Yeb Sanyo, like Pablo Solon, well, and you really fight hard, you hit a ceiling, and then you are not allowed back. And in Yeb Sanyo's case, and Lumumba Diaping's case, and Pablo Solon's case, the United States was the one pushing, a man called Todd Stern in the State Department, pushing the countries who were aid recipients to get rid of the troublemaking advocates of climate justice. That's very interesting. If you have a career of going inside and you also want to push climate justice, it might be suicide. It might be a career suicide. So that means the delegates are always under pressure to be under the US thumb. We see that again and again. You know, in Paris, they even agreed no climate debt. We'll come back to that. Now, this is one of the dilemmas, because Ireland is very important, partly because their president, first woman president, who was also the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner, and the US pushed her out. Her name, Mary Robinson. She's been a partner of PACTA. However, just to show you the contradictions, we have to be ready to have our duels and our battles and our, fights even within our movement. Mary Robinson has earlier this month said maybe Africa should have some gas drilling. And this, let's go through her argument. African countries should be able to exploit their vast natural gas. So where is the natural gas? You know, most of it is off the southern African coast, starting in Tanzania, but a bit off Kenya, coming especially in northern Mozambique. We'll look at that in detail tomorrow. But that to me is a very important site of struggle because there's a war. Blood methane is what we can call the commodity that Total, ExxonMobil, Eni from Italy, and China National Petroleum are trying to take from Cabo Delgado, Mozambique. Very, very important for climate justice to tackle this one. We'll come back to it. That's the fourth largest gas field in the world. And then you continue down and offshore Durban, offshore the Wild Coast, offshore Cape Town, and now offshore Namibia, and going up through Angola, lots more gas. So there are many people, and I want to highlight the Nigerians who've been saying, no, don't have more gas. We know this is not development, it's maldevelopment. It's a resource curse. So Mary Robinson says, Africa is trying to get its voice out about its needs for just, equitable energy. That implies some use of gas. She says, look, we have 600 million people in Africa without access to electricity, 900 million who use dirty cooking stoves. There has to be a certain leeway. So that's her argument, and you'll be hearing it because, I mean, it was raised yesterday in our sessions. African leaders will bring forward similar arguments to Sharm el-Sheikh, to the COP27. But as the Guardian newspaper said, this is likely to inflame controversy. This was just at the end of the talks in Bonn, and indeed it did. And initially, a woman from Swaziland who's with Oil Change International, Thuli Makama, the winner of the Goldman Environmental Prize, a wonderful activist, she said, no, Africa should not be pressured to extract fossil fuel. Leads to, it's a myth that fossil fuels are good for development. We know why it's happening because of Vladimir Putin's unprovoked war, which means especially Germany is looking around. The head of Germany, the chancellor, is named Olaf Scholz. He visited Macky Sall, the Senegalese president, in the end of May, just over a month ago, to get gas. He then went to Nigeria to get oil, and he came to visit Cyril Ramaphosa, who is a coal mining tycoon. That's one of the reasons he's a billionaire. And he came to get coal. So you can see what the Germans are doing. They're trying to put pressure on Putin with sanctions, but that means they're encouraging Africa to put money into investing more in fossil fuels, which we will call stranded assets. So it's not a good idea because these stranded assets will be the subject of financial sanctions, and the EU will be punishing countries, including especially South Africa, also Mozambique, if their exports have high levels of fossil fuels in the embedded energy in production of those goods. So we'll come back to that, don't worry. This is complicated, isn't it? It's hypocritical, it's infuriating. And when we have an ally like Mary Robinson saying, get more gas from Africa, come on, no, that's just not going to work. And so there was a very quick reaction from activists. 1 week later, lots of activists, I'll just give you 3 examples here, said, no, this is not on. So this is just an example of the way we need to ensure our principles, right? Mohammed Adaw from the Power Shift Africa Institute, he said, we must leapfrog our thinking and make the investment into distributed renewable energy systems that won't poison our rivers, pollute our air and choke our lungs and profit only a few, right? Climate justice champions who live in Africa, not Mary Robinson, are very clear. We want access to energy for everyone, but we don't want to lock in climate catastrophe for everyone. Nemo Bassi from the Niger Delta, decades of oil and gas extraction has fed foreign markets. And we'll hear especially from Godwin Oju, built the, or created so much conflict in the Niger Delta, in Mozambique. And then we have Omar El-Mawi from Stop EACOP, right? The Uganda-Tanzania struggle against Total and a Chinese oil company to take under Lake Albert, take the oil and move it out through a Tanzanian port. So corporations registered in the global north have continued to benefit from these dirty fossil fuels, and we're left with the impact. So you can see we've got some interesting critical thinking going on here. Let's then very quickly step back, and we can then have a little break to review our principles. I'll go through what I think are the 6 essential principles that have evolved. And that is based on our analyses. Again, different because we put class and race and gender and generation, the youth, into the analysis at the core. Strategies, our tactics. And we'll come back to this idea called blockadia and what people are trying to do in Africa, like EACOP, like Lamu in Kenya, like the South Africans, Mozambicans, trying to find ways to stop and find international alliances to stop the extraction. And these alliances, I think we can come to a little bit more tomorrow when we look at the full global scan. So we'll take a break after this, but I'll do these in more detail tomorrow when we have a lot more time. And we can really unpack, but I just want to flag 6 points with a couple of examples in between. Cut greenhouse gases with ambition, and especially with consequence, right? Accountability. So we need to keep the temperatures below 1.5. It's still technically possible if we get dramatic cuts. Make sure the cuts are fairly distributed, right? Make sure that there are penalties. So Donald Trump, if he walks out of the climate summit, and there are sanctions or penalties against the United States, and have 3 critical factors. The single biggest polluter in the world, US Pentagon. So we need to bring the military in. They've been able to keep it off the agenda. Slowly, the shipping industry, maritime commerce, is very important for international trade. And so some are saying maybe we need degrowth or deglobalization and more local, inward-oriented development. So for Africa, that would be the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which means we wouldn't need to get so many imports from East Asia, from Germany. We could then have more Africa-wide because we have a bigger, let's say, buying power if we have a free trade agreement on the continent. That's one of the the strategies against so much shipping. And then air transport. So plane travel, we've all done it. I'm doing it all the time, and we have high carbon debts as a result of it. Let's go to the second. So the first is to cut the greenhouse gases. Then we need a just transition. We need to be able to move from these carbon addictions we have, and that's in everything, isn't it? Energy, but it's also our transport, our tourism, our agriculture, our urbanization, the buildings, right? We heard a lecture yesterday about how green building is emerging, our production systems, our consumption. Some of us in the global north in Africa, like myself, have excessive consumption. And the way we dispose things, if we don't have good ways of zero waste, well, we might create more methane because we mix the organic and we never really process our waste properly. But in doing so, what about the workers? What about the communities in those carbon addicted economies? So as we decarbonize, how do we make sure we have an alliance with the workers, right? This is a very big problem in South Africa. We'll talk more about it. And indeed, all of these injustices, I'm going to put them all together as one category, the third category of what I see as the evolving principles of climate justice, and that's racial justice, indigenous people, the global South, feminists, LGBTQI, and youth communities, right? And then there's a move to say, well, these communities and nature should have rights when it comes to climate. Rights for nature, rights for refugees from climate-affected areas, climate migrants, including internally. Durban, where I've lived on and off, had 500 deaths. We'll look at this tomorrow. And that was because of a rain bomb. It was a terrible 351 millimeters in 24 hours on April 11, just a couple of months ago. And what we learned then is that all the people who lost their houses had no rights. They were their internal climate migrants. Now, what about those of you who are the youth? Do you have rights? Can we have rights of future generations so that the mess my generation is making can't be done, because you'll have rights to retain nature, both climate you can live under, and also the natural resource base. So we're not just stealing your future. The fourth is technology. So we'd very much like to have what we call a global public good approach, not privatized, not corporate innovations that have intellectual property, copyrights and patents that stop the diffusion of the technology. So the technologies, for example, for green hydrogen, it's very trendy, as well as, of course, solar and wind, all of the technologies, the storage technologies like pumped storage or the storage in molten salt. All of these we need to be, let's say, a commons, a global public good, so that we can all get access without those artificial barriers, since it's a global emergency. Now, there's lots of reforms we need of agriculture and food sovereignty. We know that now because of the problem of food shortages of grain because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and overall increases. So technologies we have to be quite careful about. Here's the most critical sites of debate. When we hear the two words net zero, then we need to be so careful, because there's a great deal of false solutions, technological fixes, which don't really work. We'll come to them in a minute. Fantasies of geoengineering, putting out timber plantations, especially of things like pine or Australian wattle gum trees. Yeah, they grow quickly. They sequester, they bring the CO2 from the air, and they dig them deep into the roots, but then they burn down, or when they're cut, the carbon escapes. And that means we're seeing more genetic modification, new super plants, the bionic plants that can sequester faster. But we have to be very careful about these. We're also seeing a push for nuclear energy. Even in Africa, the main company doing that was Rosatom, the Russian company, and including in South Africa, where it was very corrupt. And we had some very good activists who prevented it, especially at Earthlife and the Southern African Faith Communities Environmental Initiative. And then we are very worried now, especially in places like the DRC and South Africa, where there's green economy minerals. So for example, in the green hydrogen, we're worried about the platinum group metals, PGMs. South Africa has 85%, Zimbabwe has 5%. Those are rhodium and palladium, and they put them in the fuel cells for the platinum for the green hydrogen. So we're seeing this come up, but we also know there are terrible conflicts. Next month will be the 10th anniversary of a massacre, the Maracana massacre of lawnmen workers. It was even the subject for Cyril Ramaphosa, since he was a major investor and wrote emails calling for police intervention. Very, very embarrassing for him at a time. His legitimacy is in big question because of his own personal financial mismanagements. He lost $4 million in February, and it was revealed last month, and he hid it in his mattress. So we're looking at he was also Glencore's major ally in South Africa, and they were just convicted and had to pay a $1.5 billion fine for bribing African leaders. So we're looking at a president in South Africa very connected to the green economy minerals, but not in a good way, in a way that allies with the West and with, let's say, dubious practices. Again, the point here is green technology sounds good, but let's make sure that it's available to all, but also we avoid some of these false solutions. The technologies are wild. For example, they think if you put iron filings into the ocean, then there'll be algae blooms, right? All the algae will start to then sequester the carbon in the air, and then it'll get heavy and drop to the bottom. That's on the bottom right-hand corner. It says iron fertilization. And then we have this idea called carbon capture and storage, another, unsuccessful, much tried, but very, very dubious solution of trying to take CO2 from coal-fired power plants and to dig it deep into the ground to store it, and it just hasn't worked. We have genetic engineering of crops that can reflect the sun, or new ideas are to sink the CO2 1 meter deep. So genetic engineering, it's always been a big problem in Africa. And we've seen the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation pushing it. There's a very interesting debate, and we have many good environmentalists who say, no, don't go that way. Tree planting, again, artificial, let's say monocultural plantations, not forests. I think we love forests. We want to keep our forests and make sure they're protected, that's for sure. But to actually plant fast-growing trees is not a genuine solution. Another idea that people have is to put sulfur in the air. Yeah, like a volcano does or a power plant does, to block the sun's rays, right? So that the heat doesn't come through so much. These are some of the ideas that we've been seeing as so-called false solutions. So let's all be very careful, because climate justice rejects these. I'll just take a break after just two more. So the last two are, in a way, some of the most difficult. We need these oil and gas companies and coal companies, especially in South Africa and Zimbabwe, to leave the fossil fuels underground, right? To stop new exploration and most current extraction. And one of the ways we're demanding this in the CJ movement is to say, you and the oil companies, you have unburnable carbon, you have stranded assets, leave them there and stop the subsidization. Well, even the IMF says $5.9 trillion of effective implicit subsidies from governments to fossil fuel polluters occur. And they say for South Africa, it's $51 billion every year. That's insane. What could you do if you are South Africans with $51 billion to do climate justice? Instead, it's implicit subsidies. Now, normally I don't quote the IMF because they're very biased towards the West. But in this case, they're actually underestimating, because they're using what we call a social cost of carbon, we'll come to that tomorrow, of only $60. And it should be 3,000. We'll come back to that. So it's actually 50 times worse than they say. And then the climate financing that implies means some kind of carbon taxation and pricing will probably happen, but it should happen in a way that's climate just, not with what we call regressive results. What's a regressive result? You know, value added tax. It takes a poor person, and if they buy a carton of milk or something that they need, and then a rich person does, well, they're buying more or less the same thing, and the tax on them both is about the same. But wait a minute, the rich person can pay much more. That's called regressive. And the same is true for, say, a petrol tax. And in France in 2018, the Yellow Vest movement came up against this. In Ecuador in 2019, there was a national protest. And in South Africa today, we're seeing similar kinds of, let's say, revolts against higher prices, because petrol prices, you all know, right, are very high because they've doubled, partly as a result of Vladimir Putin's war. Now, that means we need to figure out how can we get rich people to pay more on carbon taxation. Well, one way is through higher airline taxes. Another is just to ban certain activities that are excessively carbon intensive. Another is what's called the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Very interesting. Carbon sanctions, in a sense, which will come into effect from the European Union early next year and really kicking in 2026, and will kill South African exports to Europe in aluminium, steel, manganese, other smelted products, cars, all the kind of heavy carbon intensive. So a big debate. We'll pick that one up tomorrow. In other words, taxation and pricing are in the debate. We have to get in and fight for justice within that. And that may mean continuing to reject carbon markets, which is allowing the privatization of the air. So anyone can bid for the right to pollute, which means poor peoples, poor countries won't have enough money ever to industrialize. And that's just not right. So carbon markets are very dubious. They're also very speculative, as I'll show you. And then there's offsets. So these tend to be gimmicks, and we should discuss each one because each one is unique, whether it's a clean development mechanism, a reducing emissions through forest degradation and deforestation, or some other mode in which you would, for example, get voluntary offsets. If you fly in an airplane and you can donate so your carbon is neutralized. These are things we need to debate one by one. So normally when you hear climate finance, that's some private guy wanting to make high interest rates on poor people for something that that guy's country or economy did. So climate finance, $130 trillion that Mark Carney, the former British central banker, said he mobilized last November in Glasgow. Well, they want money. They're not going to give you loans at zero interest, much less grants. So we're often saying, no, we don't want to be in another debt trap. Countries like Zambia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan are already going bankrupt. Russia just went bankrupt, though, for different reasons. Obviously, they were shut out of the Western system. But we're going to see more bankruptcies of countries that can't pay foreign loans. So now you're saying, well, add climate finance. For the $8.5 billion given as concessional finance to South Africa in principle last November, which we'll talk about tomorrow, that's the big debate, since South Africa has $170 billion in foreign debt already. Can we afford any more foreign debt? And that also goes for the rest of the African continent. Now, the big reason that we're saying grants are needed is that the North, including me, including some of us on the African continent, we have a climate debt. We should pay reparations. What should we pay for? We'll come into this because it's a very good debate for this coming COP, loss and damage. So the West always wants to avoid that. The BRICS want to avoid that. They don't like to say we should pay for the damage we do. Polluter pays. They don't want to do that. But it's not just the damage. The Durban rain bomb was about $2 billion in damage. The cyclones that hit Mozambique in 2019, vast debt. The droughts, the floods, the locusts, all of the things we're going to talk about. We can begin to count the damage of, let's say, property. The loss, the 500 people in my city, Durban, the 2,000 who Cyclone Idai killed in Mozambique, the tens of thousands suffering now from droughts and from lack of food due to climate as well as geopolitics. This is loss that can't be calculated, those lost lives. So we're going to have to work on loss and damage. What do we mean? How much do we want? How should it be paid? Should we allow the government of Cyril Ramaphosa, with all the corruption, or the government of Emerson Mnangagwa, Zimbabweans know, when Cyclone Idai hit Chimanimani, well, maybe it wasn't good to give the money to Mthuli Mncube, the finance minister in Zimbabwe, because it was wasted or abused or stolen. And so we need to ask, well, who should be getting the reparations and how? So we get into some of those questions, especially because there's another monetary problem. We don't have enough money for climate proofing. So we need adaptation and resilience money, right? And thirdly, here's where we can rebut Mary Robinson. We can say, look, Mary Robinson, you think there's development if we take gas or oil from Africa. We know there's underdevelopment, but also we know we need compensation, especially poor countries like Mozambique, for not extracting. If they leave the gas underground, the North should be giving the Mozambicans, maybe directly through a basic income grant, not through the corrupt government in Maputo, compensation for not emitting, for not extracting. Okay, so compensation for poor countries so that they're not, in a sense, compelled to go for a high emissions strategy like extraction of fossil fuels. Let's take a quick, long breath. Now, tomorrow we'll look at these in a bit more detail because each one of them has fantastic nuance, just as we discussed this morning, controversies. And there are ways that our advocacy in Sharm el-Sheikh and on the ground and in our national capitals must be sensitive to contradiction and conflict. And everybody is not moving in the same direction at the same time. We have uneven development of our movement. But still, I think these are 6 basic ways of understanding our principles and the analysis embedded in them. And if you like, I can quickly give you a sense of how this comes out. I mean, we had that very well articulated, didn't we? By the
Hi, Patrick.
Should we take a quick break to ask for Q&A?
Yes, I think so. If we took a big break so that we digest what we've already had up to this point, and then we can allow you to finish the rest of the slides.
Okay, terrific. Do you want to sort of have a physical break and just a stretching? You be the boss on this.
Yes, we'll let you know. I think we'll stay in the room. We'll just allow you to engage with the participants on what you have just presented.
Yeah, good.
Good. So,
Amanda too, I can see, yeah.
Very, very heavy dose early in the morning. I'm sure you all already have some questions. Some of those questions may be answered in the remaining parts of the slides, but just to make it a little lighter on us, if you have any questions for Patrick, please raise your hand. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we have 4. Let me start with the first 4. Please get a microphone. Where are the 4 hands? I can't see them anymore. Yes, the lady in glasses. Please tell us your name and be straight to the point so that we can have as many people speak as possible.
Good morning, Inaisa. I'm going to speak in English, but I might switch to French at one point. It seems like the main idea behind the climate justice discourse is to say that climate change is going to affect vulnerable communities more than others. So it's going to exacerbate already existing inequalities, whether it be gender or class or affect more indigenous communities. But my question is it possible to address those unequal impacts without addressing the root cause, meaning, for instance, capitalism, allowing some groups to accumulate wealth or some countries to accumulate wealth, and also without addressing the unequal balances of the global financial system.
And perhaps also the imbalance of power. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the imbalances of power.
And could you say your name? That's a wonderful question. Your name?
Inaisa.
Inaisa, thank you again, yeah.
Do you want to go quickly on that, Patrick?
Well, I think that's the fundamental dilemma, right? We have a mode of production, capitalism, which is for profit, and profit often externalizes costs. So if you can get away with polluting and just walk away because you've made your profit, you will. That's the dilemma, isn't it? That the capitalist system doesn't build in the internalization of those externalities. That's our technical blah, blah, blah. To reform capitalism, to ask the capitalists not to always go for profit and destroy the future hasn't worked so far. They're continuing to destroy it. And so we use a word, I'm sure you've heard of Anthropocene, where human beings are affecting big geotechnical processes and the climate system. But in fact, it's not all humans, is it? It's the top 10% really that is most responsible around the world. But it's mainly because they're driven in this system because of the profit motive, to make as much money, to be as greedy, to have a high consumption, and to serve their shareholders and pay back their loans. So that's absolutely the most critical question. Can climate justice not just look at these 6 areas and fight, but adopt a bigger analysis that says, well, maybe it's time for eco-socialism and feminism and the anti-racism and anti-imperialism to become as, let's say, conventional wisdom as cut the emissions. Because Ainisi is absolutely right. The core of the problem isn't that we're emitting too much. That's a symptom. The core of the problem is that the environment and society is often being destroyed in the profit motive. Kefilwe, I think you need to mute, if that's okay.
Thank you.
You take another one. I
there's
see a
someone
few others
interfering.
in the house and also online. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's take one question from online. We're going to come back to y'all. Robert? Hi, Robert. You're online. Can you ask your question?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Robert Banda from CRP, KPCG from the coastal region. My question is on looking at the whole climate justice and what Professor Bon has just gone through with us. I feel like there is one profession that we are not using, and that is the legal profession, because going by what Professor Bond is talking about, I feel enforcement of human rights in every aspect. What I feel is that the law was not developed without the enormity and urgency of climate change in view. Like other human rights harms, I think climate change has urgent victim and injuries. So it is my belief that we need to bring more of the law and also the legal profession into this, so that we can see how in one way or the other they can also help enforce some of these issues, because we talk about loss and damage. You know, we talk about climate justice. All these, they're all we can all bring them up back to the legal profession. I feel
Thank you, Robert.
it is right time now to bring more of them.
Yeah, I think we
got
your question, Patrick.
Yes, that's a great point, Robert. And it's very uneven, isn't it? Because we have about 2,000 lawsuits around the world on climate, and some of them are making progress. And even in South Africa, which has the old-fashioned justice system from apartheid still in existence, and a constitution which guarantees property rights, so it locks in capitalism. Even there, we've had 5 victories in the last 6 struggles around stopping oil and gas. Now, the main reason is the companies didn't consult. So I think if you're a fundi of the law, sometimes we can trip up the fossil fuel companies because they don't do an environmental impact assessment. They don't have free, prior, and informed consent and consultation. So we can trip them for a little while. We've done that on and off. To really get a global justice system, an international court, is a long way away. And I'll tell you how far away it is. The most basic point we're making, Robert, loss and damage, polluter pays, a very simple ethical principle. A tort law, if you do damage, well, you should pay. It's also economically efficient to disincentivize, to stop the profit making at all costs. But even there, you probably know in the Paris Climate Agreement, our negotiators signed it away. They said there is no liability. If you sign the Paris Climate Agreement, you agree to forgive the West the climate debt. So even there, at the global scale, our negotiators have been terrible, right? They just allowed the United States, plus China, Brazil, India, South Africa, and of course, Russia, BRICS. But the West and BRICS have really taken many of our legal routes globally off the table. So we then go local.
Thank you. Let's take just 2 more.
Yeah.
And okay, thank you. Just 2 more. I'm going to come this way. We have a lot more opportunities. I'm going to take this and this. I see your hand. I'll give you priority the next time, and I see your hand. But just 2 for now. Please go ahead. Just state your name and
Good morning.
Your question.
Good morning. My name is Konwan Mwitha from Malawi. Thanks, Prof, for the good presentation. Usually your presentations come with some level of controversy, and I like it. I just want to find out how long has the global community been pushing for the net zero concept, because you are branding it as a failed solution. I'm looking at the effort that the global community is putting in terms of diverting from fossil fuels, commitments by the global world to dispense of the fossil fuel, energy sectors, and all that stuff. So I want to find out why is it a failed solution?
Thank you. Why is it a false solution?
F is branding it as a failed solution.
Failed solution.
Yeah.
Yes, it is failed, and partly because you can't trust corporations. I've just done a long study of what Total does in Africa. I'll send it to anyone who wants. And the main point is they know that the financiers, that is the banks, have been under pressure from activists. 350.org and all kinds of activists are saying banks must stop funding fossil fuels. So what they're trying to say is, no, don't worry, we understand. We will go one day by 2050 neutral. So one of the ways they're doing that is to say we'll buy offsets. And in the study I've done of Total, you can just see a complete scam. And that's an important company, the biggest European oil company, because it was where with Hollande and now with Macron, the Paris Climate Agreement, rests upon these companies doing corporate social investment and volunteering to do the right thing. And it's often for a company a strategy of just, keeping us at arm's length, promising financiers, yeah, we'll get it right. It's one of the most important things for you to watchdog. Whenever you see net zero, look under the hood, look for the devil in the details. There may be some that have integrity, but when I've been looking at the big ones like Total, and everybody who does the watchdogging says, no, this is a scam. We don't need net zero, we need now zero. We really need, real zero, no offsets allowed in this process at this stage, because we desperately need cuts.
Patrick, maybe could you explain what net zero is?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's the promise by these companies, especially, and governments as well, that they'll be carbon neutral. Usually they say by 2050, right? So by 2050, they'll still be emitting. We all emit, we breathe, we emit, but, to have some offsets to sequester carbon is their strategy for saying when we're still emitting, we'll be able to carbon capture and storage, we'll be able to take the emissions and put them underground, or we'll be able to sequester, plant more trees. It just turns out none of these net zero strategies hold up to serious scientific scrutiny. So when you hear net zero, don't be satisfied. Push for immediate cuts, not displaced.
Thank you. Perhaps most simply, the idea is that at some point the amount of emissions will equal the amount of removal so that the sum total is zero.
That's right.
So we're not accumulating carbon in the atmosphere again. The problem, I think, which Patrick is explaining is usually it masks continuous emissions, and it's very difficult to hold these companies accountable because it allows for a continuation of emissions at some point. Now let's take one last question, and then I will ask Patrick to finish his presentation, and hopefully we'll have a few more minutes at the end to take more questions. There's already someone with a microphone.
Merci. Donc moi c'est Talibé Diallo.
Patrick, do you have interpretation?
Oui, maintenant, moment. Ok, merci.
Donc, je disais que je m'appelle Talibé, je suis du Sénégal. Professeur, après ces COP, on a fait COP 12, COP 13, COP 14, jusqu'à aujourd'hui on est au COP 21, 26, on va vers le COP 27. Si on peut regarder dans le rétroviseur, qu'est-ce qu'on peut retenir concrètement et en faveur de la justice climatique pour la communauté? Merci.
Great. Patrick?
Okay, oui. Merci beaucoup. It's such a good question. How do we prepare for COP27 using our strengths? And I think the strengths are in the blockadia. So in the next section, I'll just tell you where I think activists on the ground, nearby where you are, Lamu, maybe Africa's greatest strength, because it was a Chinese company and the battle was great. And Save Lamu, joined by Paksha and many other groups, were able to fight off a coal-fired power plant. The next big battle is going on, EACOP, battles by community activists with international allies. To me, that will be the hope that the blockadia and the international solidarity, the divestment, these put the kind of pressure that even if we lose, which I think we will, because of the adverse balance of forces, we'll lose in the Sharm el-Sheikh. There's a dictator in Egypt. You know, he's brutal. We have protests all over Egypt now against his corruption, al-Sisi, and he's going to serve the United States. He always does. And the US is already doing more drilling, more, you know, so the balance of forces in the COP is not looking good. So I think it will be back to the protest movements and the blockadia, but I'll tell you more about them in just a minute. A last question, or?
No, I think you can take 20 minutes or so to finish your presentation, and then we will take more questions so that there is a balance on both sides.
Great. What I want to do, just last set of principles about the way the world, let's say, financial system has emerged, we can talk about in a minute, after blockadia. There's a film, and if we just have a couple of minutes, I hope it'll come through okay. It's called The Bill. Is it coming up on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Now, what I'm trying to show you is 3 German men, and they're on holiday, talking about where they were. So, for example, I'll skip through here. This is a very famous German actor. So they're talking about in German, but you can see in English the subtitles. They're talking about the way they're living their lives and how they like to go on holiday. And this man is interesting, the man with the beer, this one here, because he's saying where he likes to go on holiday is quite revealing. We don't want to turn down the heat in the winter. We want to have kids. Okay, in Spain, they're giving away energy saving. Okay, so they're talking about all the ways they're beginning to come to grips with the need for climate. But here's the killer, right? Mallorca, that's embarrassing. No, that's too boring. I was in Namibia. We did a kind of a tour, a fly and drive. Beautiful country, pure nature, premium hotels, super restaurants, all in one country. We did everything: safari, Atlantic Ocean, sightseeing to visit Bushmen, hauling through the dunes. You can even play golf in the middle of the desert. Luscious greens, perfectly manicured. Okay, so he's talking about all these kind of, you know, lifestyles, but then they need to go off to their movie. Now, here's the bill. 2 flights for 2 people to Namibia and Mallorca, 14 tons golfing in the desert, 15,000 bottles of water. Okay, that's on the house. 3 cars with 6 tons of CO2, air conditioning. Okay, so she's going through what is the actual cost of all of these activities of, you know, sort of high consumption Germans. Now she's saying you owe 26. Oh, who's picking up the bill? As always, those guys. Ooh, yeah, Mozambican, Bangladeshi. So we have friends in Paksha called German Watch, and they sponsored this about 12 years ago. And these figures haven't changed. Mozambique, Bangladesh, 0.2 tons emissions, but Germany, 10 tons. South Africa, 8 tons, right? We need to bring it down to 1.5. Now, this is interesting, isn't it? Okay, so it's a little film called The Bill. And to think about that global question of the climate debt, I want to do now. But I did just nearly finish describing to you what I thought was, let's just see if I can get the share screen here. This is where Greta Thunberg, I think, did a good job of telling these guys in the North at the World Economic Forum, and we'll come to them in just a second. Here we are, what they need to do, and to stop the net zero, you know, kind of public relations. So just to quickly finish, what are some of the activist traditions? The new loopholes, failing to connect the dots. building pledges on the cheating tactics, right? So these are all the kinds of things Greta Thunberg, a young Swedish activist who helped to found that Fridays for Future. You have Fridays for Future in some of our African countries. We have some good colleagues of Greta across Africa. And her message is, whoever's best at packaging is winning. That's the net zero, right? So when we look at what we've just done, principles and analyses, let's think about the next three categories: strategies, tactics, and alliances. We'll spend more time tomorrow doing this, but I really like this book, Naomi Klein, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus Climate, because she's thinking about the strategies. She's interested in how do you block fossil fuels, the extractive projects that attempt to dig and drill for open pit mines or gas fracking or tar sands, the mining and fossil fuel companies. And they're going deeper and deeper into offshore South Africa and Namibia, 4 kilometers deep. So what are people doing? They're packing the local council meetings. They're marching in the cities. They're being hauled off in police vans. They're putting their bodies between the earth movers and the earth, right? This is not a typical activist. They look like the places where they live. These are organic activists defending, like the Save Lamu, right? You saw the people of Save Lamu, just ordinary people of Eastern Kenya, of the coastline, defending their traditions against a coal-fired power plant from China that would have brought in South African coal, right? And they struggle for the health of their own water and air and soil. These are place-based stands. They're stopping climate crimes in progress, right? Partly because of the failure of top-down environmentalism, right? They're not interested in the slick green groups. They're really going for local organic activism, right? Protecting their mountains, the farmers' fields, the forests, right? They're not in the closed door, behind the scene lobbying. This is interesting because, you know, to me, it means we need this division of labor because many of you will go into Sharm el-Sheikh and lobby. So inside, you are engaging in more polite activism. You sometimes have to wear a suit and a tie, but outside, they're going, if we can have protests in a dictatorship, we're going to have as much street heat. We're going to have protests at the G7 embassies, right? We had one, by the way, on Monday in South Africa, in Johannesburg, at the United States consulate on climate, right? Those kind of protests we'll see in November. So we see the outsiders, let me call them the tree shakers. They're trying to shake the tree. And the insiders, may I call them the jam makers, right? They take the fruits, they make the nice jam. Sometimes if they're not talking and coordinating between outside blockadia protesters and inside lobbyists, well, you don't get a very nice jam, right? But people are hungry for climate action that does more than just send an email or, you know, update your Facebook status with a clever message. You need to do more. You need to really become a nuisance to the system. And that's why we have EJ Atlas. And I was very involved in trying to get the African EJ movement on the map. So you can go to EJ Atlas, but we didn't do a good job. There are many things we didn't see. So if you look at all of the protests, especially against fossil fuels or other climate destroying activities, you'll see lots of these movements well documented. You know, we bring as much material as we can. Now, we can't trust the North. That's very evident. I'll just give you a quick sense of the need for this alliance with our Northern partners against the Northern power structure. Again, rhetoric, net zero by mid-century, you hear that. But Biden has actually increased oil and gas drilling on the federal lands and even offshore. The US will exercise its leadership? No thanks. Alignment of financial flows? Let's look at what the critics said as soon as Biden and his climate negotiator, John Kerry, the Indigenous Environmental Network. Some of you know IEN. It's the strongest principal CJ group in the US and all across indigenous lands in North America and Latin America. Market-based solutions, unproven technologies, approaches that do not cut emissions at source. That's what you're going to get from these elites. Food and Water Watch. We need to stop the drilling, the fracking, and shut down the exports. And of course, Europe now needs more US liquefied natural gas exports because they're putting on sanctions against Vladimir Putin. So I'm going to just explore one of them, because instead of paying the bill, the climate debt that these rich German guys were bragging about, they ran up their climate debt, they were very happy with their lifestyle, but they passed the damage to the Mozambican, to the Bangladeshi. So instead, their strategy, let's think about it for a few minutes, and then we'll have another break and we can chat, is to offset through emissions markets. So they basically privatize the air, sell the right to pollute, right? Now, Al Gore, who won a Nobel Prize and is well known in our climate movements, he really believes in this because he's been an investor. Even when he was the vice president of the US, he was promoting this. And he said, in the inconvenient truth, the European Union has adopted carbon markets, emissions trading, this US innovation, and is making it work effectively there. Now, this is interesting because it's like Joe Biden, different than climate denialism. They acknowledge that there's a climate problem, but their philosophy is let's privatize, let's let the market solve the problem. That's different from this guy who might be making a comeback. We'll see in November. He probably will advance his candidates so they will win back the House of Representatives and the Senate. In other words, the US Congress, where they make the laws and they can block the president, will probably be under Trump's influence. And Trump said, nah, it's just a made up concept. He's a full climate denialist. But in a way, just as damaging as when we ask the United States, the historic emitter number one, we'll look at the data tomorrow. We say, no, you should pay. The polluter pays. It's a natural, normal strategy to make a market imperfection less severe. You tax somebody, you make the polluter pay so they don't pollute so much. But here's the US government negotiator during the 2010s. He was the most important man in the UN because he was a US State Department delegate to the UN COPs. He says, we recognize our role in putting emissions in the atmosphere up there that are there now. But the sense of guilt or culpability or reparations, I just categorically reject that. So this is a man called Todd Stern, who was very influential, the most influential in the UN process. And he's very clear in saying, I'm a climate debt denialist. Donald Trump is a climate change denialist. This guy, the US neoliberal position, the imperialist position, oh yeah, we recognize it. We take science seriously, but we're not going to pay. We refuse. That's just the arrogance you expect, right, from the US State Department. I'm sorry if USAID is one of our sponsors, but anyway, what I'm saying is not controversial. How much debt do they have? Well, even though China has doubled the current emissions, the historic emissions, even just since 2000, is definitely the US. South Africa is on that list. Let's pick that up tomorrow, because if we look at case studies tomorrow, including Mozambique, or even inside South Africa, in Durban, we see the climate debt is not being paid. They have a green climate fund, but it's not working. The promise of $100 billion a year that you would hear about back in Copenhagen was always broken. In fact, in 2018, they said, look, 3.5 billion, that fund of hope is a fund of hopelessness, according to Third World Network, right? And then we have the carbon trading, again, with Gore promoting it. Let's just see what happened. So Gore is promoting this starting in 1997. It enters the Kyoto Protocol as the main strategy of the US to avoid addressing climate properly by making emissions cuts. They say, no, we'll keep polluting, but we'll buy the right to pollute. How much does it cost to buy? If it's a ton of carbon you want to pollute, how much must you pay? Well, it started off in 2005, and by 2006, it was up to 35 euros a ton, but then it crashed, 2007 down to 15. So it begins, you see, to be very volatile. It then goes up to 28 in 2007. And it stays there. And then you see what happens in 2008. Do you remember there was a big global financial crash? And when global finance crashes, so do carbon markets, because it's part of the same flow of money. It's a part of a kind of big financial casino. So it goes from 36 euros down to 10, and it stays down during nearly all of the 2010s. You can see all the little nuances, but the carbon markets become useless. They go down to €3 a ton. They've crashed by 90%. Now, in 2018, the European Union says, no, this isn't working for us. We're being silly. So let's put some stability and put the price up. So they have put the price up, right? You can see even after Durban hosted, the price was so low at €3 a ton, you couldn't use that as an incentive to get somebody to do something decarbonized. You couldn't get a wealthy household to change to solar. You couldn't shift to zero waste or more sustainable, because there was no penalty, right? To emit a ton was very cheap. So then they put it up, and it did go up in 2018, and it stayed up. Now, the problem is, you can see what happened in March, April 2010. Do you remember at the beginning of COVID, there were the lockdowns? Everything stopped. The stock markets crashed. And that's the dilemma, isn't it? With financialization of everything. You bubble up, you put quantitative easing. We can talk more tomorrow about how the North deals with its problems. It usually throws money at them, but the money goes to the rich. The rich put it into the stock market, but then there's a big crash, like March, April 2020, and then you can see the carbon market is also crashing. It's actually crashed at that point by half from its September 2019 levels. Now it comes up again because there's more quantitative easing as the strategy for the COVID crash. Well, all of the central banks in the West, the Fed in the US, the British Central Bank, the European Central Bank, and the Japanese Central Bank, they throw more money. And you can see Wall Street recovers quickly, and as a result, carbon credits become one of the world's best investments, right? They become exciting and trendy because of all this money floating around. They crash, they become trendy again. But the problem with these is that they often are scams, right? And the classic case, the Coldplay, right? You've heard of a band from England called Coldplay. So they planted lots of trees, but it turned out of 10,000 mango trees in southern India, 40% had died, but they are still getting carbon credits, even though it was a scam, right? So the detractors, the critics of the carbon market say this is like, some of you know Catholic faith, the papal indulgences. You can just pay to commit sins. You just go and confess, sorry, Father, I've committed a sin, here's some money, I'll go and do it again. This isn't the right way to deal with a life-threatening crisis, is it? The supply of pollution permits has been too high. The price to pollute has been too low. How low? Well, we'll look at this tomorrow, but you can see that these carbon markets, especially with Mark Carney, British central banker, trying to promote these all over. Australia grinds to a halt. China has a big one, but again, prices are very low, around $15 a ton. And so Carney is trying to start up with all of his friends in world finance, including some big polluters like BP and Shell and Total, the idea of really promoting these voluntary offsets, a kind of carbon trading that's voluntary. As I say, the Chinese start out with 5 big cities. Their top priority in the biggest emitter of all, China, is carbon pricing, right? This is now a national market, not just in those 5 cities, but still the price very, very low. In fact, it ranges in yuan or in US dollars. Let's do the calculations, from around $8 to $12 a ton. So $10 is where they want it. Now, is $10 the right price? We should all ask ourselves, what would be the proper price? Because there are studies now to question these markets. Here are where the markets are. So South Africa might be the most embarrassing, because in my country, we're only pricing carbon at around 43 cents a ton, up to $3. But the biggest emitters, Eskom and Sasol, are only paying 43 cents a ton. And this year, the finance minister extended that. So in other words, we're not serious, not serious. Who's serious? Sweden, a lot more serious. Their carbon pricing is $132 a ton. But these are pretty small, even though countries like China are involved. And I just remind you, this is where climate justice began on this continent, by identifying the problems with privatizing the air, inventing the property right to pollute, right? Now, there's such inequality. You can just imagine who's got the money to buy the right to pollute. Well, the West and some of the rich companies and people in the BRICS. Greenhouse gases have a non-linear impact. So you can't really say that this offset works. I'm going to emit a ton, but I'll plant a tree or 3 hectares and sequester the ton. It's not the same because of the non-linear impact. Who's organizing these? The Western elites, corporations most guilty of pollution, the World Bank, the banks who can't even run their own markets properly. The United Nations has shown itself not to be competent, nor is the European Union at regulating these. Now, many of the offsets, you might have seen them, for example, in Uganda and Tanzania, monocultural timber, big plantations of trees, of non-indigenous trees, landfill methane, that's a debate in Durban we can look at tomorrow. They actually are quite harmful for the local communities and the local ecologies. Then we've seen so much corruption and fraud and theft, right, with no prospect of regulation. We've also, as I said, we've seen multi-trillion-dollar bubbles, right, the quantitative easing that makes the financial markets totally unreliable as a way of measuring anything. Also, this is a strategy for incrementalism at the margins. In other words, just bit by bit, can we use the carbon markets to change things by incentivizing slightly more or less. It's a market solution, so it occurs bit by bit. We really need transformation. We need a full, just transition in every sector of economy, energy, transport. And frankly, as an ideology, if you have a market failure, we could have a market solution. It's simply not acceptable anymore when our lives are at stake. So we have a nice film, and I'll leave you the link, but maybe you can find it en français and Portuguese and in English. And we've had about 3 million downloads. I was involved in this script writing. The story of cap and trade. That's what the United States, they call carbon markets. I'll just finish by reminding you how dangerous this can be. Here we have the logic behind the carbon markets from the main theorist, Larry Summers. And he says, in 1991, just before Rio, I think the economic logic behind dumping a load of toxic waste in the lowest wage country is impeccable, and we should face up to that. Africa is vastly under-polluted. So this is the kind of core logic that the Durban Group emerged to fight. Now, he has his meanings of this. He was the World Bank vice president and chief economist. And so he had a memo that was written on his behalf, he signed, to say, well, you know, we can say that if you have low wages, then the value of your workers is not very high. And if you have high wages, his friends, and you pollute and you get cancer, well, frankly, we're losing too much value. But we should move the pollution to where people are not very valuable. Places like Mozambique with $1 a day, right? And it's inefficient to have high pollution in Los Angeles. We should just move it to Lagos or Soweto. They won't even notice because it's so polluted already. And the key reason, if you are in Africa and the life expectancy is around 50, and in the United States where he lives, it's 80, well, you're going to get cancer, maybe prostate cancer, when you're in your 60s or 70s. But if you're in Africa, you'll already be dead. You'll be 6 foot under, you'll be 2 meters buried below the surface. So you won't notice that you got prostate cancer. He's making this argument that African lives are not very valuable because people don't live long. So you can give them things that cause cancer, and it won't be as bad as if you give people in the West who live a lot longer those same pollutions. Now, this reasoning, according to the man here, is perfectly logical, but it's totally insane. He said, your thoughts are a concrete example of the unbelievable alienation, reductionist thinking social ruthlessness and arrogant ignorance of many conventional economists concerning the nature of the world we live in. If the World Bank keeps you as the vice president, it will lose all credibility. What happened to Larry Summers? He was the Treasury Secretary, the finance minister. He then became rich on Wall Street. He was given the presidency of Harvard University, right, the top job, and he was fired for his sexism there by the faculty. And then Barack Obama made him the economic czar, and he became an advisor to Joe Biden. What about the man here? This man, his name, Jose Lutzenberger. He was the environment minister of Brazil, and he wrote that letter in early 1992, just before Rio hosted the first big Earth Summit. Well, Sweden had hosted it in 1972, but this was the big Rio conference. He was fired because he was so cheeky. He was speaking truth to power. So we'll look at it tomorrow. How do people do that? Now, it's true that this man admitted, I made a mistake. It was a whopper. It was drafted by somebody else. I was just trying to clarify this strict economic logic. I use inflammatory language. So he was kind of confessing, I didn't review the memo properly. I wasn't serious. The problem is it was serious. That is the logic of the carbon markets, right? And he's gone back and, he's still a very influential man. You can see him on TV, comments all the time. But because of that, pressure against Biden meant he couldn't become a key figure in the Biden administration. And instead, this rhetoric emerged. But we'll look at this tomorrow, these kind of transition strategies. Bernie Sanders was the green and left-wing candidate in the US against Biden, but he's trying to work within it. But we can look instead at the way they would approach from the more progressive side in the West. And we've seen the kind of question of the bill making, let's say, Germans feel more accountable. Not just the Germans, they're about number 7 in the list. US, China, Russia. We'll go through the list tomorrow of the debtors. But I just want to conclude by getting your mind into gear. How do you make them pay? Well, we put pressure on them. But how would you pay? And I very quickly end with 2 examples I always like to use. Maybe we explore them tomorrow. One of them is in Namibia. And if you were to pay people who are victims, how would you do it? Here's the one narrative. I think it's going to catch fire because this worked so well about 10 years ago. How would you pay loss and damage? You pay people, not that every bill for rebuilding can be accounted for, but a very simple, if you live in an area affected by a climate catastrophe, let's say in central Namibia, a place called Otjivero. It's not too far from Windhoek, about an hour and a half, but it's mostly women and women-headed households because the men go to Windhoek, the capital, to look for jobs. Now, what they tried to do was say, now everybody should get about $10 a month, right? 100 Namibian dollars at the time. And they went through and they said, well, what happens when you can do that? The German Lutheran Church, along with lots of great Namibian people who are really involved in saying, let's have a pilot project. And we can think of this as a pilot for paying the climate debt directly, especially to women, to the women head of household. You always make sure for every single person that money will be circulated properly, because women are better, frankly, than we men are at circulating funds and covering the very basic needs. The second case, to conclude, is to protect nature. And I think this case in Ecuador, where the struggle was to leave the oil underneath this most biodiverse hotspot in the whole world. I've spent some time there. I was there with Oil Watch Africa, and the indigenous people in Namibia and Ecuador on the Peruvian border are very clear. We don't want to see any oil and gas drilling. And the people in Quito, the capital, were in solidarity. About 30,000 were marching in 2013. And I told you the origins of climate justice partly are from Acción Ecológica, Ecological Action, a feminist-led group supporting the indigenous defense of the Yasuni National Park. Right? Wonderful struggles that they've engaged in to leave the oil in the soil and the coal in the hole, the tar sand in the land, the gas under the grass, leave fossil fuels underground. pay the climate debt. Now, they weren't successful, but I'll just conclude by saying, in Mozambique, that's where tomorrow we'll look at some case studies of struggles and activists who say, stop the extraction, pay the climate debt, pay the people directly. We look at Mozambique and Durban and Eastern Zimbabwe, and you have other cases as well. I know Godwin's going to be talking about the struggles on his side in Nigeria, and you have such great examples from the home country there, Kenya, like Save Lamu. Those are the sorts of things that inspire me, but if I can help by providing any of this as technical academic information, that's fine. But I only learn this because I'm watching all of you. And I hope that this gives a sense, maybe we can talk for another few minutes before break, about how important your work as activists are in producing knowledge and shaping this evolving set of principles, analyses, strategies, tactics, and alliances, pasta. And I hope we can get deeper and deeper as we approach Sharm el-Sheikh and we think about insiders, outsiders, and how this narrative is driving forward. And as we said at the outset, how we grapple with our own contradictions, our own failures, our own need to do better. Thanks, comrades. Mandla, aware to power to the people.
Thank you so much. We still have plenty of time for some questions up to the top of the hour. I made a promise this way, so let me start with you. And no, I will remember those I made a promise to. Let me start with you. Can we have the microphone? State your name and please be as direct as possible.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is José Fernandes. Most people know me as Gédio. I'm from Angola. Please take your phone because I speak in Portuguese.
So have your headsets up?
Yes, it's the national language of my country, Portuguese, okay?
Do we have Portuguese interpretation online? Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Bem, a minha pergunta vai direcionada ao facto da questão levantada pelo Dr. Bond, no que diz respeito à necessidade de deixarmos o petróleo no subsolo. Em Angola, portanto, 90% do nosso PIB, da nossa economia, vem do petróleo. Tanto é que este ano superamos a produção de petróleo da Nigéria, ou seja, Angola nessa altura é o país que mais produz petróleo em África. E para a nossa realidade, para a realidade dos líderes angolanos, é um motivo de alegria, porque de certa forma isso vai melhorar a nossa economia. Então a questão é a seguinte: como nós, o que é que nós devemos fazer enquanto ativistas ambientais para convencer os nossos líderes angolanos, sobretudo, da necessidade que há de reduzir a produção de petróleo no país? Tanto isso realmente não é fácil de se tratar. Então, queria saber, tendo em conta a experiência do Dr. Bond, como é que podemos ultrapassar essa situação em Angola. Obrigado.
Thank you. Patrick? Did you get the question?
Some more questions coming, Chair? Or should I respond?
Yes, I think it's better so that we really don't miss out. If you can just quickly respond to that.
Well, I would love to stay in close touch with the Angolans and Mozambicans because we are seeing a unifying struggle against extraction, especially by the company that's the leading Angolan company for oil, which is from Paris, Total. And what Total did by bribing the Dos Santos family, first Eduardo and then the daughter Isabel, was criminal. And it's even recognized by the current Angola leaders. I think slowing down the oil by saying, what is our future generations' right to the oil? What kind of oil? Well, you need in the future generations oil and gas, hydrocarbons, but not for combustion, not to burn. You need it for lubrication. You need it for synthetic materials. You need it for plastics. We have some necessary plastics in the future. We need it for pharmaceutical products. You know, many things in daily life have the hydrocarbons. And we're crazy now because we're just taking it out and burning it and destroying the future generations' possibilities. That to me is the most tragic part of Angola. It's a young country, many young people. And to me, thinking about those future generations' rights, not only to oil as an asset as it is, but to the ways in which hydrocarbons can be used if we don't burn them, if we keep them, if we respect them, if we treasure those natural resources. And I think that combination, isn't it, corruption of those who are taking the oil. Total is extremely corrupt, right, still today, but also the ways in which future generations, to me, that's the sort of combined narrative we need to develop in places like Angola. I hope Godwin also picks up because he knows the oil story so much better than I do too.
Yeah, thanks. One more question or two more. I promised someone at the back. I'm going back to, yeah. Don't worry, everyone will have a chance to speak. If you don't, today's just not your lucky day. Please, quickly, straight to the point. One question, please. Une seule question. Merci.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Fatoumata Diallo du Burkina Faso. Je vais remercier le professeur pour sa belle présentation qui a d'ailleurs retenu mon attention. Et cependant, je me pose quelques questions parce que je trouve que je trouve quelque chose d'assez contradictoire parce que lorsque on dit que on fait la lutte, on parle de la justice climatique, on parle d'éliminer tout ce qui est question énergie fossile. Alors que d'un côté, on a les pays du Nord qui encore mettent la pression à nos pays africains pour extraire encore ces énergies fossiles. Alors, faut-il qu'on permette à ces personnes-là de continuer à polluer et en retour reverser quelque chose à l'Afrique pour qu'on puisse compenser les pertes et dommages que nous subissons déjà, ou bien devrons-nous, je ne sais pas, les observer faire ce qu'ils veulent et nous, on va toujours rester en arrière-plan, un peu comme des mendiants, si on peut le dire, pour tout le temps tendre la main à ce qu'on puisse avoir de l'aide pour pouvoir s'aligner à leurs besoins.
Merci.
Merci à vous.
Patrick?
Je ne comprends pas. Mon français, c'est très simple. Il n'y a pas de translation. Does somebody want to quickly sum up?
So I think the question is, there's a contradiction in what we're saying. One being that rich countries continue to extract fossil fuels and use them extensively, while there seems to be enormous pressure on African countries to keep the oil and the gas in the ground. Couldn't we just say, keep exploiting and compensate for loss and damage? Couldn't that be a way forward?
I think we say there should be 3 compensations. Loss and damage, absolutely. And that is a basic obligation. No one can deny. Polluter pays. The second is money for adaptation to climate proof. So the damage and the loss won't be so bad next year, the year after. We will be climate prepared. But the third one, compensation for not using the environmental space. Yeah. That's a good struggle that the Yasuni campaign exemplifies. Now, can I very quickly, if the chair allows, just say, there is one African country that said to the United Nations, we need compensation to leave our fossil fuels underground. And last November, they won. That country was South Africa. The NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution, the plan to decarbonize that South Africa presented, actually said that the coal in the main province where we get coal, in Mpumalanga, will be not developed. We will not extract in exchange for payment from the North. Now, then the North came with $8.5 billion in concessional finance. There's a big debate what should be in that 8.5. But that principle is now firmly established. And if South Africa, the worst polluter in Africa, the most irresponsible, if South Africa can say, don't extract fossils, we want compensation, and win, we all must say for our countries, even South Africa has been rewarded by the West for not extracting. So for Mozambique, for Angola, for Burkina Faso, that should be the strategy. Is that okay? Does that make sense?
Yep, makes pretty much a lot of sense. And I think it summarizes those core arguments in a nice way. Let's take a couple more questions. We still have up to the top of the hour, this time from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll come that way. Don't worry. You don't need to protest. I'm trying to be as generous as I can be.
Thank you, Professor Patrick, for the nice presentation. Telling my president to leave the oil in the soil can lead you to jail or to death. Because
he claims... Where are you from, your name?
My name is Elvis, sorry. My name is Elvis Kadama from Uganda.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so he claims it's his oil and is yet to start exploring. My question is, according to you, how is Africa prepared to transition from using combustion cars and traditional sources of lighting and cooking with the continued discovery of oil in the African continent? Thank you.
Great to ask, where do we get our basic needs depending now on fossil fuel sources for energy and also transport, also agriculture for fertilizers, right? Lots of fossil fuels in our daily lives. Our buildings are made with cement. Okay, those are very good questions we take up in more detail tomorrow, alternatives. Yep. But I just want to say for Uganda, this EACOP we consider tomorrow, you do have a great leader, Vanessa Nakate, who is able to say to the world, and she has enough visibility to have protection, that there mustn't be financing. So Total and the Chinese national oil company, CNOOC, that is trying to get the pipeline, they may not have any money to do it. So this is not yet fixed that all that oil will be taken out from Lake Albert. So plan B will be, let's see if we can get a proposal for a just transition so that the people of Western Uganda have something other than oil revenues for an alternative strategy of solar and wind for better public transport. And there may even be some hydrogen cell cars that might work. We still are not clear on, how do you power buses, all of these things. But let's come back to that tomorrow. I'm very grateful that the Ugandans are brave. It is a dictatorship. It's a tough place. Same in Rwanda, same in Mozambique, and many places, Zimbabwe, where these struggles are life and death. So full respect to you.
All right, real quick. The last three. Is someone connected to the Zoom call inside? Oh, great. Where are the last three? It's you and I think you. Quickly, just ask your question. Quick. Let's take the three questions together.
Voilà, moi je vais parler en français. Donc prenez vos micros. Bonjour à tout le monde et bonjour professeur. Moi je réponds au nom de Vayenga Dozo de la République de Guinée-Conakry. Voilà, j'ai une question. Les recommandations et engagements pris sont souvent pris globalement, mais les actions menées demeurent localement. Voilà, et je parle dans le contexte guinéen. Et les codes sur le foncier, les codes sur l'environnement et le code minier restent vraiment des problèmes à décider. Voilà, et est-ce qu'il est possible vraiment de trouver une solution vis-à-vis des questions liées au changement climatique sans une réelle volonté politique nationale des pays africains? Je vous remercie.
Next question. Quick.
Merci. Je suis Salem Ayénan du Bénin. Et je remercie le présentateur pour avoir parlé de climato-racisme, parce que c'est ça qui montre combien les pays africains ne sont pas valorisés quand on parle de justice climatique. Et il est clair que les pollueurs misent beaucoup plus sur les intérêts quand on parle des émotions, tout ça, ça ne dit rien pratiquement. C'est pourquoi on continue toujours de vivre ce que nous vivons. Donc, j'aimerais savoir pourquoi lors des grands événements comme les COP, la plupart des décisions qui sont prises à la légère, c'est-à-dire il n'y a pas de contraintes, ce qui fait que chacun essaye de faire comme il veut. Pourquoi est-ce que nous ne pouvons pas avoir des mesures qui contraignent ces pollueurs-là pour qu'ils puissent vraiment respecter leurs engagements? Merci.
So why can't COP decisions be legally binding?
My question is, Africa is developing, and the rate at which we are developing is actually alarming and is also good. And when he mentioned something about we need to leave the fossil fuel on the ground, our demand for fuel continues to increase. And so how then do we balance the interest of nature and also our interest for fuel?
Thank you, Prof.
Right. Let me just dwell on the last one, and if there's other questions, because I didn't get the first question. Maybe could you translate the first question? Anybody would like to tell us the translation only began on the third question. Was the first question something you can remember? The main point?
The first question, I think, was about the lack of political will at the national level to translate the global engagements locally, and how can we make progress without sufficient commitment at the national level?
I know that is absolutely the right question, because if we don't change the attitudes of neo-colonial negotiators, they're still stuck in the mindset of what the UNFCCC COP, including the Paris Climate Agreement, put onto the table. Paksha was saying, no, this has got some big problems, but our negotiators signed anyway. So this is exactly the right question. How do we change the power in our countries so these negotiators don't feel they have a mandate simply to be neo-colonial? So we'll learn tomorrow when we look at Lumumba D. Aping. He was from Sudan and he ran the G77, and he did a power analysis. And partly that was to say that the African negotiators were not strong enough. We'll look at that. But it was also to say that the South African negotiators, they were against the interests of the continent. So that's the next layer of nuance. When you're going to Sharm el-Sheikh and you look for strong delegates to support, to fight West and BRICS power, well, that'll be the small island states. It will be some countries who really have good negotiators. Usually it's countries in the Andes. Now there's a new left-wing movement in Chile. Last week, Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, along with kind of Cuba, they're usually very strong. So I think we should, particularly those who know the inside negotiations, who know which negotiators are reliable, for those that are not, it's time to put the pressure on them. And that includes the ones in Pretoria in South Africa who go, they might talk left, but they walk right. That's the slogan. That's the tree shaking outside, protesting, naming and shaming, and the jam making on the inside. And I think if you say, well, if we can get these African negotiators to come from the standpoint of a strong moral obligation, that will also include more statements like, well, South Africa and many African countries can go more rapidly to the alternative energy sources, not relying on natural gas or methane gas, which is 85 times more potent than CO2 in the next 20 years. So it's not a clean bridge or transition fuel. And pushing for those strong, renewable and creative energy storage, not necessarily lithium batteries, which are also full of ecological problems and social repression, especially in the Andes and DRC. But instead, ideas like pumped storage, where you can use small micro hydropower to keep your, you pump up during the day high, and then it comes down at nighttime or when there's no wind or no sun, or molten salt. So I'd like to say these alternatives, we'll pick some up tomorrow, will be part of our narrative. We do have an alternative. We shouldn't rely on Africa going towards gas and fossil fuels, like even Mary Robinson says is okay. We should listen to the activists fighting. And at the moment, the worst offenders are in South Africa, on the continent. But exactly what you're saying, where it's these Western guys that really have to be shaken. And I think the basic question from this class is, do we give legitimacy to the negotiators and to the UNFCCC? The UNFCCC is called the Conference of Parties. When they came to Durban, when we were hosting PACSHA, we called it the Conference of Polluters. The COP was the Conference of Polluters, to deny legitimacy. And I'll finish with this three words that came from, well, one word that came from James Hansen when he looked at the Paris Climate Agreement. He's the world's greatest climate scientist. And he said, bullshit. He said, this is not a good deal. And the three words that Greta Thunberg used after November, Glasgow Climate Summit 26, she said, blah, blah, blah. That's all we're getting from these negotiators. And I think that's in a way the spirit of saying, we don't recognize that the work being done by the negotiators is as serious, as desperately needed. It's not tackling any of those 6 areas that I pointed out, the core CJ ideas and demands, except maybe some rhetoric on inclusion. That's the only area they're just getting going with, some identity rhetoric. So I think we really have to push and say, the essence of climate justice is to be as critical as the times demand, to have alternatives. And when the conditions aren't going well in Sharm el-Sheikh, as we can predict, we're going to be protesting at the local level and stopping fossil fuels and stopping the injustices of climate there. I hope that makes sense.
Yep. Non, parce qu'on n'a pas assez de temps. Il faut quand même donner l'opportunité aux autres de poser des questions. There was a question which I found very important, which you didn't answer before we move on. Why can't we have legally binding decisions out of the COP processes? We've moved away from Kyoto Protocol with the Paris Agreement. It's free, it's open field. Why is that difficult?
Shall I very quickly say, I think the answer is what happened. I'll show you tomorrow with a photograph.
Perfect.
In Copenhagen, right? Because it's there that Barack Obama found out that 4 men were meeting. Wen Jiabao from China, Manmohan Singh from India, Lula from Brazil, and Jacob Zuma from South Africa. And Obama came into the meeting and he said, we in the United States have a big problem. This Senate, it will not agree to a treaty with binding resolution. So we just make this an agreement, just voluntary. So that to me is the moment, I think, when we lost the binding. But we can always win it back, and we can have sanctions against countries. Good.
All right. We're going to take, we still have a couple of minutes, enough time for another set of 3 questions. I'm going to start 1 question there, 1 there. I'm looking at this side. Prof, I'm going to give preference to the participants and the gentleman with the striped shirt. So 1, 2, 3. Straight to the point, and we'll end here. Straight to the point, just give your name and ask your question. Please avoid the preambles. Go ahead.
Bonjour, donc je vais m'exprimer en français. Je suis Chekna Keita du Mali. Bon, ce que je vais dire n'est pas vraiment une question, c'est une suggestion. D'abord, je salue l'effort de certains écologistes à faire les liens entre la justice climatique et la paix et sécurité. Je salue cet effort. Je lance un appel à l'endroit de tous les écologistes du monde à s'impliquer davantage dans le maintien de la paix et de sécurité, gage de la justice climatique. Je dis cela en connaissance de cause. Je suis président de l'association des jeunes de la réserve de biosphère du Baoulin contre la déforestation, l'unique réserve de biosphère du Mali. Une réserve de plus de 2 500 000 hectares, 22 communes riveraines. Notre combat était axé sur 3 choses: la sensibilisation, la réforestation et reboisement, et la dénonciation des pratiques corruptives des agents du service eaux et forêts et des autorités. Mais aujourd'hui, ces mêmes agents du service eaux et forêts sont attaqués tous les jours par les terroristes, jusqu'à ce que les 4 forêts de la réserve sont livrées aujourd'hui entre les mains des terroristes. Donc, notre combat reste, l'effort reste maigre aujourd'hui, parce que les forêts sont livrées aujourd'hui aux mains des terroristes. Il n'y a plus de gardiens de la forêt. Donc, lier la sécurité à la justice climatique, vraiment, c'est nécessaire. Merci.
Très bien, je crois que c'est un commentaire, donc pas de questions. On va... Oui.
Ok, bonjour. Sissoko Khalifa du Mali. Je remercie le professeur pour sa présentation qui est empreinte de... C'est un discours décomplexé, un discours de vérité. Alors, moi, j'aimerais bondir au niveau des alternatives en Afrique. Je me suis dit que l'Afrique ne manque pas d'alternatives. Par exemple, au Mali, tout récemment, nous venons de découvrir l'hydrogène naturel, qui est rare au monde. Donc, il y a un projet pilote qui vient d'électrifier tout un village sans émission. Donc, d'électrification propre. Alors, moi, je me suis dit que le problème se trouve ailleurs. Est-ce que, je pose la question au professeur, est-ce que le problème ne se trouve pas au niveau de l'indépendance de nos politiques, l'indépendance de nos peuples? Essayer de libérer nos peuples pour que nos politiques ne soient pas des politiques d'alignement aux politiques occidentales. Il faut que les peuples, que ce soit les peuples d'Afrique et les peuples d'ailleurs, se réunissent pour renverser la tendance.
Okay, merci. I think this is a question you almost started discussing, and is wondering and saying, look, we have alternatives, and it's giving a classic example from his country. Is the problem not that the policies of African leaders tend to be teleguided Western policies, that there is a lack of political independence in most of these African countries, and governments serving the interests of Western countries? But I'll take one question before I allow you to answer the very last one. Can we have the mic over there? Please just go straight to your question.
Okay, my name is Walter from Botswana. My question is on nuclear energy. Like countries like South Africa, they have uranium and they produce nuclear energy, which is regarded as a key to achieve a net zero emission objective. So why can't we as African countries advocate for or as a source of compensation, request the global north countries to fund us in resources that can produce the uranium and produce the nuclear energy, you know? Because I know as climate activists, we don't condone mining, you know, but it can help us to produce a clean energy, you know? Yeah,
right.
that's my question.
Thank you. Prof, if in 2 minutes you can
In
wrap
2
up.
minutes, yeah. And
Also
online I saw
your final thoughts.
good. I also saw Twitter Tenya with a very good question, which I'll end with. Just that first one on nuclear. I find the dangers to be so high, especially after Fukushima in Japan blew up with a tsunami and could have done terrible damage. It melted down partly, radioactive water killed the fish, the farmland is dead for centuries. So that Fukushima that happened in 2010 2011 was a very good warning. But before that, there was Chernobyl, 1986, and that's in Ukraine. And it was very clear just weeks ago that the Russians, when they were taking over Chernobyl as they invaded and then they were pushed out, they didn't know what to do. And it's still a very dangerous place. The third was in the United States, 1979, 3 Mile Island. And if I take those three examples from Japan, the former USSR, and the United States, very high technology countries. And I think of our own problems in South Africa with Koeberg, the Cape Town nuclear station, where there have been shutdowns and emergencies. I would say it's too dangerous. And I don't think we'll ever see insurance. We might see Rosatom providing some deals, Rosatom from Moscow. But frankly, I don't think there's any future given this terrible danger. And then the last two, these questions from Mali are so important. We'll look at the question of the terrorism from Islamic extremists tomorrow, especially in Mozambique. Similar problem with guerrillas, very effective in the forests. And the oil companies are really the cause of it. So we'll come back to that. And then the bigger question from Mali is, what's going on with our dependence on Western and now Chinese international trade? Can we have a delinking, as Samir Amin showed? So that's my topic for part of tomorrow, I promise. Samir Amin's
Exceptionally,
ideas.
thank you.
And the very last point is from Tuita, don't we have any hope? And tomorrow I'll look at the hope, which is the Montreal Protocol, which in 1987 stopped the ozone emissions from opening up. Yep. Right? And we'll look at that tomorrow. So we'll be back to you. Thank you, Chair, for such great work. We're always great to have a Paksha disciplinarian. That's always the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you touched on Thwita's question. Now, thank you very much, Prof, and thank you for your time. It's always good to hear you and the great insights that you have. Unfortunately, we need to stop here. Now, I'm going to guarantee you that all of the questions you have will be answered before you leave here. And as Prof Riley points out, some of the questions will be answered by the presentations that are still to come. So if you've not had a chance to ask a question, just be patient with yourself. We have plenty of opportunities to ask questions. The other thing is that you must have noticed by now that these subjects are cross-cutting and they're overlapping. So a question you had for this session could still be a very valid question for the next session. So don't feel bad. But you can agree with me that it's not feasible to have everyone speak. We really wish we could, but it's not feasible. And if we must stay within the time that we have to be a little more disciplined and hard from time to time. So on that note, let's break for 20 minutes, not 30, so that we stay on track. Quickly grab coffee, make a phone call, stretch yourselves, and let's be back here at 11:30. Is that possible? All right. So see you shortly.
Hello.
Kindly, guys, go for tea. Let's be back in 90 minutes.
Hello, let's kindly go for tea. Let's hurry for tea. Kindly.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times
Where you almost the end. Okay, bye. I do. Every way. Also joining me too. It is. Okay.
All right, we have to start. Let those who are still outside, can you call whoever is still outside? We had a deal to start at 11:30. So we're going to start.
Unless I do.
Now I hope we are all able to remain on track.
Okay, this is the meeting.
And follow what's been happening since day one. So in the first couple of days, what we did was to provide you with a scientific basis, right? Now we are saying that the science is not enough. There's also politics and economics that needs to be considered. And the simplest way, I think, in response to one of the questions that was raised, the simplest way to understand this thing is that we have on one side, or maybe I should wait for everyone to sit down.
Zoom account.
Please settle down quickly. We have already lost 5 minutes. Please take your seats.
Maybe I don't know. Okay. Email and my password. By said, we saw my password. I don't know why I can't get it from this room.
All right. Welcome back. Our goal is to do everything we needed to do today and leave at the time we have to leave. The program seems to suggest that we are supposed to leave at 6 p.m. But that's incorrect. It's 1600. It's not 6. It was 600. It's 1600. So there's a 1 missing. So we're actually leaving at 4 p.m. if we do everything and we cooperate. So there are two things that are happening that we should bear in mind as we discuss. All right? On one hand, I was saying, we have the science that tells us what we need to do to address the climate crisis. And to some extent, it also suggests how we have to do it. So that set of the question is answering the question what we should do, all right? But on the other hand, there is another question is, can we do it? So the science says, this is what we want to do.
Okay.
But the political question is, can we do it? Because when you go into the negotiations, it's not only the science that's on the table, it's the politics and economics. And so all of the principles we have learned become very difficult to apply. And what we are doing today is to understand why we are unable to do what science tells us to do, and so that we can inform our advocacy. We could build a stronger case for our advocacy. Once we understand the barriers to ambitious climate change action and the barriers to climate justice, we can better arm ourselves for our advocacy and activism. So that's just to put the conversations of today and the next few days in context. A, we know what we need to do. B, we are wondering whether we can do it. And that's because those set of questions tend to be political in nature. And so that's why the discussions of today are very much around the politics of climate justice. And we had a very good foundation this morning with Professor Bond, but we want to continue that conversation. And let's stay remote. The next presenter is also joining us remotely. Professor Sith Osafo is a legal mind, and so is very well placed to provide us some of these political insights. And it's also a good thing, and some of those questions that are directed to our African governments can be directed to him, because he's the legal advisor of the Africa Group of Negotiators. Remember day one when we talked about the negotiating blocks? So he is one of the legal advisors to the African Group of Negotiators. So he doesn't only have the legal arguments, but he also has insights from the workings of the negotiations, but also the workings of the Africa Group of Negotiators. He's going to be discussing, so we have two presentations on the politics of international climate change negotiations. And he's going to start us off with the background to climate change negotiations and processes. He's going to touch on things like the IPCC. He's going to tell us what that is. The UNFCCC, which we have discussed sufficiently, and some of the major agreements that have been reached, whether it's the Paris Agreement, if it chooses, it can go as far back as the Kyoto Protocol. Prof, if you are, I see you already here. Thank you for joining us. I'm guessing you are joining us from Accra.
Yes, I am.
Thank you for joining us. It should be pretty early for you. Thanks for that consideration. If you may, the program says that you need to discuss with us right up to 1 o'clock. So if you allow, would want to break it up several times so that we can have some interactions in between with the participants here. So through your own judgment, just provide room for some breaks of Q&A before you continue so that it's less heavy on us. Thank you very much. I leave the rest to your discretion, and I'll be back to moderate the Q&A whenever you want to.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm most grateful to be able to be at this summer school. I was hoping to be there in person, but I had some challenges and therefore could not come. So I offered to make this presentation virtually. But last year, I also made this presentation virtually, and I'm really disappointed that I cannot be there with you. But thank you very much for inviting me, Pagja, to join you. Well, maybe we could start with my PowerPoint presentation. If it's there, I'll be grateful if it could be put on the screen. I was trying to get in to do this presentation from my laptop. Somehow I'm having challenges with the laptop. So I'm actually using my mobile phone. And I hope you'll be able to get everything that I want to say. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's go on to the second slide. Okay, this is the outline of the presentation. Now, the climate change process has gone through a number of phases. It started, can we go on to the next slide, please? Okay, it actually started from the United Nations General Assembly. What happened was that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was established by the United Nations Environment Programme and the World Meteorological Organization, brought together climate scientists who had been conducting research in the area of the climate. Now, the World Meteorological Organization is the UN specialized agency that handles climatic issues. And UNEP was the environmental agency. And the two of them came together. But incidentally, these two institutions were headed by Africans. UNEP had the late Dr. Mustafa Kamal Tolba of Egypt as its executive director. And the World Meteorological Organization was then headed by also the late Professor Obasi from Nigeria. And so these two leaders came together and they established the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It now comprises of over 1,000 climate scientists and meteorologists from all over the world. And they conducted their research and they realized that they came to the conclusion that the Earth is getting warmer and warmer. The temperature is rising. And so the first World Climate Conference was convened in 1988. And the second World Climate Conference was convened in Geneva in 1990. And as a result of this, governments decided that, look, this is a serious issue that we need to take up. So the issue was taken up at the United Nations General Assembly. And at its 45/212 session in 1990, the General Assembly decided to establish an intergovernmental negotiating committee for a framework convention on climate change. And it gave the authority to the United Nations Environment Program and the World Meteorological Organization to provide staff to do this. So the INC was established, and it had a series of sessions, and it started way back in 1991 with the hope of agreeing on a framework convention by 1992. The time was set by the General Assembly because they realized that the issue was critical for the globe and they wanted quick action. And so the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee was established. And key among the negotiators were delegates from both developed and developing countries. And then we had the Association of Small Island States, which we call, the acronym is AOSIS. But these are the islands scattered in the Pacific and in the Caribbean who stand the danger of their islands completely vanishing from the face of the earth in the event of sea level rise. And so they took a keen interest in the negotiations. And then we had the oil producing countries and exporting countries. They were interested because their economies depend on the production and export of fossil fuel. And if we talk about climate change, essentially, it is caused by excessive emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And the major gas is carbon dioxide, which comes about as a result of the burning of fossil fuel. And when we talk about fossil fuel, it's either coal or oil. And we use this in the production of energy. It all started way back in the 1820s when the steam engine was discovered. And man has gone from there to production of cars for using energy to fossil fuels to produce energy for electricity and so on. So we are using a lot of these fossil fuels, and the emission of greenhouse gas of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere has created this warming, which is affecting us and allowing temperature rise across the globe. And so the small island states were concerned, the oil producing countries were also concerned, and we also had a group of countries. We also had the countries with economies in transition. Who are they? In 1991, when the negotiations started, we had the collapse of communism. And so we had the Eastern European communist countries making a transition to a market economy. And they were also interested in what was happening to them. So the negotiations were actually extremely difficult because we were dealing with all these interested groups. The developed countries are the main causes of global warming and emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The developing countries were the ones who were suffering as a result of these excessive emissions. So we had to grapple with all these different groups in the negotiations. But we managed to agree, and the Climate Change Convention was adopted on 9th of May, 1992. It was opened for signature on 4th June at the Earth Summit in Rio and entered into force on 21st March, 1995. Second slide, please. Okay, so what are the key provisions of the convention? It had an objective contained in Article 2, and essentially it was aimed at the stabilization of greenhouse concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that will prevent dangerous anthropogenic interferences with the climate system. Such a level should be reached within a time frame sufficient to allow ecosystems to adapt. So the objective of the convention was the stabilization of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And that entailed that parties were to take domestic action to enable them reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then the convention also had a number of key principles. But for the sake of time, I will just touch on one. And it is the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. I've already indicated the groups of countries that were participating in the negotiations. We had the developed countries, we had the developing countries, we had the small island states, we had the oil producing countries, we had the countries with economies in transition. And so it was decided that this principle of common but differentiated responsibility makes us all nations to agree that, look, we have a common responsibility to address climate change. But the differences, there are differences. We are not all developed. Some are developing, some are rich, some are poor. Some can easily take action at the national level to address their climate change concerns. So the responsibility had to be differentiated according to the ability of the country to address the issue. And so that was a key principle that we all agreed upon. And then in the convention, Article 4.1, the parties agreed that, look, no matter how small a country is, the small islands, the big countries, the rich countries, there's something we can all do. So Article 4.1 enumerates a number of commitments for all parties. For instance, countries are required to develop national development plans, taking into account climate change concerns. And there are a number of provisions there, and every country was required to do something as a contribution. And then secondly, we had the commitments of developed countries. I'm sorry, it's developed countries. But these developed countries are rich, they are well endowed, they've got adequate resources, they've got the science behind them, they've got the science, they've got the research institutions and so on. And so they were requested by the convention to take the lead in addressing climate change concerns. So here we have the commitments for all parties, developed and developing, and commitments for the developing country, for the developed countries. And then we also had special provisions for developing countries, least developed countries, and those with special needs. When we talk about developing countries, essentially, we are talking about the countries that are considered developing. It's the group of 77 and China, basically. And then we also have the least developed countries. We will come to look at some of these countries in detail. The least developed countries, there are about 46 least developed countries in the world. And the majority of them are African countries. And then there are countries also with special needs. So these are the basic provisions of the convention. Can we go on, please? Next slide. Okay. So after the adoption of the convention and its entry into force, at the first conference of the parties held in Berlin, parties decided that the convention as we have now is not strong enough to address climate change across the globe. So what did they do? They agreed on the Berlin Mandate. And the Berlin Mandate was to negotiate a protocol with specific commitments for Annex 1 parties. When we talk about Annex 1 parties, they are essentially the developed countries. And so the Berlin Mandate was to adopt another legal instrument. We already have a convention. And then the parties decided that no, the convention is not strong enough. So we are going to negotiate a protocol with specific commitments for Annex 1 parties or developed countries. And it was made clear that the protocol will not have any new commitments for developed countries. It was essentially to address the commitments of the developed countries. So that is the basis of the Kyoto Protocol. Now, after 2 years of negotiations from 1995 to 1997, parties agreed on the Kyoto Protocol, and it was adopted in Kyoto, Japan in December 1997. Now, because of the tendentious nature of the protocol, it took quite a while for it to enter into force. Actually, we adopted the protocol in Kyoto in 97. It entered into force with a requisite number of ratifications in 2005. It means that it took 8 years to enter into force as far as the Kyoto Protocol is concerned. You will realize that because of the global interest in the climate change negotiations, the convention actually entered into force within 3 years after its adoption. It was adopted in May 1992 and entered into force in 1995. So that was about 3 years. And then you look at the Kyoto Protocol, it was adopted in 1997 and entered into force in 2005. And it was all because countries were concerned. The United States, the world's major emitter of greenhouse gases, has an obligation to reduce its emissions. But for economic reasons, countries were not very happy with the strong protocol that had been agreed on. So it took quite a while for the Kyoto Protocol to enter into force. And I must say that the United States, considering the strong provisions of the Kyoto Protocol, decided that it was not going to become a party to the Kyoto Protocol. So the United States has never been a party to the Kyoto Protocol, but many other countries are. And it was basically because of economic reasons, because the Senate, which has responsibility for ratification of international treaties, was not willing to ratify the Kyoto Protocol. Next slide, please. Okay, so briefly about the provisions of the Kyoto Protocol. We have specific commitments by Annex 1 countries. These are the developed countries, and they were to adopt policies and measures to address climate change concerns. And then they also had reduction commitments, specific reduction commitments. They were to reduce emissions to a certain level by a certain percentage. And then, because of the nature of their commitments, they were encouraged to come together. Countries could come together to implement their commitments together. And we found this in some of the Eastern European countries or countries with economies in transition. The EU, for instance, also had a common platform for the implementation of its commitments. And then we also had to enable the developed countries meet their commitments. We also had what we have called the flexible mechanisms. You may have heard of the clean development mechanism. And that was one of the flexible mechanisms that was introduced. And it is simply this: a developed country decides with a developing country to undertake a project in the developing country with a view to reducing emissions of greenhouse gases globally. And once that has been done, the credits go to the developed country that supplied the funding. And so we had a number of projects, agreements between developed countries and developing countries with regard to this clean development mechanism. And it became very popular and caught on because it was both beneficial to the developed countries that were providing the funding and the developing countries that were receiving the benefit of the projects. And then we also had emissions trading. And this did not go down because of the ethical nature of this, that you could sell pollution. Countries, or if a company, let's take it at the national level, countries assign emission reduction quotas to companies, let's say cement companies, and let's say that the power generating companies, they are assigned a certain reduction emission target. Now, if they are able to reduce those emissions, they can sell the difference between what they were allocated and what they produced, and they can trade it. And people thought that this was not okay, but that's what we had. And then we had a non-compliance mechanism to ensure that parties meet their commitments, and if they fail to meet their commitments, then they would be brought before the non-compliance regime. We had two groups under the compliance provision. We had the facilitative, and the facilitative unit of the compliance committee would help countries that are unable to meet their commitments for some reason. But we also had the enforcement unit of the compliance unit, and they were actually to enforce compliance with the protocol by countries which maybe deliberately would not want to meet their commitments. So this compliance regime was an effective tool to address countries that failed to compliance. But of course, they could not take them to court. But in a way, there could be sanctions of some sort. And then the Kyoto Protocol had no new institutions because it used the old institutions that had been established under the convention. Under the convention, we had two subsidiary bodies: the subsidiary body for implementation with the acronym SBI, and the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice, the SUBSTA. We dealt with scientific issues, the SBI dealt with policy issues. But the parties to the protocol decided that we will not establish new institutions. So the subsidiary bodies for the convention are the same subsidiary bodies that are used for the protocol. The conference of the parties is the same for the Kyoto Protocol and the convention. But when parties meet on issues related to the Kyoto Protocol, it is only parties that have signed the protocol that can take part in decision making. Let me also say that countries that have become parties to the convention can become parties to the protocol. And every country that signed the convention had the right to become party to the Kyoto Protocol. In fact, you cannot become a party to the Kyoto Protocol if you have not ratified the convention. So you must agree to the convention, which is the framework convention, before you can become party to the Kyoto Protocol. Now, it's also entered into force. It had a peculiar entry into force provision in that, quite apart from the number specified for entry into force, which was about 144 parties, it also said that the developed countries, Annex 1 parties, that are responsible for the greater emission of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere should constitute 50% of those countries that have ratified before it can enter into force. And that's why one of the reasons why it took rather a long time for the entry into force. And we continue to apply this, and the protocol had what we said was a first commitment period. In 2012, the parties decided that they will amend the Kyoto Protocol. And so certain new provisions were put in place to cater for the second commitment period with a view of strengthening the commitments. And I must say that it took quite a while to enter into force. But the Kyoto Protocol is somehow not being effective at the moment, because somehow it has been superseded by the Paris Agreement. So there's a question. One would think that it's not in a coma, but it's not very actively being applied. Can we go on to the next slide? Now we have the part 2. This is the politics of the climate change negotiation. I say that with regard to the principles, there was common but differentiated responsibilities. And we had to differentiate among the parties. We had the developed countries. If you look at the annex to the convention, we have Annex 2 parties. And they were basically the OECD countries, the EU, the rich industrialized countries, including the United States, Japan, Australia, and those countries that are very well developed. And they were put in one category, the Annex 2 countries. And then among them, we also consider the countries of Eastern Europe, countries with economies in transition. They were also included in Annex 2 because they were considered developed countries. And then let's go on to the developing countries. And this is the biggest body, negotiating body in the group. We had the whole of Africa coming together. We had Asia coming together. We have Latin America and the Caribbean countries also. And then we had the Pacific Island states. Now, the group of 77 originated in the United Nations General Assembly in New York. But when it comes to being considered as negotiating blocs, it still operates within the climate change process and other conventions. So the group of 77 also tries to take a common position with negotiations. So we had all these groups, and can you go on, please? Next slide. Then we had within the group of 77 in China itself, we have subgroups. We have the least developed countries. I said there are about 46 of them. Majority of them are African countries. And then we had the small island states. We had oil producing countries. And then later on came the basic countries comprising China, Brazil, South Africa, and India. So you see, the group of 77 in China is actually a diverse group, but somehow they managed to come together during the negotiations to present a common front and to protect their own interests. And then we had another group, the umbrella group. These are not the EU countries, but they are developed countries. And they comprise of United States, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Norway, Canada, Russia, and Ukraine. They also decided that they will come together as a bloc and negotiate. So we had the umbrella group also. Now let's look at the role of the United States. Next slide, please. Sorry. Okay. Now, United States, I will come back to them later. But let's look at Africa. Now, Africa, as a regional group, negotiates together. Can you go back to Africa? I want to, okay. So Africa negotiates as a common group. And it's because Africa shares common concerns. Africa is not responsible for creating the adverse effects of climate change. As a matter of fact, Africa produces about 6 to 7% of the global emissions of greenhouse gases. So in effect, it doesn't contribute much to it. But yet, it is a country that is more affected than any other group of countries when we talk about climate change. Africa has common concerns. Our economies are not as strong. We lack capacity technologically and scientifically. These are some of the challenges that we have. Most countries have the challenge of poverty alleviation and social and economic development challenges. Adaptation is a priority for Africa. For Africa, it is not a question of reducing emissions. Of course, we have an obligation as a continent to contribute to these emissions. But the fact is that it is not our priority. Ours is the priority is to adapt to the effects of climate change. And then we believe that acting together will enable us to put our concerns effectively in order to obtain international support for climate change activities. So for Africa, this is the situation. And then when you come to Africa, the negotiators take instructions. We've got the African Union Commission. That is the highest body. But they also decided, can you go back once more? Can you go to the institutions? Okay, there's the Committee of African Heads of States. We call it the CAHOSC. That is the acronym. And it is this committee that meets to interface with the African Ministers of the Environment and the African Union Commission. So we've got the heads of states, then we've got the Committee of the Heads of States, and then we've got the African Ministers of the Environment, AMSEN. And this was established by UNEP during the days of Dr. Tolba, when he thought that it would be good to bring together African Ministers of Environment to discuss and to work on environmental issues. And they took on climate change as one of the subjects. So at all AMSEN meetings, climate change is one of the major issues that are addressed. And they meet once a year. They have planned to meet this year, I believe in September, in Senegal, where they will consider a number of environmental issues concerning Africa, but they would also consider the outcome of the Glasgow COP and also look forward to the upcoming African COP that will be held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. So they take a serious look at these issues, and they are the ones who give directive to the African negotiators. Can you go on to the next one, please? Okay, now for the African group, I think this summer school, since it's in Africa, I thought I should focus a little bit on what the African group means. I've said that the African group negotiates as one body. They have one voice. They speak with one voice. And it's because the directives have come down from the African Union heads of states to the CAHOSC, to the AMSEN, and then to the negotiators. And during each session, the African negotiators try to coordinate their position. And so we have a daily meeting during each session. We meet every morning to look critically at the issues that are to be addressed for the day and prepare. The African group of negotiators has a chairman who is elected for a period of 3 years. Now, the chair rotates among the 5 sub-regional groups of Africa. We have the North African countries, we have the West African countries who are in ECOWAS, then we have the Central African countries who are in COMIFAC, and then we have the Southern African countries, most of them in SADC, and then we have the Eastern African countries. So we have these 5 sub-regional groups, and the chair of the African group rotates among these 5 regional groups. The previous chair was Gabon, and the chair for the next 2 years is Zambia, and they represent the Southern African countries. The African group of negotiators have a bureau of representatives from the regional, sub-regional groups who also assist the chair in his work. Then we have the lead coordinators. In that, we have a lead coordinator for each thematic item. Each theme on the, we have a lead coordinator for adaptation. We have a lead coordinator for finance. We have a lead coordinator for capacity building and all these thematic issues. So they actually work together in a small group and they speak on Africa during the negotiations. So the way it works is that when we are in a negotiating session and it comes to speaking on behalf of Africa, the lead coordinator will be the first to speak. And if it is, say, Zambia, the delegate will say that this is Zambia speaking on behalf of the African group. And this is how it has been. And once the lead coordinator has finished making the presentation, then other African countries can go ahead to support what the lead coordinator has said, because we have a common position. We have agreed upon our position, and that is what we hold on to. And this has made the African negotiators a force in the negotiations because, hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, but I've lost my slides. So the African group of negotiators actually—
It seems that...
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the African group of negotiators. This is how it operates. And I must say that it's been very effective and continues to contribute very much to the ongoing negotiations. Can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide on? Okay. Okay, so I've spoken a bit about the African group. Now let's look at one of the other major groups, the group of 77 in China. I have stated that the group of 77 in China originated in the United Nations General Assembly. And at the moment, it is the biggest group, 132 countries within the United Nations, and comprises small island states, oil exporting, emerging economies, developed countries, and middle income countries. And we also have usually a meeting every morning to coordinate the position of the group of 77 in China. It's also a very powerful group within the process. And on issues that are agreed by the countries within the G77, the chair of the group of 77 in China speaks on behalf of the group. The chair of the group of 77 usually is elected in the United Nations General Assembly in New York. But then when it comes to the participation in the negotiations, it is that country that provides the chair for the group of 77 and China. And so again, apart from the position of Africa, group of 77 and China has also got a common position on issues on which we all agree. If the groups within the group of 77 and China do not agree, then what happens is that each regional group or each country can go on its own. So it is only when there is a common position within the group of 77 and China that the chair of the group can speak on behalf of the group. Otherwise, each group or each country goes on its own. I have mentioned the alliance of small. Can you go back to the alliance of small countries, please? But they are the countries, the small islands, 43 of them. They are in the Pacific and they are in the Caribbean. And they have low-lying coastal areas that share similar development challenges and their vulnerability to the adverse effects of climate change. As a matter of fact, because some of these countries have low-lying coastal areas, they can be flooded by the sea to a very large extent. There was once the story that in Maldives, they have a series of islands. The capital is on one island, and there are several other islands. The airport is on one of the islands in Maldives. And it so happened that as a result of sea level rise, that island was flooded and no plane could land and no plane could take off. Such is the seriousness of the climate change issues for them, because they have low-lying coastal areas. And so they also come together. They've also become a powerful force because they say, look, our very survival is at stake. If emissions continue to rise, some of us may not even survive and may have to look to move to other places. And then I've also mentioned the least developed countries. Now, this figure keeps changing, I must say, because sometimes some of the least developed countries develop and then they go out of it. And then if your economy is not doing well, they bring you back. But this group is determined on a matrix that is within the United Nations in New York. And as I said, it comprises of a number of African and Asian countries and small island states. They work also together. They negotiate together. They defend their interests. And they have been recognized in the convention in Article 4.9 and 12.5 that, look, their concerns need to be taken into account because they are not well endowed and they don't have the capacity, they don't have the resources, so they need to be assisted. The next slide, please. Okay, then the European Union, 29, 28, I think the numbers keep going up, and they are party. They play a very strong role. They also have a presidency that rotates on a 6 months basis. And the country that holds the presidency on behalf of the European Union speaks on its behalf. I think at the moment it is France that has the presidency of the EU. So at our last meeting in Bonn, just about 2 weeks ago, it was France that spoke on behalf of the European Union. They've always had a common voice, and they also take their positions, and then they are supported by their countries. Now,
Hi, Prof.
Yes.
I'm just wondering how much time you think we would have in the next 20 minutes or so to take some questions from here.
Okay, if you don't mind, I will quickly rush through these remains and then maybe stop at the point of the Paris Agreement, and then I'll take it after the questions.
Perfect.
No.
Prof, you're muted for some reason.
And then during the negotiations of the Kyoto Protocol, the European Union willingly accepted. They realized that they will have to reduce their emissions, and they were very cooperative and supportive, and they provided financial support and technological assistance to developing countries. And then, as I've said, we've got also the oil producing countries, mainly in the Middle East and Africa, who also are very much concerned as to the impact of any decisions that the parties take on their economies. Then there is the environmental integrity group, comprising of Switzerland, Luxembourg, Mexico, and a few other countries that are also concerned about maintaining the environmental integrity. Then we also had the countries of Central Asia. They find themselves in a dilemma. They are not members of the group of 77 in China. They don't consider themselves to be developing countries, but they are not fully developed countries either, and they are not Annex 1 parties. So they also came together as a group to also further their interest in the negotiations. Then we have mentioned already the umbrella group, which comprises of the developed countries that are not part of the EU, and they also came together. The next slide, please. Okay, so I will stop here. Then we can, after the questions, we would look at the Paris Agreement. So Philip, here you are.
Thank you very much. Let's hope we would have enough time. Because I know the Paris Agreement is very central. It's a very important turning point in the UNFCCC processes. It will be important that we discuss the Paris Agreement. So I'll only take 2 or 3 questions from the room, and we'll allow Prof to finish at least the slides on the Paris Agreement. Are there any questions so far on what has been presented? 1, 2, I'm only taking 3. So the first 3. How many questions do we have online? So while we're checking online, can you please go ahead with your question? Who has the microphone? Please, someone bring the wireless microphones to the front. Please, can you raise your hand again? Whoever. All right, let's start from here. 1, 2, 3. Straight to the point, please.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My question is to Prof. You discussed about the negotiation group. So what I want to ask is that how this negotiation group strengthening and how they galvanizing issues for submission. That's one. And two, what is the position?
One question, please. I'm sorry, we can't let you ask two questions. No, please, thank you.
But the question is understood, right?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you.
Sorry. Let's play by the rules, right? One question per person until...
Good afternoon, everyone. I will speak in French.
I'll go ahead, I'll help him.
Je suis Madi Poba du Gabon. Alors, la COP26 à Glasgow a été un échec, on le sait, parce que les négociateurs africains étaient censés discuter sur l'article 6 de l'accord de Paris. Et c'est resté un échec parce que c'est resté sans résultat. Alors, ma question est de savoir qu'est-ce que les négociateurs africains vont apporter de plus cette année à la COP27 afin de forcer la main aux pays de l'annexe B de sorte que les financements concernant les pays sous-développés soient donnés, que l'article 6 de l'accord de Paris soit respecté. Merci.
So the question is, COP26 was a failure in her assessment because there was no progress on Article 6. What are you able to do differently this time to ensure that Article 6 is fully discussed and decisions are taken around that article? One last question, please. Just the lady with the leather jacket.
Thank you very much. I'm Lusungu from Malawi. I took keen interest to listen to the professor, and from the beginning of things, it seemed as if people were negotiating together. Everyone was, there was a political will. I just want to learn what happened now when it seems our colleagues from the oil production group now are not part, I would say part of us, for lack of a better word. It was beautiful in the first place where they said there was a special group in oil production, but now there's a shift where us who are negotiating are now lobbying them for us to have a common will. So maybe the professor can explain something on that.
Thank you very much. Prof, can you clarify those three questions?
Okay.
And I'll allow you the liberty to continue with the Paris Agreement once you have done.
Okay, thank you very much. With regard to the negotiating groups and how they meet, let's say for Africa.
We can't hear him. Oh.
The AGN. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
please, go ahead.
Okay, so for Africa, the negotiation.
We can hear you pretty well.
Okay, we actually have a series of preparatory meetings in session and in between sessions to prepare our common positions. Once we do that, if we have a submission to make, the chair will arrange for the document to be prepared and circulated among the group members. Comments are received before it is submitted on behalf of Africa. So it goes through a process, and we have been working cohesively over time, and that's how we are able to arrive at our common positions. At some of the preparatory meetings, we hear views from almost every African country. Once we have heard from everybody, we come to a common position that this is what Africa is going to put forward. And that's how we come. We arrive at a consensus. Nobody does anything without the group agreeing to it. Now, about Article 6, I think Glasgow was a major challenge. We had agreed on almost every provision regarding the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and Article 6 was the one that was the sticking point. But I think in Glasgow, they made a way, they made a move. They were able to move forward. And when we met in Bonn just about 2 weeks ago, they continued to elaborate on the how Article 6 of the Paris Agreement was to be implemented. For instance, they've established a supervisory committee on Article 6, and nominations have been made, and the committee is being put together to look at the implementation of Article 6. So that, I think there's been a move forward recently, which parties are quite happy with, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Now, what is happening with regard to the implementation of these conventions and the protocol and the Paris Agreement is this. Essentially, there was a lot of goodwill, as you said, and parties were fighting together to save the planet. But over time, they've realized that, look, climate change has economic implications for the economy. I said the oil-producing countries depend on the production and export of these fossil fuels for their economies to grow, to survive. And so for them, any attempt to put a limit or a cap on how much they can produce becomes a problem for them. Now, the developed countries also realized that this is no longer a climatic issue. It is an economic issue. It is an energy issue. If you've been following what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, countries in Europe who depend on Russia for the supply of gas, for the development of their economies, like Germany, are having to go through some challenging moments. So the whole thing becomes economic. Now, they are being encouraged to shift from the use of fossil fuel to produce energy to look at other alternative sources of energy. But that is going to take time. That is going to take challenge. So the differences have arisen over the years simply because of the economic implications of tackling climate change concerns for their economies. For lack of time, I think I will stop here. Then let me go on to the Paris Agreement. You will pardon me, when I start talking about climate change, I become very passionate. I became involved in this process way back in 1991. And I have been involved and followed the process. So when I start talking, pardon me, I tend to go on and on, but I'll try and be brief with the Paris Agreement. Again, it started a while ago during the discussions on the Bali Plan of Action. At COP1 in Montreal, the parties decided that there will be amendments to the Kyoto Protocol with a view to coming up with a stronger legal instrument. And in COP15 in Copenhagen, one of the landmark conferences, the parties decided that they would want not to exceed the 2-degree target, because going beyond 2-degree rise will pose great difficulties for the whole planet. And so they decided, look, we will have not to go beyond 2 degrees. And then the developed countries agreed that they would contribute $100 billion a year to assist developing countries to meet their concerns and activities to address climate change. That pledge was made to try and save the conference because the Copenhagen conference was going to collapse. But then the developed countries came up with this proposal that, look, we will contribute 100 billion to assist developing countries. And that saved the conference. But it was not seriously implemented. And even as at now, as we speak, from 2009 to date, the developed countries have not been able to provide the 100 billion that they had promised to assist developing countries. So finance continues to be a challenge. And then in Durban in 2011, during the negotiation of the Paris Durban platform, the parties decided that they will negotiate another treaty. And it was because already the United States was not a party to the Kyoto Protocol. Canada, Japan, and Russia decided that, look, we are going to leave the Kyoto Protocol because it imposes such obligations on us and our economies that we don't think we can continue. And so we were left with only the European Union as the major group that was implementing the Kyoto Protocol. And so this provided the impetus to negotiate another legal instrument in the form of a protocol. And that is how the negotiations of the Paris Agreement began. The initiative was taken in Durban in 2011, and then we went on to negotiate. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so, I mean, the EU said, look, the other developed countries have come out of this process. They are no longer going to be part of the commitments of the Kyoto Protocol. So we are also not willing to shoulder the responsibility of solving a global problem. And so the proposal was made, then let's negotiate a new protocol. And then the other countries like the US also said, look, if we are going to be part of any new agreement, then it should have non-legally binding targets. If you do that, then we will be able to become party to this. And it was because at that time, the United States was the world's largest emitter, emitting around 25%. And if they are not party to it, then how are we going to address this whole issue? And so at the adoption of the Durban Plan of Action, parties decided that they would negotiate a new protocol or another legal instrument or an agreed outcome with legal force applicable to all parties. Next slide, please. Okay, so after years of negotiation, parties agreed on the provisions of the Paris Agreement. The agreement, they said, will enhance the implementation of the convention and include its objective aims to strengthen the response to the threat of climate change. So the Paris Agreement, in effect, was seeking to enhance the objective of the convention. And then they also agreed that they will hold the increase in global average temperatures to well below 2% above pre-industrial levels, with a view to limiting the increase to 1.5. So they said, look, we'll stick to 1.5, but we should not exceed to 2 degrees rise in temperature above pre-industrial levels. And then they said we had to increase, the ability to adapt to the adverse impacts of climate change and build climate resilience and low greenhouse gas emissions in a manner that will not affect food production. So the Paris Agreement was aimed not only at reducing emissions, but also building up the adaptive capacity of developing countries to address the adverse impacts of climate change. And of course, finance continues to be another key issue. And so they decided that they will make financial flows in a way increase so that developing countries can address the adverse impacts of climate change. Next slide, please. I think I want to run quickly through the Paris Agreement so that I know I've exceeded the time. And so maybe you could just go through the provisions of the Paris Agreement, and then we'll see. But let me also say, whilst I wait for the slide to change, what happened was that it took a very short period for the Paris Agreement to enter into force. We actually agreed on it, on the provisions of the Paris Agreement. Can I have the change of the slide, please? Okay, the agreement was reached in 2015, and by 2016, within a space of about 11 months. Can you go on and on? I'm not going to go through this, otherwise I will not finish. So the agreement entered into force within a space of 11 months. And it was because there was a lot of goodwill on the part of governments to ensure that the Paris Agreement becomes a global agreement to which all parties subscribe to. And it was President Obama who was president of the US at that time. And he used his executive authority to sign the Paris Agreement. And once the United States became a party to the Paris Agreement, all the other countries followed suit. And so within 11 months, we had the Paris Agreement entered into force. I've already mentioned that the convention was negotiated in 1991. We finished in 1992. It entered into force in 1995, a space of 3 years. The Kyoto Protocol took 10 years to enter into force. 8 years, from 1997 to 2005. That took a long time. But the Paris Agreement actually took 11 months to enter into force. And that was a record because the international community and the countries were very concerned, and they wanted to make sure that they could get every country on board. So it was no longer the European Union, it was the United States, it was Japan, it was Russia, it was Australia, New Zealand, all the developed countries joined with the Paris Agreement. And it was because the provisions were such that they were not legally enforceable. It made things so simple that every country could become a part. And the starting point was the development or the preparation of the NDCs, nationally determined contributions, that every party was expected to make towards the protection of the global climate. So for a starting point, every country had to prepare its national development, nationally determined contributions and submit it to the Secretariat. And those are the commitments that will be examined over the period to ensure that countries are meeting their commitments under the Paris Agreement. So now we have the principal legal instrument being the Paris Agreement. And that is what all parties are looking up to now and implementing. It's not been easy. The negotiations have not been easy. Adaptation continues to be a major issue because developing countries are not getting the necessary financial report to be able to meet its commitments. Finance has become a major issue, and I think with time, we might be able to address this. So, well, let me conclude with this, but I leave you, please make time to go through the Paris Agreement and look at the provisions, because by so doing, you'll get a lot more understanding. But let's briefly look at the United States. When President Trump came, he withdrew from the Paris Agreement. And that was a big blow because the United States is a major emitter globally. But we also know that China has now overtaken the United States as the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases. It emits about 25% of the global total, and the United States is in second place. The United States signed the Kyoto Protocol, but refused to become a party. And it's all because of the economic interest. There's the influence of the United States, which is controlled by big business. And once anything affects them, they are reluctant to become party to it. And if you've got the world's second largest emitter not being part of any instrument, you have a big challenge. And so they were not willing to accept binding commitments. They will accept voluntary commitments. And at the end of the day, developed countries and the developing countries decided and agreed that, look, we will not have strong binding commitments in the Paris Agreement. We will make it voluntary so that every country can contribute on its own. So now it is the Paris Agreement that is the principal document which all parties are seeking to implement. So here we are, adopted in December 2015 in Paris at COP21, entered into force. And it took only 11 months, as I've said, to obtain the necessary ratification. And within 1 year, it had entered into force. As at now, it's been ratified by 193 countries. And the first session of the CMA was convened during COP22. The three convention bodies, the convention, parties to the convention, parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and parties to the Paris Agreement are going to meet again in November in Sharm el-Sheikh to continue to discuss matters relating to the implementation of the Paris Agreement and all the other legal instruments. So thank you very much, Philip. I'm sorry for taking so much time but there's a lot on this process which I thought I should be able to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And a very good morning to you. We have time for 1 or 2 questions before we break. So, Prof, please do stay with us.
Okay.
Doesn't seem that he's still on. Oh, he's still on. No, guys, let me move this way this time. All right? We started here the last time. We'll come from this side. Any questions on this side? Because I'm just taking 2, 1. All right, that's perfect. All right, let me come here. There is a question here, there's a question here. So 3 questions. Let's start from over there. Quick, Mike. Chap. Who's asking the question? Raise your hand, please, so that the mic can get to you. Please straight to the point. Just state your name and ask your question.
Bonjour tout le monde, je me nomme Fatoumata Diomdoy, je viens du Sénégal. Ma question est, si tous les grands prieurs décident de sortir, qu'est-ce qui va arriver
Can you
à
please use the
l'Afrique?
microphone and I can barely hear you.
Si toutes les grandes prieurs décident de sortir, qu'est-ce qui va arriver à l'Afrique? Parce que pour moi, l'Afrique n'a pas à payer une lutte contre les changements climatiques qu'il n'a pas créés.
All right, I'm going to need an interpreter myself. But I think what I hear is, Afanyo, did you hear what she said? Can the interpreters help us? Can someone take a microphone? We have someone who can navigate the accent here.
She was trying to say that if the emitters, the one who are causing this problem, decide to pull out, what will happen to Africa?
Of the Paris Agreement?
Yes.
Perfect. I think that's a great question. We'll take all 3 and Prof will give Prof time to respond to all of them.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Kevin de Madagascar. Je vais poser ma question en français. Donc, par rapport aux questions de COP et par rapport aux questions de la Convention de Paris et tout, aujourd'hui, ce qu'on peut observer, et surtout à Madagascar, on observe ça, c'est que la plupart des jeunes activistes disent que les COP sont inutiles dans un sens parce que il y a plusieurs conventions qui sortent, il y a plusieurs textes qui sortent après, mais après les pays pollueurs ne suivent aucun engagement. Donc ma question c'est par rapport à ça. Ici on peut observer par exemple par rapport aux questions de guerre, par rapport aux questions de guerre entre la Russie et l'Ukraine. À chaque fois que la Russie fait une action, il y a l'Union européenne, il y a la communauté internationale qui font directement des actions. Pourquoi? Dans un sens où les questions climatiques qui sont soi-disant urgentes ne sont pas du tout considérées. Pourquoi? Quand, par exemple, il y a les États-Unis qui n'ont pas du tout ratifié la COP 21, après c'est retiré. Pourquoi il n'y avait pas d'action par rapport à ça?
Okay. I think the question is, now young people feel that these international conferences are useless because the decisions do not translate into ambitious actions. For example, we've seen the way the world has reacted to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but in spite of the fact that we all agree climate change is an urgent issue, we haven't seen that same kind of mobilization. One could also argue that we saw the same kinds of mobilization with COVID-19, but not with the climate crisis. All right. Last question?
Where was it? Where was that?
Last question here, right here.
Thank you for the opportunity. Luis Peter Reng from South Sudan. The lecture that has been delivered by Professor is very informative and educative. And I want to ask a question about the global agreements. The lecture that has been delivered is talking about the Paris Agreement, and this Paris Agreement is talking about the carbon dioxide as the methane gas. And if I recall my knowledge on greenhouse gases, we have some of the greenhouse gases, for example, the chlorofluorocarbons and hydrochlorocarbons. These are some of the ozone depleting substances, and there is no agreement that touches on this. Why these things are left out?
Thank you. Let's take exceptionally one question from our online community. Who's trying to ask a question online? Please unmute yourself and speak.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Please tell us your name and ask your question.
Okay, my name is Umar Saleh Anka from Nigeria. I'm a PhD student with Bayero University on Natural Resource Management and Climate Change. My question goes to both Pagja and the presenter. While I'm trying to study climate change governance at a PhD level in my research, but the challenge we have is with the policy. This document, yes, we all travel. I was opportune to sponsor myself to COP26 and intended to attend that of 27. But the problem is national government will be able to try to sponsor ourselves as a civil society activist or somebody that has interest in climate change, which is not easy. But when you come back home, nobody will look for the relevant stakeholders to downscale it or bring the knowledge down. And secondly, on the issue of SBI and the scientific group, that these documents are so complex that the local government people are not even aware, and which the resulting effect is on the local populace like me who are living in the rural areas. We are trying as much as possible to do sensitization, a radio program, attend programs by ourselves. Don't you think Pagja should collaborate with local NGOs and other relevant stakeholders to simplify this document to the level, to the understanding of the local populace or local civil servant per se, those the policymakers, because I think there's a knowledge gap and a kind of understanding that needs to be bridged. Thank you very much. I'm Umar Saleh Anka from Kano State, Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let me turn to Prof to provide thoughts on that. And maybe, Prof, before you start, there's one more question, which perhaps is related to parts of the question from the last speaker. How well equipped are African leaders to carry on the special needs of African people? Talking specifically of someone like President Macky Sall, who is the current chair of the AU, it's one of the questions that has come from the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Let me start with the question from Senegal. Climate change and global warming are being addressed at a global level because it affects us all. No country can escape. And that is why we need action at the global level. Let me give you a few examples now. A number of African countries are experiencing flooding at the moment, unusual flooding. There was in Germany last year, flooding that swept away whole villages. And looking at the pictures on the screen, it was frightening, and everybody was asking, what is happening? As I speak now, Japan is going through a heat wave. they have never experienced such a heat before. It's also happening in parts of Europe and part of America. So no country can escape its impacts. And we all need to try at the country level. You see, what happens is that you negotiate an international treaty, but at the end of the day, the implementation has to be done at the national level. It is the governments that have to take action. And what the treaty tries to do is that, look, we cannot come and do it at the national level, government do it, but we are going to try and mobilize financial resources so that you can take action at the national level. And so we have, over the years, established a series of funding programs. We established the Global Environment Facility, and now we have the Green Climate Fund. And these have been able to galvanize funding that countries can apply to and use it for programs at the national level. So frankly, it affects us all. We cannot leave it to a few countries. Yes, Africa, we are contributing 6%, but those who are contributing more than 50%, China and the United States, they will continue with their life anyway. And then we suffer. And they have got the resources to adapt. So at the end of the day, look, we are saying, let's work together so that we can solve this. So we cannot leave it to the major emitters to solve the problem. We all have to contribute. At the end of the day, we are affected. You know, Africa and parts of South America and Asia are not major emitters, but we have forests. And it is the forests that absorb the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The Amazon is crucial. The forests of Central Africa, DRC, are essential. The forests also in Indonesia are essential. And we have to preserve them as a means of contributing to the removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Madagascar thinks that the big conferences are not doing anything. But I think one thing we can say for these big conferences is that they create awareness. Those who participate they get the broader picture of the country. That look, it's not only in Ghana or Kenya that we are suffering, but all others are being affected, and we need to pool our resources together. So the big conferences, they also have a role to play, and those who go there have the opportunity to voice their concerns. Southern Sudan, global agreements, yes. You know, there's the Montreal Protocol that addresses ozone depleting substances. And that has been a tremendous achievement over the years, addressing methane and other ozone depleting substances. So that is there. But the climate change agreement also looks at carbon dioxide, which is the main culprit. There's also the nitrous oxide and methane and other gases, which are also to be addressed. Nigeria, yes. At the end, I've also said that at the end of the day, when the conference is all over, we have to go back to our countries and ensure that we implement what has been agreed. NGOs have a critical role to play in this whole thing because they are the ones at the grassroots level. And I must say that our governments need to give them the necessary support because they are the ones who are reaching the people in the villages and in the small towns. And I would here want to emphasize and acknowledge the major role that non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations are playing in the process. I don't think without their involvement, we would have come this far. Even when we go to the conferences, they have a role to play. Sometimes they do picketing, but they are also allowed to speak and to make statements during the conference. So for those of you in non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations, let me say that you have a big role to play, but you need to reach out to your national governments to be able to get them to give you the support and the cooperation that you need. And this is where I think PACJA comes in with the role they have played over the years, bringing together civil society organizations to make a contribution. And I believe that this summer school is also a key part of what they are doing to bring participants together so that we can be updated as to what is happening at the global level and what you can also do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for waking up so early to be with you. Thank you. If there are any other questions, we'll send them your way, Prof. For
Okay.
now, thank you very much for joining us.
Okay.
It's been an intensive morning, and it's, in my assessment, getting better every single day. There are more exciting sessions this afternoon. If everything stays the way they are, we should have our next speakers with us here this afternoon. Professor Tassin from the University of Glasgow, I understand, has now arrived, so we may be lucky to have her with us if she's fully rested by the time she needs to do her presentation. Let's take a break. Yes, is there a burning question? Philip, just 1 second. No, it wouldn't work that way because the interpreters need to hear you. For those who don't understand English, and those online won't hear you if you don't use a microphone.
So it's just a comment, not a question. I think there was very interesting discussions and there was one question from our South Sudanese colleague about ozone depleting substances, and Professor has answered. So I just wanted to let the young people know that amongst 800 multilateral environmental agreements, their decisions and implementation, notes and all those things, the only successful agreement is the Montreal Protocol on ozone depleting substances. So during lunchtime, I want you to think why that succeeded. How did it succeed? Why the others are not succeeding? Because we are talking about global commons, right? So air is a common property resources. But why did Montreal Protocol on ozone depleting substance succeed? And I will give you the answer maybe by the end of the afternoon session. But I think it's important for you to think about it. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Eugene. I think mine are just announcements, quick announcements. Number one, we have the heads of states, the head of state of Kenya with us in this compound. So you can imagine that we are having a combination of state house and the barrack, because it's actually coming for a military function. And therefore, security measures and protocol will be heightened, particularly at the point where we take our meal. So our request is, number one, you comply with guidelines that might be provided by security agencies. And number two, you move in groups as you go for lunch for purposes of navigating around that. But just follow the protocol because it's actually a presidential function and the military is involved. Yesterday, we announced to all of you to register your names in order in which you would like them to appear in your certificate. Please ensure that is complied to. Then the final announcement is about headsets that have been lost. The team that is supplying Pacture with the translation gadgets and the headsets, they've registered with us loss of 4 headsets. And that, of course, has implications in terms of their ability to deliver services. So in case those headsets or any of those headsets might have translocated itself into your bag, please make sure that you get it. Here we don't steal. Sometimes things just translocate themselves into your bag. So ensure you check and make it available for us to be able to run this process in a smooth way. Thank you.
All right. So let's come back. Let's come back at 4. So my suggestion is that we should start leaving. Sorry, at 2, 1400. All right, let's come back at 1400. My suggestion is that you start leaving at 1:45. So try to eat your meal quickly so that we can start at exactly 2 o'clock. Enjoy your meals.
Are we going to have our virtual lunch?
They've already left for lunch.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. There's no one in the room.
So we can take a virtual one.
You can take a virtual lunch.
Yeah. Who are online that can feed us?
Kenyatta University School of Environment Studies. Nakwambia ile kitu nataka kuambia wewe mama.
Hapo sawa.
just. All right. Can we settle down? Let's have a seat. Hello? Thank you. Thank you for sitting down. So we have already lost more than 30 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to make up for that time. Otherwise, we may be forced to spend a little more time past 4 p.m. So that's why we need to settle down quickly and get started. So this morning, remember we had been laying out a case, or we've been laying out a case since Monday, or Tuesday to be more specific. One, that the science is clear about what we need to do to address the climate crisis and to address the issues around climate justice. And to some extent, the science can also tell us how we can do that. But very often, the question is not about that. It's about, can we afford to do it? And that's where the politics and the economics enters the equation. Because there's a lot more from the experience of the negotiations that need to be considered beyond what the science is telling us. And this is usually what is at the heart of the negotiations. So even the principles that we have all learned, the climate justice principles, as simple and as straightforward as they may seem, it's a lot harder for nations and other stakeholders to agree on how to move forward in implementing and operationalizing those principles. So we have been looking at the politics of international climate change negotiations, again, to help you understand what some of the challenges are so that they can inform your advocacy or our advocacy, especially as we look forward to COP27. We will continue that discussion this afternoon, and we will try to complicate the issue even further. But remember and bear in mind that this is just opening up the conversation rather than making it unnecessarily complex, because it is already very complex, even for some of the best minds that are involved in these issues. So this afternoon, we want to start by looking at the international law. Someone did ask, there were a lot of questions this morning about enforceability of the climate change instruments, or the lack of it. So we want to look at the international climate law. It's not a law course, but that's just a nice way of saying it. And the governance of climate change negotiations or climate action. But we want to look at it through a specific lens. We want to consider that those two things at a time when there seems, it's pretty obvious in some instances, to be a low supply of global solidarity. Again, remember the basics here is that climate change requires everyone to do their part. But that's only possible if we all share the sense of urgency that is required to address climate change squarely. And that's very often dependent not only on political will, but also on our ability to feel for others. And that's where the conversation about the lack of global solidarity comes in. There are two things that underlie this discussion this afternoon. The first is that what we saw with COVID-19 was that in spite of what we have been made to understand, the world has sufficient supply of goodwill. No, not quite that. The world has sufficient supply of resources, technical resources, financial resources. The world has sufficient supply of know-how to deal with its challenges. But what motivates global leaders to act is usually not the presence of resources and know-how. Something else needs to provide the trigger for action. And so it was quite easy to see how quickly the world mobilized itself to address COVID-19 and how poorly we have done with the climate crisis. Perhaps some people argue it's because of the way both crises affect the peoples of the world. And so that is the background for the next presentation that we are about to have. And to do that, on the programs, it suggested that it will be done by Edward Wabwato, who is a judge of the Environment and Land Court of Ghana, but he is unavailable and has done well to send someone else who's going to do an equally good work with this presentation. So I'm glad to introduce to you Dr. Omandi Owino, who is a partner at Archon Law. And we want to ask Doug to keep it as unlegal as possible so that our audience can make sense of what you're saying. So you have the floor. He's going to speak for a couple of minutes and then we can open up to discussions.
Thank you, Eugene, for that introduction. Omondi Owino is my name. I wear many hats. I'm a practicing lawyer in town in the name and style of Econ Law Advocates. But I am also a senior lecturer at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, School of Law, where I have been teaching law for, I think, 7 years now. I also train upcoming lawyers at the Kenya School of Law. So don't be scared with the many laws you hear. I'll try to be as broad as possible so that I will not dwell into sections of the law, but rather climate change is that topic that brings everybody on board. I once heard it said that when it comes to climate change, there is no expert. And if you find somebody saying, I'm an expert in climate change, I was advised you should start suspecting that you're dealing with a charlatan. And I do say that for reasons that will become obvious during my presentation. So receive apologies from Justice Edward Waboto, who was supposed to be the speaker of the day, but due to the vagaries of his office, he was unable to make it and requested me to step into his shoes. When I looked at what he was invited to speak about, then that is the topic that recommended itself to me. International climate negotiations. And of course, those negotiations bring into consideration questions of politics, questions of law, and questions of governance. So I have styled my presentation in such a manner that it should address those three facets of politics, law, and governance. And really, the reason why I was saying that we do not have experts when it comes to climate change, and I hope some of you are not getting offended, because perhaps for the longest time possible, you have carried yourself as an expert, and here I am telling you they are no expert. Climate change is described as a wicked problem. And you could possibly see from that description that it is a problem that does not lend itself to easy solutions. And at times, attempts to create solutions create other problems. Had it not been a wicked problem, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that we would not be here discussing this subject. Perhaps some of you might know that there was also an environmental problem that caused a lot of international and global anxiety. And that problem was the depletion of the ozone layer. Because what happens when the ozone layer is depleted? Then there is a chance that ultraviolet rays come to Earth and of course predispose us to the risk, the high risk of skin cancer. And if you look at the problem of ozone depletion, it was caused by the liberal use of what has been called CFCs, in full chlorofluorocarbons. The world sat down and asked itself, after the discovery, I believe in 1985, of the ozone hole, what can we do about this challenge? And we came up with an instrument known as the Montreal Protocol. And through the Montreal Protocol, it was able to deal with the problem of ozone depletion. Arguments have been made that the reason why significant progress has not been made in tackling climate change is because the solutions to climate change were tailored along the Montreal Protocol. Remember, we have the Kyoto Protocol, which I will come to. But the argument has been that when you're looking at climate change, you're dealing with a completely different type of environmental problem. What typology of environmental problem would that be? It is what would be called a collective action problem. What is a collective action problem? This is a problem that lends itself to solution not by any individual entity, but it requires the collective effort of diverse stakeholders and players who unfortunately do not have coinciding interests, but rather conflicting interests. A collective action problem can be contrasted to a coordination problem. Let me give you a practical example of what a coordination problem is. In Kenya, we drive on the left, and I'm sure there are many countries represented here. So some of you possibly in your countries drive on the right hand side, and you've been wondering what is wrong with these Kenyans. Why are they driving on the wrong side of the road? So now, to drive on the right side of the road or on the left side of the road is purely a coordination problem. We all need to agree that this is how we should operate. And nobody has an interest in driving on the right-hand side. As long as in Kenya people drive on the left and you can get where you're going, that's good enough. But in climate change problems, these are what I term collective action problems. People have incentives to behave otherwise. Here you would not behave otherwise. Can you imagine if everybody is driving on the left and you try to drive against traffic? I think it will even slow you to your destination. It will serve your interests to flow with the traffic and not to try and go against the traffic. But when it comes to climate change, it pays to go against traffic. How does it pay? Climate change is inextricably intertwined with economic considerations. So that if we can ban fossil fuels, we can rake in the billions. But the tragedy is, if Germany aspires to 80% renewable energy by 2050, and the developing countries do not set such targets, that does not serve the interests of Germany. In English, somebody said, whether the rock strikes the pitcher or the pitcher strikes the rock, it is bad for the pitcher. Okay, what does that mean? That means no matter how excellent effort you invest, climate change is not a problem that can be contained within borders. At times, you might keep your house, but still, you might suffer serious challenges. And the argument has been made, and this being a community that has been active in following climate change discourse, I believe you have heard the argument that we are paying, and when I say we, I make reference to developing countries. Developing countries are paying for the sins of developed countries. And whereas developed countries might have exploited the environment to reach where they have reached economically, then the consequences are faced by developing countries. And of course, among developing countries, we have low-lying, small island states. That then gives us context on why I submit to you this afternoon that climate change is a wicked problem. So, when you look at it, these problems are never completely solved. I think we have been talking about climate change, arguably for about 30 years now, because the first COP was in Berlin in 1995. I think if you calculate 95 to date, then we are arguably talking about 27 years. But the COP was not even the beginning of the discussion. So in 30 years, we are still here saying this is the most urgent concern and the most urgent challenge facing humanity. These problems are problems that are never completely solved, but they also assume unique typologies. We have heard globally, there are some countries that are facing acute forest fires. There are others that are facing floods. There are others that are facing droughts. So that if you went out to solve droughts, if you went out to solve floods, or if you wanted to address forest fires, you would possibly be dealing with many unique problems. And of course, in the community, the members of the community can describe their unique problems. In Africa, individuals will tell you, we now have to walk long distances to draw water. People will tell you, because of climate change, we are not able to get firewood anymore, and so on. So those problems are unique. So perhaps you will start understanding why I said anybody who claims to be an expert is a charlatan, because there is no clear problem definition. And when you look at it, there are almost multifarious causal agents. What do I mean by that? You cannot trace causation in terms of the impacts of climate change to one isolated event. So once then this happens, you now start understanding why there is a lot of tension. There are a lot of variances. When we sit down and say, let us design a solution. Because in designing that solution, the global south will be saying, how are we represented in that solution? But the global north will be looking at its interest. One of the most difficult conversations that is currently being had is the question of climate change damage and the need for compensation. And of course, that pits the global north as against the global south. Wicked problems cut across organizational and disciplinary boundaries. And I am sure, sitting in the room today, are people from diverse disciplines. We have environmental scientists here. We have economists sitting here. I am a lawyer, and I'm sure I might have some colleagues in the audience. We do have geographers, and that really tells you that getting or dealing with climate change calls for a multi- and transdisciplinary approach, because one discipline in isolation cannot purport to render solutions. So having looked at what I have described, and for those of you who have read literature, you could look at Franklin Copera. I think he talks a lot about the wickedness or the wicked nature of climate change. If we were to narrow it down to specifics and now get away from the larger perspective, then it involves many countries, and these countries, of course, possess varying and conflicting interests. So you will ask yourself, for example, what was the motivation of one Donald Trump? What was his motivation of walking out of the Paris Agreement? You will possibly ask yourself, what was the motivation behind George Bush's withdrawal from the Kyoto Protocol? For those of you who follow history, you will know that under the guidance of President Bill Clinton, the United States signed the Kyoto Protocol. But he was succeeded by George Bush, who refused to ratify that protocol. And perhaps in a case of history repeating itself, we had a situation where Donald John Trump had withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. And had a Republican won the elections, then I do suspect that the Paris Agreement would have seen the last nail on its coffin. Because in his first term, he was very clear that he was not going to make the United States part of the Paris Agreement. It would be foolhardy to think that he would re-enter, and I'm talking about President Donald Trump, he would re-enter the agreement. But the Paris Agreement has been termed as the rule book and the best possible chance at dealing with the challenge of climate change for reasons that I will still explain. So this wicked problem requires countries to take costly actions to avoid harm that might not be clear and present. If you talk to many people, and you can see how high climate skeptics go. The best known climate skeptic was Donald John Trump, where evidence is disputed, the question of science is pushed on the back burner, simply because he argued that once we start addressing climate change, we need to cut back on our fossil fuels. We need to cut back on manufacturing. And what does that do? That gives China an edge over us. And then, if they have an edge over us, they will dominate us. And for that reason, we are not going to join the climate change mantra. The benefits derived from not observing set targets and goals means there is correlative economic return. I will tell you, for example, in Nairobi, if you looked at individuals who are running EVs, electric vehicles, I think there are very few. They have not become pervasive. So that if you're operating on fossil fuel, perhaps you enjoy a larger audience. In Kenya now, the price of fuel has gone quite high. I think it's 150 Kenyan shillings to a liter. What does that mean? It means, were you to say that all fossil fuel companies in this country should pack and go, a lot of people will be up in arms. And there are a lot of politics. Not so long ago, we were facing fuel crunches where people could not move from one point to another. That really tells you that climate change pays, or rather, failing to strictly observe what you would do in terms of climate change incentivizes you to take the opposite direction, or as I put it, to drive against traffic. What then motivates those split incentives? Split incentives are just situations where different people who are possibly joined at the hip have different motivations. Let me give you a practical example. A landlord wants to build a house, and that house is supposed to be rented for income. That landlord, I will put it to you, does not have any interest in installing a solar water heater or in installing solar lighting. Why doesn't he have an incentive? Because the tenant who will live in that house will be the beneficiary. The tenant will benefit more from the renewable energy infrastructure than the landlord will. All the landlord cares is what is market rate. And if the market rate, for argument's sake, is about $300 of a flat, you will not up that market rate by installing renewable energy infrastructure in the same neighborhood where nobody has done it. If you install that infrastructure with an objective to increase your rent, you will actually become a pariah. People will shun your house and go for the other houses that charge less. Economic incentives and disincentives. So that split incentive, therefore, can be extrapolated or can be projected globally. So when we look at climate change globally, there are all these dichotomies. We have the North against the South dichotomy. Developing countries say, look, we also have a right to develop. Just the same way you developed. We do not enjoy perpetual poverty. We also want to enjoy the infrastructure and everything that you enjoy in the developed world. So you cannot prevent us from developing because of climate change. The global North will tell you that the global South is making the problem of climate change worse. Their population is spiraling out of control. And as that population spirals out of control, it even makes the problem of climate change more entrenched. But of course, there'll also be an East versus West discourse, which we have seen in the China-US trade wars, so that these countries are not independently concerned about what China does or doesn't do, but what are the economics of dealing with climate change. That, therefore, makes the challenge we have very wicked. Then we need to usher lawyers. Lawyers usually come at the tail end. There is a group of people who precede lawyers. Lawyers think they are learned, but there are other people who control the way things move. Does anybody know who that could be? Who could I possibly be talking about? Yes? Precisely, politicians.
The
What lawyers
politicians.
do is they translate into legal language the will of the politicians. And we have seen this in 2015. How was the Paris Agreement midwifed? It was midwifed when President Barack Obama and President Xi Jinping closed ranks and said, this is something we want to do. The political will was there. And in unprecedented history, I mean, look at previous climate change discussions, Copenhagen, Warsaw, and so on. 195 countries came together and said, we are going to ink this deal. So that even on the eve, pending the inking of the deal, many people were incredulous. They were not sure that this was going to happen. And they put a very curious clause in that agreement. They said this agreement will not come into force unless it is signed and ratified by at least 55 countries that account for at least 55% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And I can assure you that the Paris Agreement, unlike other instruments, was not kept on the shelf, and it entered into force very fast. Now, the reason why I have what I have there is to tell you that the mother of the Paris Agreement is what we call the UNFCCC. Some people call it United Nations Convention on Climate Change. But perhaps for a lawyer, the F would be material. It's a framework convention. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Why is it a framework? Under it, it is possible for you to adopt different kinds of agreements so that The Kyoto Protocol was adopted under the UNFCCC. The Paris Agreement has been adopted under the UNFCCC, so that it is organized, as you can see, through Conference of Parties. And I think now we are going or thinking of COP27. Was it last year or this year when we had Glasgow, COP26? And so this is the body then that is seized of asking the questions. Once the politicians have talked, what form do those talks take? And what these politicians say and the form that those agreements take are material. Why are they material? I will give you a brief explanation of the architecture of the diverse instruments we've had. So I will talk of the Kyoto Protocol, I'll talk of the Copenhagen Accord and the Paris Agreement. Starting with the Kyoto Protocol, the countries of the world were minded that the best way to deal with climate change was to assign standards to the countries that were the most sinning, the so-called developed countries, Annex 1 countries. So in its design, what the Kyoto Protocol did is it came up with things called QELROS, Quantified Emissions Limitation and Reduction Objectives. But what did it do? It left the global south. It says, you people, we understand your struggles, we are the big boys, we got this figured out. Once that happened, it created a lot of discontent. Why did it create discontent? Because there is another group of individuals who are not quite described internationally as developed, but then also they are not described as undeveloped. And these are the BRICS: Brazil, India, China, South Africa. The biggest boy there is China. China is a third world country. Never mind that they are building superhighways for us. Never mind that they have capacity to build such good roads. And never mind that really the question is that it's threatening the position of the United States of America. And that is why when George Bush took the reins of power, he said, this is, as the Americans say, a bunch of malarkey that we cannot stomach. And what did America do? It quit. It says, yes, we signed, but we are not ratifying and we are not interested in the Kyoto Protocol. What happened? Canada followed suit. It was struggling to meet its objectives, to satisfy its QELROS. And so it also left. The only people who were left holding the tab was the EU, which also fairly now struggled with itself in the absence of the collegiality that had existed from the United States, from Canada, and other Western nations. And so when we thought of the Doha amendments of 2008, there was not much to discuss in the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol, because of the architecture that had been chosen, the top-down one, alienated quite a number of critical players. And climate change can be a game of numbers, but it can also be a game of who is on the table. When we have China and the US on the table, as was demonstrated in Paris in 2015, then we got a deal. In COP26, the fact that China did not attend COP26 sent a lot of people talking about what would happen to the future of the deal that was midwifed in 2015. So this architecture, a top-down approach, where the big boys pick the tabs, alienated people. That meant there was no sufficient participation. And of course, then the Kyoto Protocol was not effective in delivering the solution to climate change. Then came 2009, And the countries of the world met at Copenhagen. And they said, look, we have learned the problem of a top-down approach. Let's have a bottom-up approach. What is a bottom-up approach? Let us have commitments. They are not really binding, but as many as are willing to observe them then can observe them. So that meant there was no sense of compulsion. So you had very many people participating, but without effect. It simply meant everybody did what they thought they could do, a bottom-up approach. When we got to Paris, we said no, the top-down approach has failed. The bottom-up approach has failed. Let us try a hybrid approach. What is a hybrid approach? We will make certain provisions mandatory, but we will make others optional or voluntary. So what is mandatory? All countries under the Paris Agreement without exception must subscribe to NDCs, nationally determined contributions. That is a mandatory requirement, okay? But who sets these mandatory, who determines how much they are going to contribute? It's the country. Does that give us a hybrid? Where everybody has to tell us what they are going to give. Everybody must give something. So let's assume in Kenya we have the spirit of Harambee. If one of us here lost somebody special, God forbid, then what we would do is we would bring something to the table. Everybody must bring something. Let's start there. That says everybody must have an NDC. Nationally determined contributions. The name is eponymous. It describes what countries should do. Within nations, they determine their contributions. Okay? So they must make NDCs, but how much is left to them? Okay? But then there is a catch that we will see. You also need, if this time you gave us 1,000 Kenya shillings, we are not going to accept 1,000 Kenya shillings next time. Even if you want to up it by 1 shilling, it must go up, okay? So let us look at how this has been captured, and possibly this is where then we would think in terms of how the Paris Agreement has captured this. But another thing that I should say in praise of the Paris Agreement, the reason why it was possible for it to bring together countries and help them to forge consensus is that it also has a bit of ambiguity, and what I would choose to call creative ambiguity, which you possibly saw in this slide, because we are talking of creative ambiguity and universal commitments. Ambiguity, as this gentleman says, is helpful. Let's go back to Kyoto Protocol. Quail have been set. You know by how much you should reduce your emissions. That is not ambiguous. It's very definite, isn't it? But then this gentleman says all politicians know the value of ambiguity. It can serve to secure agreement where otherwise not be achieved. International instruments are frequently drafted with studied ambiguity, so that we choose to be unclear in order to accommodate other parties. And these discussions are usually heated. I can tell you, for example, in 1992, we had what is known as the Rio Declaration, coming from what we call the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development. Do you know just the terms environment and development caused a very serious rift between developing and developed countries? Because in terms of rooting for the environment, the developing countries thought, look, these guys want to preserve an environment because they have already become rich. So if you call it United Nations Conference on Environment, then there is a very significant global constituency that has been left out. But when you call it United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, then you accommodate the perspectives and the interests of both parties. But if you called it a conference to eliminate all manner of negative action that drives climate change, and go ahead and create a list of what that negative action is, you will not get people buying into it. And I heard, as Eugene was speaking, that one of the questions that has arisen is the question of enforcement. Enforcement of international law is very difficult. It is easy in national law. In national law, we have a police power. In national law, we do not create law based on the consent of the citizens, strictly speaking. When Parliament sits to craft a law, we assume that you have sent those parliamentarians there, and theirs is to represent your will. So if they say anybody caught walking at 10 p.m. will be arrested, that then becomes what the law is. In international law, you can't do that because it is based on the consent of the parties. There is something in international law called reservations. Reservations is the ability for a country, for example, to say, I will be a member of the Paris Agreement, but this specific provision will not apply to me. You can say that at international law because it is crafted on the will and the consent of the parties. If somebody chooses not to ratify the Paris Agreement, you won't take them anywhere. There is no international police. So ambiguity then helps us. But now, if you look at how that ambiguity has been tailored into the agreement, we have Article 2.2. Now I'm sorry to invoke them. Lawyers don't know how to refer to things without specific provisions of law, but I keep them to a minimum. That agreement is anchored on equity. Equity, another word for equity is fairness. But it is also anchored on common but differentiated responsibilities. We do identify that we are not on the same plane. And therefore, whereas we all want to tackle climate change, yes, we have a common responsibility, but that responsibility is differentiated. And it is differentiated according to RC, our respective capabilities. That helps to bring everybody on board. There are mandatory progressive NDCs, as I had told you. We must all contribute. The only question is, we determine how much we contribute, but then those contributions go up, depending on what we have determined. There is, you must report what you're doing. You cannot say, I contributed in this Harambe, I contributed some money, it was much more than I contributed last time, but how much that is my secret. No, 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 no. You must contribute, you determine how much to contribute, that contribution must go up, but you must tell us, Kenya, what are our NDCs? What did we submit last year? What have we submitted this year? And that is to foster transparency and accountability. Because then, one thing maybe I've not mentioned is, we have our eyes on the goal. And what is the goal? To keep warming below 1.5 degrees centigrade. We have to communicate every 5 years measures that we are taking in terms of our NDCs. Those are built into the agreement. We can adjust them. What does it mean we can adjust them? If I feel, as we say in Kenyan language, sufficiently philanthropic, nothing prevents me from making very ambitious targets, okay? In climate change parlance, we talk of raising your level of ambition, okay? So that you do not only say every time you increase your contribution by only 1 shilling. If last year you gave us 1,000 Kenya shillings, you can say, what is the matter? I can give 5,000 shillings, so be it. So that allows for that flexibility, so that countries are not straitjacketed in the manner they were under the Kyoto Protocol, where you need to only do so much, And after doing so much, you treat developing countries as victims, okay? And when you treat them as victims, it means you give them pocket change and anything that you can spare. But that did not work. You have to account, so we have to see the maths and then how that conforms. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that I stop there and I can perhaps engage you more during the plenary. Thank you for your attention.
All right. I suggest that we just take a couple of questions. If you want to sit, you can sit at this time. If not, it's okay to stand. Let me start from here.
I think it's easier standing.
Yeah. So we have 3 people from this side. We'll start with those 3. Can we have another mic moving through the room? We start from here. There's someone there. There's someone there. I didn't see you. Yeah, here.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Aaron Chiza from Uganda. I wanted you to elaborate more on the, I think if they could put the last slide, it would be helpful. You say that there is flexibility under the Paris Agreement on NDCs, National Determined Contribution Reporting Standards, but you also say that it ratchets up the responsibility on NDC reporting of the developed world relative to the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities. I think that specific aspect didn't come out very well for me, and I would very much love to benefit from your deepened insight.
Thank you. Let's take a series of 3. Send the mic behind the gentleman with the white shirt.
Bon, moi, je vais aller en français. Portez-vous casque.
I'm going to help you, don't worry. Oh, can you wear your headset if it's going to speak in French?
Okay.
There's a headset somewhere there that should.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour cette belle présentation. Bon, à écouter la présentation, on a l'impression que au niveau de la COP, toutes les décisions sont les grandes décisions où le fonctionnement est décidé par les grands pays. Par exemple, vous avez expliqué qu'au niveau du droit international, il y a des réservations. C'est-à-dire que le pays accepte de faire partie de l'accord sans toutefois accepter toutes les dispositions qui sont dans l'accord. Est-ce que ce n'est pas une faiblesse pour nous, pays du Sud, car nous ne pourrons pas utiliser, par exemple, un accord pour pouvoir obliger les grands pays à respecter les décisions prises?
Très bien, merci. Did you get it?
Please remind me your name. I didn't get your name.
Mazu Bukari.
Oh, thank you.
From Benin.
All right. Il y avait une troisième personne, right over there. And then we will allow some minutes for responses.
Hello? I'm Issa from Tanzania. I want to know your view, Dr. Owino, about this very common question we're discussing about these laws. It's all about legal binding climate change stuff. Why not, whether not there like another sectors?
Perfect.
Okay, perhaps I can give feedback, and I would like to warmly welcome my fellow East Africans. We have our own attempts at the East African community to deal with climate change. So I think the first question I see here is Aaron's question on common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities or capabilities. If you look at the globe and perhaps think of what Elon Musk is doing with electric vehicles, he's making electric vehicles with a two-pronged goal. Of course, he's an entrepreneur, so he has a very keen eye on profits. Okay? But also, he is championing a global cause, assuming that electric vehicles help us to deal with the negative aspects of fossil fuels. At the back of my mind, of course, I have had the discussion that actually some of these fossil fuels contribute even more to climate change in terms of the material and everything, but that is the discussion for another day. If America is making electric vehicles, you would not expect developing countries to also take that approach. We perhaps do not have such skill set, we do not have the intellectual property, we do not have the industries. And so what do we do at our level? At our level, we try to get substitute fuels so that we do not cut all our forests, which are carbon sinks. Is there a way we can consume energy sustainably? Is there a way you can train large communities who depend on wood fuel, and the consumption is very high? I think in East Africa, it's even placed at about 98%. So can you imagine people using fuel to cook, people using fuel as their primary source of energy? In urban areas, we don't call it wood fuel, we call it charcoal. And charcoal business is big business. So what can we do to substitute the use of charcoal? Is it possible to make LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, more affordable? So, Aaron, if we take that approach, then it means everybody is doing something according to their capabilities, because countries also develop. We are told that in 1963, Kenya and Korea were at par. Kenya was even sending aid to Korea, but we are not peers anymore. They are now selling Hyundais all over the world. They are selling life is good. And I mean, we are not classified. We are not bedfellows. And if we are bedfellows, then we are very strange bedfellows. Okay? So each country or each person has to do what they can according to their capabilities. Don't say, I can do nothing because I'm not developed. But also we will not say everybody must start transiting to renewable energy when really a country has not even had its first lift. Can you imagine there are some countries where they have never had a lift, a building with a lift? Or you want to believe those countries don't exist? And you're asking these people to now transit to renewable energy. So everybody has to be taken at their pace. I mean, if I had a graphic in mind of maybe a family that needs to do things in common where there is people of different capacities and capabilities, they need to get to the same destination, then you will have to agree on what each and every one of them will do. And what they do will not be the same thing, but they will all be helping to get to their destination. When I look at Aza's question, where he says that everything is decided by the big countries, this is a big problem. The truth of the matter is, and we have ladies and gentlemen to agree, that if you are financially weak, you cannot dictate terms. Okay? And let me give you examples. Let's go back to our African units. Assume you have 5 siblings, and there is only one who is financially dominant. That is the guy who makes the decisions. You cannot be poor and then you want to say, now you should build this house where. So the reason why China has been able to dictate terms is it has over time built its financial muscle. And of course, if you want something from somebody who is more dominant, then I mean, you play second fiddle. It's not politically correct to say it, but I think that is the truth. It would be convenient to say, yes, we are at par, but even look at reporting. Look at the options on the table. If you're poor and you need to get to the CBD, and all you own is a bicycle, and I am rich and I can fly there, never mind that it's a 30-minute journey at most, I could drive, I could do, once you look at the dominant countries, then they, as the English word goes, he who pays the piper calls the tune. One of the things they have refused to do is to create or deposit a fund for climate damage, which then developing countries want to benefit from. So unfortunately, these will be realities of geopolitics. And I would really ask you to be practical. Look at what has happened in the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Russia has invaded Ukraine. But what happened some years back when Iraq invaded Kuwait? The US troops were in Iraq before you could say Jack Robinson. But here you can just see developed countries just send arms, do what? But why are they not saying this is unacceptable? It breaches international law, perhaps even at a more critical point than if you thought about it in terms of climate change. Because we've seen people lose lives, we've seen infrastructure that took years to build, brought down to rubble. We have seen a country that was robust brought to its knees. But what international action have we taken? So as I am not very sympathetic, I wish I could give you perhaps more hope. But I think these are, if I became pragmatic, then these are the realities that we deal with. Then looking at Isa's question, Isa, I think perhaps my presentation has said why we can only have mildly legally binding instruments. At the national level, we can make our instruments legally binding. For example, we can say, if you are caught selling charcoal, then we will fine you so much, okay? That will help climate change. But at the national level, it's quite easier to make laws because there's police power and it's easy to enforce. But at the international level, because of the many nations involved, because of the many interests, and the need to let the will of all countries prevail. And I think this is what is called the political will. The desire to have that political will makes it very difficult to say, if you do this, I will hit you with a big stick. So that as an environmental lawyer, if you looked at the architecture of most multilateral environmental agreements, they are informed more by carrots and less by sticks. At times, you even have to ask a country, how can we help you to comply? Those are carrots. But if you look at international law, like the case where Russia is clearly using force against a nation, that is where you should have sticks, and we are not even seeing those sticks. So I think it's just the nature of what we are dealing with. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. Let's take just 2 or 3 more, and we can wrap this session. Sorry, I know you wanted to say something, but unfortunately we have to move. So there's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll end with Prof here. So 1, 2, and 3 at the end. You're giving the microphone to the wrong person. That's all right. That's
okay.
all right.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Kiflu from Ethiopia. My question is on issue of enforcing international agreement on climate change, which our African countries are getting to negotiation. So if it is difficult, what do we have in a mechanism to enforce the international convention that the developed world have already signed it for us? For example, if we allow America to withdraw anytime, if we allow France to withdraw from the agreement, what mechanisms should we devise and enforce them? This is my question.
Thank you. While the microphone is going to the back, we have a question online. Let's take that one. Who's joining us? I can't see.
My name is Kelly Robert Banda from the coastal region. My question is, as you've said, the law in many ways is, in quotes, the new politics. How as the legal fraternity, can we come in and pressurize so that issues can be done? Because it's like the politicians are taking over everything, and they're not even they're not really obeying even the law itself. So what do we do as a profession in the legal fraternity to make sure that some of these issues the people can get justice? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Adham from Egypt. So actually, it's not really a question, it's just a remark and a rhetorical question. So for my colleagues, it's complementing what you said at the end. Do you think what controls the world is the power of law or law of power? And take some seconds to think about it. And as we say in Arabic, yeah, I think don't need, but هل قوة القانون ولا قانون القوة? So power of law or law of power? And I would love to hear like your remark first, please, Professor, and if any of my colleagues want to comment on it.
Thank you. We go right to the back. We'll come to the front, don't worry. Near the roll-up banner. Please, straight to the point so that we can have as many questions in as we can in the little time we have.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. My question is...
I didn't hear your name or where you come from.
Ngobile Moyo, from Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Yes. My question is more from the approach that we are using. Is it the correct approach given the changing global environment, whether from geopolitics to the economic side, that with the way we are engaging in the negotiations, because we seem to be coming there demanding to be paid, yet we are seeing that they are not willing to. But the thought for me would be, this is the best time to kind of like reposition ourselves, given the changes that are there and some of the comparative advantages that we're having collectively as the Global South, to have certain demands, but in a different way, in terms of the interests of all these other superpowers that are there, because I think this is the best time ever, if ever we're going to reposition and renegotiate, but having more of a political kind of like inclination in terms of how we can pin them and get what we want, than looking at it from a moral perspective, because they are thinking more economically, politically, and we're thinking more from a, responsibility and accountability and moralistic kind of view.
Thank you.
That won't take us far. How do we change that?
Thanks.
If there's any room for that.
Right up front. There was a hand right up front. I can't see the hand anymore. Was that you? Right here. Can you just give the mic to Prof? Yes, to Dr. Ojo, so that he can...
Thank you. I'm Florida, Raymond from Tanzania. I actually wanted to ask about the geopolitical thing, but he spoke about it. I'm having a little bit confusion on geopolitical and scientific literacy on climate change issues. So if you can at least try and explain a little bit more on the geopolitical and scientific literacy on climate change. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Just drop the microphone.
Thank you for the lecture. I really wanted to clarify a little bit the way you describe who is poor, because it's a young group, and you are saying that the poor often left out in decision making, the rich uncle is the one taking all decisions. So please go down a little bit. Does it mean that the rich uncle that takes the decision, is he always right? No. So that's one thing you need to unpack. I'm still going on poverty. Who is poor? Is it Africa that has all the resources, the global resources that the world depend on? Is in Africa, is in the global south. And now we are saying we are willing to leave our capital assets, to forgo them, sacrifice them for climate change, provided they pay for it. So we are the creditor and they are the debtor. But again, poverty. The debtor is not able to claim, the creditor is not able to claim from the debtor. So that's a problem. So please look at it a little bit and clarify this.
All right. So that's it. You can now take it from here.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it puts a bit of life in the audience because I saw people respond in a manner to suggest that they can identify with what you're saying. But I would start by saying that I think poverty and wealth are very difficult terms. Somebody has suggested and said, some people are very poor. All they have is money. And perhaps I think that has put a cat among the pigeons, going by the discussion I hear. I think to unpack some people are so poor, all they have is money, would simply mean that life is not or does not revolve solely around money. You cannot buy, there are things or limitations that come with having money. Somebody has said, money can buy you a bed but not sleep. It can buy you a house but not a home. Some people have ventured and said, it can buy you a ticket to everywhere but not to heaven. It can buy a book, but it can't buy you knowledge. So really, you will look at that individual and say, somebody who fashions their life solely around on what money can do for them, then is poor in that concept. But I think as I appropriate it to illustrate an economic disequilibrium, where that disequilibrium means somebody is able to do other things that somebody else is not able to do. But really, I do agree with you that if we were to write a dissertation on poverty, I mean, you can do a very excellent PhD dissertation and you will not exhaust that topic. What then does this mean? This means, and at this point I think I want to tie this question with the sentiments, tie your question with the sentiments from the gentleman, my brother from Zimbabwe. We really, looking at it, are the creditors. All resources, the reason why, for those of you who have read Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, it will tell you why. We are very wealthy, but we're also dealing with people who are very smart, because during colonialism, we didn't have the industries in the South. Did we have industries in the South? We had them in the North. Had they built those industries here and independence came, we would be able to manufacture, refine, and make everything here and sell it. So I think when you look at it in terms of geopolitics, I wouldn't say that we are disadvantaged, but we have not stepped up to our rightful place. But I would be the last person to believe that Africa is poor. But provided those resources remain in the soil, then we will not still dictate terms. It means that economic disequilibrium will work to our disadvantage. And that is why then I would agree with my brother from Zimbabwe that we should change our approach. Let us look at what can we do to empower ourselves. What can we do to have our rightful place at the table? But not to say that you are supposed to pay me. Once you start asking and looking at yourself not as a victim, but as a person who has dignity and a rightful place at the table, that changes the discussion and it changes the conversation. But it is a difficult conversation nevertheless, I must admit. Yeah? Reparations.
Let's move on. Let's
Okay.
Don't open
I think
that
when
one.
we talk about Banda, he was asking about the legal fraternity. One thing I didn't mention is that I'm a Kenyan rapporteur for the Sabine Center for Climate Law at Columbia Law School. And now what we are trying to do is to look at climate litigation and what can come out of it, where there are poor communities that are at the mercy of maybe big multinationals. What can the courts do? What solutions can the courts do? And perhaps that would answer the question of reparation. So as a lawyer, I think that is the most visible thing I would say we are doing. A lawyer has the ability to go to court. There have been many international cases that are increasingly creating the jurisprudence that perhaps will help us unlock or deal with challenges of climate change. I didn't get the name or the country. Okay, from Egypt, Adram. He talks about the power of law or the law of power. I think that is what we would call an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. And really what we see, if I may go back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, that is the law of power. And the power of law has become weak. Because if you looked at the United Nations Charter, and I think if I remember right, Article 2.4 on the use of force, it says Russia should not do what it is doing, but it has continued doing it. So because Russia has power, it has been able to now go right into Ukraine. Because it has power, it took Crimea and nothing happened. Now it is in Ukraine and nothing is happening. So unfortunately, that at times is a sad truth, once there is that disequilibrium. And now the other powerful people are trying to use the power of law, which are sanctions now, to try and bring this powerful person to its knees. So that's an interesting way of looking at it. Then I think I've exhausted them. Is there any that I've left? I've answered our question. Okay, I look at Rehema's question, where we talk about geopolitical and sorry, I didn't get the name quite. I thought that's what I had. But you're asking about the geopolitical and scientific literacy. I want to believe that when we talk about geopolitical literacy, then that is at another level. My grandmother in the village does not need to engage at that level. When we talk about scientific...
It's scientific and geopolitical interests. Is that what you said? Interests.
Oh, interest, not literacy.
Not literacy, yeah. Oh, okay.
Literacy.
What I actually meant to say is climate change, both geopolitical and scientific literacy. Because when we were being given some of the presentation, it was more like scientific literacy. There are a lot of things that we have to learn about climate change. You cannot just go out there telling, example, your grandmother, telling her about climate change. She will not actually understand the concept. You have to go into details to tell her what exactly is it about for her to understand. Because a lot of people, if you go to the local level asking them what is climate change, they won't be able to tell you what climate change is. Trust me. So I was asking, is climate change both geopolitical and scientific literacy? And if it is, so we have another job to advocate about the climate change itself so that people, they can understand about it and take action.
Yeah, I think when we classify it like that in terms of geopolitical and scientific literacy, I would say that everybody operates at a certain level. Right now, standing before you, I think...
Can I...
Yeah, perhaps you could...
rephrase the question in a way that will make it a lot easier.
Exactly.
Do we need both scientific and geopolitical literacy to better advocate?
Absolutely, we do. Because there are deep-seated geopolitical interests. For a very long time, companies like BP Shell, companies like Chevron have been accused of paying up people to controvert the science. So that means the scientific literacy is also very important. Climate skeptics like Donald John Trump have disputed the science. So there is every reason to have literacy at that level. But when we come to the grassroots, we need to translate that into terms and things that that level can identify with. I cannot tell my grandmother that, you know, we have a gas called methane, and this methane, when it is discharged, it creates a greenhouse effect. Now sun rays are trapped. No, no, no. It would be perhaps logical to say, you see, when you are growing up, rain was more regular. It is becoming irregular. When you are growing up, the seasonal rivers were also very predictable. Now, the seasons are not observed. And this one means something is happening. And I think in my mother tongue, if I were to think, I'm already starting to even hear a word for climate change. Okay?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we're going to wrap this here. A round of applause for
thank you so much for your
Dr. Owino. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to shut this. I think this was I followed it very keenly, and I think this was a very useful session. I think we have to rethink our lunch breaks. We didn't factor in the fact that we need to take a bus to the restaurant and then take a bus back. That seems to be creating a lot of lost time. So at two levels, we can resolve that problem. One is that we are quicker in trying to go get lunch and quicker in coming back, so that at least we can meet up with everything. Would you want to use a microphone?
Okay, so I know it's actually part of it is our mistake because we're not being on time. That's right. But I think there's also another problem because the restaurant is super small, and even when we go there, we have to wait. And there is only 2 buses, so some people already have to wait. So even if we have 4 buses, we will still, if we all go there, we won't be accommodated in 1 hour. Yeah. So I think we either need like a bigger restaurant or, I don't know, like more tables.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. We will look internally. The logistics teams will look internally and see what kind of solutions we can find. It's a real problem. So I just want us to acknowledge that. And I was saying that, are you done?
Yeah, I'm sorry for being late. Yeah, that's right. We are always late this time. Like,
it's all right.
Thank you, thank you.
And I was saying that to try to justify why we may go up to a little after 5 p.m. this afternoon, because we have what I suspect is going to be another very interesting session. But do bear with us and understand that this is because I think the real problem is coming from the way the lunch is set out. We have tried to stay within the allotted time for all the presentations so far. Now, again, just so that we remain on course, and perhaps it responds a little bit to the question she raised. This is the argument we're building. I'm going back to it so that we don't get lost. We have the scientific basis why the climate crisis exists and how we can resolve it. That we know. But there's a bigger question is, how do we do it? And that's the question that his presentation is about to answer. And the answer seems to be that it's difficult. because of the competing interests that interfere with the responses that have been prescribed by science. And that's where the geopolitics comes in. Usually what we see is that states are projecting their national interest onto the global negotiation spaces. So America is coming into the climate change negotiations not with a concern for everyone on the planet, but the concerns of the people of America. And so they can pull in and out when they want to, as long as they're able to maneuver. And so we are seeing that the ambition is being watered down. We've seen the beautiful illustration from bottom up to, or top down to down up to hybrid. All of that is to accommodate all of these interests. And so we are saying that while we know exactly what we need to do to address the climate crisis, that's not all that is needed to address the climate crisis, because the different parties involved come to the table with different interests. And that is why today's sessions have all focused on the politics of international climate change negotiations. That's what we have been doing all through, to demonstrate to you that there is more than just the fact that there are floods in your community that need to be taken into account when we go into negotiations. This afternoon, we also want to take another dimension of the discussion, and we want to look at something that has become increasingly a problem. There's someone here who said earlier this morning that they cannot ask their government to not exploit oil because they will be dead. Even though we all agree that the climate crisis is an urgent issue that needs to be addressed, it's still not a very safe conversation to have. Again, because of this competing interest. There are people, I'm now trying to paraphrase him, who draw benefit from driving against the flow of traffic. And these people use all kinds of means to reach their ends. And so let's look at how then do we protect ourselves, but not just protecting ourselves, but the lives of those people who are affected negatively by all of what's going on. So the next session will be looking at protection, one, and upholding environmental and human rights for environmental and climate justice defenders. That's us, I'm assuming. And we are glad to have with us this afternoon Professor Tassin Jaffrey from the Glasgow Caledonian University, whom we are really, really glad to have be here physically. I know she just came in this morning, and it's quite a pleasure for us to have you. Some of you must have listened to her in our multiple webinars, but we are glad to have you here with us. Thank you very much. We'll use the same approach, and please feel free to use any methodology that works for you. But if there's need to have a Q&A session at the end, we will have it. So let's go for another hour or so. Thank you. Take this away.
Well, thank you, Eugene, and thank you to PACJA for hosting me at this summer school today and hopefully over the next few days. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. My name is Professor Tassin Jaffrey and I'm the Director of the Mary Robinson Centre for Climate Justice at Glasgow Caledonian University. My association with PACJA has been for several years now, and it's been an absolute honour and pleasure and delight to work with PACJA, the Executive Director and the teams, trying to unpack and deliver on some of the fundamental research questions that underpin the climate challenges as we face them. I myself, just by way of background, have worked in development initially for almost 30 years, so I'm actually older than I look. And it's so wonderful to be here because I started my professional career by working, and my first assignment was here in Nairobi. So I'm absolutely delighted to be back. I haven't been here for almost 15 years now, but it's super exciting to be here. So I've worked in development, I've worked across many places in sub-Saharan Africa, I've covered South Asia, I've worked in small island developing states. In fact, I've covered about 16 countries altogether, and I've been in the absolute depths of poverty, and there's not really much I haven't seen or heard. And that led me to my career in academia, of which we've pioneered this, our centre. We run our Masters in Climate Justice, and we have run a doctoral programme training in climate justice as well. But enough about that. I'm here, I'm welcome to take any questions you may have. But what I want to do is focus in very smoothly into the next session, of which I think we have an hour. And what I would like to do actually is not to talk too much, but I would like to hear more from you as to what your thoughts and your opinions are on this topic as we go forward. The topic itself is really interesting because it's about you, it's about us, it's about activism, and it's about defenders. And it's about putting into context how we take forward the enormous challenges that we face before us, and how do we do it in a manner that's fair and just and equitable. But more so, how do we do it in a way that doesn't hamper our efforts, and so we're not exploited and terrorized or feeling afraid to do the jobs that we do. Defenders, by way of definition, what is it that they do? If I was to ask you what is it that defenders do? By way of definition, according to the United Nations, human rights defenders is a term that's used to describe people or individual who work with others to promote or protect human rights in a peaceful manner. And they do this, the most important way is through peaceful protests. However, by doing that, many people find themselves in a position where they face executions, tortures, beatings, arrest, and harassment. So although on the outset we set off to do something peacefully, it doesn't always end up that way. And it's interesting because what I want to do is reflect on this business about being defenders and championing the cause and how that played out in COP26 in Glasgow. I'm based in Glasgow, my centre is based in Glasgow, my university is based in Glasgow. So I was inundated with requests to do everything I could around climate justice there. But even the examples there, Extinction Rebellion, protest movements were vast, they were huge. And there were people physically gluing themselves onto the motorway junctions, the M25 that runs around London, actually gluing themselves onto by way of protest. But it's really interesting because many people would have seen that as being disruptors to the cause, but other people saw champions in that. And Caroline Lucas, who's a Green MP in the UK, she actually backed the climate emergency protesters who blocked the M25 because she said they were justified by the government's failure to act. And that, in a way, kind of like said it all. So we're setting out on a journey to protect and address human rights concerns, of which there are many. And how does this all relate to climate change and climate justice? Because human rights in itself is an enormous topic. But I think what's important here is to focus in on how this relates to trying to protect those and raise the awareness of what is happening on the ground. And just having conducted a lot of work in Malawi and in other countries, we've been looking at how climate change is really impacting women and girls in particular. The increase in the incidence of gender-based violence, mental health, suicide, and death is on the rise. And so people's lives need protecting. And there's no doubt about it, as our climate changes, extreme weather events are on the rise, and the increase in the incidence of extreme weather events, and remember, it's very hard to relate any one extreme weather to climate change because of the science that's behind it, but it's important to recognise that there's an increase in the incidence of how this is happening. So in a way, what we're doing here and as individuals, we're trying to protect the lives of those who are most vulnerable, those women who are facing, extremes in surviving and living conditions, extremely challenging environments. But what I would like to do, I could stand here and spend a lot of time talking about us as defenders and what it is that we do and don't do. But I think it's important to recognise that there is the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and to what extent climate change features as part of the mantra of that commission. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. But in terms of human rights and climate justice, and before I engage with you to hear your views and opinions, Christiana Figueres is a name you probably heard of, and she's noted that a healthy environment is an undeniable human right, and our very survival depends on having food, water, air upon which our lives depend. And at the same time, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, called on states to take bold actions to give prompt and real effect to the right to a healthy environment. And following that, the Human Rights Council made a landmark decision. And I just want to tell you what that landmark decision is, because I think it impacts how we address the climate crisis as we move forward. If you just give me a second, I'll just get it for you. So the Human Rights Council has actually put through a second resolution, and the Council has increased its focus on the human rights impacts of climate change by establishing a special rapporteur dedicated specifically to this issue. So on the outset, it may sound, oh, we've just got a special rapporteur, but it's never happened before. And putting rights, climate and health under one banner is quite a significant step change. And I think working with that rapporteur to raise the profile and raise the agenda of those issues is pretty significant. And I think these small step changes are really important as we head into COP27. But I think the challenges before us in terms of COP27 is about climate justice in itself, because it's not actually on the agenda, and just getting it on the agenda is extremely challenging. So in a way, what the landscape looks like as we go forward is that to what extent and for how long are we going to continue as defenders and protesters and activists, rather than moving into this domain of being implementers and change makers and doing things differently. And I think that's what's really important that we try and achieve. But before we go into talking about anything to do with COP27, and we know the political landscape around that, I would just like to hear from you what your thoughts are and what challenges you face in terms of advocating for these issues, because it is politically loaded, there's no doubt about it, and challenging. And there are many bottlenecks in terms of policies and frameworks going forward. So on the one hand, we need to do this, we need to be able to defend our rights, but at the same time, we face bottlenecks along the way. So what I would like to do is, I would like to just take a pause there for a second and just hear from you, just by show of hands. I would just like to hear your thoughts, your opinions as to how this subject needs to be approached. And what do you think needs to happen going forward? And maybe that framing can help us shape our discussion and conversations going forward. So if you're okay with that, I'm okay with that. I would love to see a show of hands to hear your thoughts as one here. Maybe if I can get 2 or 3 at the same time and maybe get some discussion going on this, I think it's really important. So there's 1, there's 2, and there's another one here. Okay. Gentleman at the front.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm talking too much in this conference. I came here as a resource person and not really as somebody who should be talking too much. My name is Professor Julius Kewi Tanka from University of Chang in Cameroon. I'm an expert in renewable energies and so on. You have posed the 2 questions there. My suggestion has been that Africa should look at the natural resources that we have and put them on the bargaining table. This morning, I think we heard from Professor Bond, Professor Bond, who made a presentation, who talked of a success story in South Africa. We have been going COP after COP and coming back empty-handed. And my suggestion has really been that we should change the strategy, especially here in Africa. Look at what we can put on the bargaining table. We have, for instance, the Congo Basin, and we all know the effect of the Congo Basin on global warming. We also have the Sahara Desert, and we also have some of those regional energy pools where we think that if countries could group together and bring up a project and put it forward to the COPs or who are the stakeholders and say, this is what we want. If you want us not to cut the forests in DRC Congo, then you put a giant hydroelectricity plant which can supply all of Central Africa and East Africa. Otherwise, we will keep on attending these meetings and talking. And today, I was a bit confused, but after some of the lectures today, I'm far more confused than I was. Because I thought the ideas were from me. I've now seen that some of that confusion is well studied and planted in places to make people more confused. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. And I think there was a question in there somewhere, hidden in there. Can I take there was a question from this lady at the back there, Mo.
Okay, it's not actually a question, but I wanted to give out my opinion on what you just said.
Sure.
You said a healthy environment is undeniable human right. So it is actually everybody's rights. So I wanted to say about it has to be more like oneself. It has to start with one person itself. When we want to see the changes, then it has to start with the person, him or herself. I'll give you an example. There was this day I was coming out of the university, and my fellow student threw a bottle of water beside the road, and I was like, "Why are you doing that?" He replied telling me, "Everybody does that, so why would I care?" And I was like, no, it has to start with you. If you stop that, another one will stop that, and the other one will do the same. But if you keep doing that, and others will keep doing that. So if you are not ready to actually change, you will not actually see others change. So it has to begin with you. It has to begin with me. It has to begin with everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I will address that comment. I just want to pick up this point. There was one here, right at the front. Thank you.
Voilà, donc portez vos casques, s'il vous plaît. Voilà, merci. Moi, c'est Talibé du Sénégal. Voilà, moi, je voulais aussi faire un commentaire sur ce qui s'était passé tout à l'heure. On avait dit que l'Afrique a au moins 5 groupes de pression. Il y a ceux qui se regroupent au niveau de l'Afrique, de la CEDEAO, au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, etc. Je dis, avec l'ensemble de ces groupes-là, comment nous pouvons faire un plaidoyer pour que les gens puissent nous entendre. Je pense que nous avons l'UA qui est là, qui devait être une voix pour tous, pour toute l'Afrique, de pouvoir parler d'une seule voix, d'aller vers la négociation et de porter les préoccupations des populations. Maintenant, il y a une réponse qui a été proposée depuis plus de 10 ans maintenant, et la Grande Muraille Verte, qui est un projet de l'Afrique porté par les Africains, mais qui est toujours là, qui ne bouge pratiquement pas. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez par rapport à ce projet-là? Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Parce que je pense que c'est une réponse pour pouvoir au moins reforester cette partie de l'Afrique, le Sahara, qui est un grand désert, un projet très très ambitieux qui quitte du Sénégal jusqu'au Tchad. Je pense que les Africains doivent se battre pour que ce projet soit réalisé. Donc voici un peu les pistes de réflexion que je voudrais qu'on puisse mener. Et pour la justice climatique, ça je pense que il faut que les propositions émanent de nous-mêmes, qu'on n'attende pas que les gens nous amènent leur vision. Merci.
Thank you. If I can take some of those comments and relay them back. What I would like to do is work backwards from the comment that I had just there. How can we advocate so that powers can listen to us? And this, it's a really interesting point, but it's a very poignant one, because just having experienced the discontent that came out of COP26 for the developing countries, there's much that remains to be done to lift the profile and agenda of justice, equity and rights. There's no doubt that this is a politically loaded agenda. Many developed nation states are probably afraid that, in terms of reparation for damage done, in terms of finance, instead of all the funding that's required to support adaptation and to build resilience of vulnerable countries, there's no doubt that there's a monetary value to that. And I think the sticking point is that there's no mechanism coming forward really as such to put money into that pot. I understand that there is some more funding for adaptation, but it's nowhere near what's required in the next 5 to 10 years to come. I think what we can do is, I think what we need is some sort of radical change in our approach and how we do things, because I think protests and advocacy has a place, and I fully support all of that. But somehow, over the last years, those messages just are not getting through. And that, to my mind, is suggesting that maybe we need to rethink how we do this, and rethink how we engage with our stakeholders and with the audience that we want to hear our plight and our voices and about the agenda. Everybody knows the issues that are facing the Global South. The level of detail is probably not as good as it should be. So I think research has a very fundamental role to play. Getting the facts down, getting the data down, really translating very clearly and very concisely what those critical issues are and what our demands are and what we need to see in terms of solutions is what's needed, and it needs to be packaged very neatly, very carefully. But it's extremely fundamentally important that those packages reach the top table where those voices and those decision makers and those leaders are talking about these issues. And that's certainly something that I'm trying to do whilst the UK has the presidency for COP, to try and get some of this agenda onto that top table. It's not easy, I kid you not, but I will keep trying until we get to COP 27. In terms of the Great Green Wall project, I'm not fully aware of what that project is. I'm not sure how much I can comment on it, but what I would like to say, and that relates to this, the comment from the lady about how we need to take ownership about some of these things ourselves. It is to do with capacity building, it's to do with education, and it's about, in a way, it brings solidarity to this whole this issue, because we need to take matters into our own hands. The issues of climate justice or injustice, because you're not going to get to justice unless you look at injustice, right? So trying to take those matters into our own hands and building our skills and our knowledge about how we do this credibly is so fundamentally important. And it will not require people like me to come in and talk to an audience like yourselves. What is really important is that you guys are the leaders of the future, and you are the ones that will be standing and advocating for these issues and feeling well equipped with that expertise to be able to relay those facts across to those who need to hear it the most. So I think working along those lines is really, really important. And I think, putting natural resources on the bargaining table, it is fundamentally important. And the reason why I say that, because as countries in sub-Saharan Africa and indeed other parts of the world, there's no doubt in my mind that as we transition to a green, clean environment, and that phraseology is not going to go away, it's relatively new, but countries will be exploited, there's no doubt about it, for their natural resources so that the world can transition in a just and fair manner. But I think what's not clear, or actually what is clear for me, is that I see a double injustice there. Countries have already suffered hugely because of the impacts of carbon emissions. There will be another injustice when those countries will be exploited so that countries in the global north can drive around in their electric vehicles powered by batteries using minerals that have been mined in other nations that are far away from theirs. So putting those things on the bargaining table, I think, is important, but I think framing the conversation around what we mean by just transition and unpacking the just part of that is important. I think everyone gets the transition part, but not everybody is speaking to the just part. So I think one thing that we could, in terms of a takeaway, is start thinking about how we mobilize that language and that phraseology of just, in terms of just transition. So those are the first three questions. What I would like to hear, I would like to hear a few more about, what I would like to hear from you is, what do you consider the challenges that you face in trying to defend or protect or promote human rights aspects of climate change? I would love to hear what your challenges are, because as soon as we hear those challenges, we can begin to address them. Because otherwise we'll be forever, top down rather than bottom up in our discussion. So maybe 2 or 3 hands for that. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3 right there.
Hi, Inaisa. You mentioned that there's trouble getting the message through, and that advocates kind of seem to say the same, like we've been saying the same thing for years and the message isn't going through. And I think one of the main problems is that we have difficulty identifying who we're going, especially when we're in the climate justice global movement. We have trouble identifying exactly who we're targeting, exactly who we're talking to. Because when we look at history, movements have been, for instance, targeting their government, and so their government feels pressured, feels kind of cornered to act, and feels responsible towards their own citizens. But when you're at the global level, there is no global citizenship, there is no global government, so everyone can just say, this is not my responsibility. And so my question is, shouldn't we focus on amplifying the local voices and the local movement that have been having some small successes, you know, in protecting their land and in forbidding certain things from happening? Shouldn't we like amplify those voices and at the global level kind of just explaining that what these people have been doing so that we encourage other local people to do the same thing?
Thank you for that, and I will come to that. There were two hands. There was one here and one here. These were, and then maybe we can take a fourth one as well. But let's deal with these three.
Thank you very much. My name is Konrad Muisa. I'm from Malawi. So mine, I think, greatest challenge is political will from our government. I'll put it into the context of my country. As civil society organizations, we have been pushing for a proper and a robust policy framework to support climate change issues in our country. And what we actually see is that the political system is somehow very, very comfortable and very happy with the status quo. Outside examples of the series of maybe disasters, climate change related disasters that the country has faced. And you usually have the political authorities, including the president himself, attributing their various losses in terms of the economy and everything to the climate change issues. But when we push for the proper policy framework to actually address those issues holistically, the government seems to be very comfortable with the situation so that they can actually come whenever whenever we have a crisis and appear like they are doing something good for the people. So it becomes a vicious cycle, and our effort to push for these robust policy frameworks to address these challenges usually in vain. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's good. I've spent a lot of time in Malawi, so I will refer to your comments there. And there was a third question here, right at the front.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I think my response is familiar with the young man there, because the political will is not there always, because we are trying to compete with the West, and which most of the time, some of these solutions they are using in their own country or in their own context and cannot work for us. You know, and I was even talking to some of my colleagues most of the time, and we tend to forget that most of these problems are coming from the communities. And for some of us, for me, since 2009, I started my advocacy, and I've been trying my own little best. And I remember 2017, I had an opportunity. I was credited to attend the COP in Bonn, and I was rejected deliberately because I'm not part of the political system. And they made it very clear to me and that I'm not fit and it's not time yet for me. They don't know me, so it was really frustrating at the time. I went home. I was really frustrated at the moment, and I shared with a colleague who told me, go back to that person. And I hope my country people cannot hear this because maybe I will have some repercussion, but I don't mind anyways. Because the end of the day, I went back. So he told me that go and find some money and give it to that young person and he can help you to go. I said, no, I don't think I need that. And I will never do that. So at the end of the day, I was rejected, totally rejected. And I fight my own way and to see how best I can follow up those processes. So the following COP, I tried my best, I attended. So it was a success. When I returned back, I go to the same ministry. I share with them the success stories and the people I engage at the time. So they applauded me and it's good. Okay, and now you are strong now and let's see how best we can collaborate, and the focal person at the time, and I think he is there at the moment as well. He shared with me his contact, his email, and told me we start working now. We already have a project that will be going to the provinces, so you will be part of it. Tell your team. All of these things. So the next day he called me himself. He said, "Let's have a meeting." We got that meeting and we discussed. And at the end of the day, we start working. And presently, I'm the focal person for IPEN. I don't know, some people know IPEN, right? Yeah, I'm the focal person for IPEN, and I work with a lot of like Greenpeace and other civil society organizations I work with. We push certain activities and on climate change and waste colonialism. So for me, Africa, I think we have a lot to do when it comes to political structure. How we can manage it and to fit in our locality. Because if you remember back in the community, we used to have chiefs, local chiefs and all, who usually control a village or a small portion where they have all the rights to tell you, don't do this. If you do it, you'll be fined, you'll be punished. So at the end of the day, what happens? Everybody is policing each other. Yes, I'm a police for you, you are a police for me. So we are afraid of doing things that we have already agreed on. And sometimes it's even forbidden. They will tell you it's forbidden to cut certain trees in certain area, or here you don't go there. So it works. So why can't we use some of these things in this of our political system we are building now? Because you are building the political system for your people, and you are doing all of this for your people. And so at the end of the day, if you don't work with the people, if you don't listen to them, if you don't negotiate with them and understand what is happening down there, at the end of the day, you always have a failed project, a failed intervention. Because if these people, sorry, let me finish this one. Because if these people don't understand what is happening, so at the end of the day, they will tend to see it like you are the one forcing them to do what they don't want to do. So the moment you leave, then the project is out.
Thank you. I shall invite you to take the stage next. No, but I mean, these three questions, in a way, they're all related and you're all talking about the same issue. So rather than looking at them individually, I'm just going to group them all into one. This is all about engagement. This is all about buy-in. And that is currently what's missing from the agenda. If we're talking about getting the right messages across, who is it that we're trying to convince about the need for climate justice? Are we looking at presidential level? Are we looking at heads of state? Are we looking at government departments? Is it to do with the climate change secretariat? Is it to do with the Department of Health? Whose job is it to deal with climate justice? So I think that is probably one of the kind of like bottlenecks in this whole journey, in this whole process, because we need to target this conversation carefully. And the only way to do it is to think of it in terms of what's happening internationally, what frameworks are happening at the UN levels, what is happening at country level, what's happening at national level, and then taking it down a step and thinking about what's happening at the local level, where the lives of people are being affected. And this point from this gentleman in Malawi, it's really interesting because we've just finished, programs of work, and I've worked in Malawi for many, many years. And I work across the ministry that deal with energy access. I work with the Ministry of Health. I work with the ministry that deals with agriculture and natural resource management. So it's an issue that cuts across and straddles across all these different departments, but there's no one that takes ownership of this word climate justice. Might be, climate change will be featured in there, but if it's not justice, then we're looking at words such as inequality. Does that feature anywhere? Equity, inequality, rights. And if the language is not there, it makes it very, very hard to then force an agenda onto frameworks that already exist, because you can't penetrate that. You can't actually get through that. So in a way, what we need to see, or what we need to see more of, is a change in mindset and a change in the way things are done, and taking ownership of this issue at multiple levels. And once we get that sense of ownership and buy-in, will we begin to see a step change in how things are hopefully done going forward. But I think, what you were saying there about not being involved in the COP process, to be honest, you didn't really miss very much. That's what I would like to say, because at the end of the day, what happens at COP is so polarized, because you've got a multitude of side events that take place by many, many organizations advocating for X, Y, and Z. And then you've got this great big wall that cuts between what people are talking about, the real value things, to what's happening behind the scenes at negotiating tables and negotiators. And there's never an overlap between these two. So what actually happened at COP26, and I did video this myself, that in the venue itself, a lot of people just started protesting because there's such a blockade between these two groups of people. And they were carrying a red ribbon, and this line just went right through the whole COP26 venue. It just went on and on and on. And then it spilt out of the COP venue itself, where people were actually protesting because they felt that what they had been talking about and advocating for at these side events had just not been heard. And I'm not saying that nothing positive came out of COP26. Don't get me wrong. There were nods for the, looking at loss and damage. There's the Santiago network. There's this positive energy around cutting back methane gas, and there's issues around deforestation and the number of countries that have signed up to pledges on that, and also the coal phase out or phase down. In the end, it ended up being some sort of deal breaker. So there were some good things that came out of it, but ultimately the heavyweight stuff that was being talked about at the side events did not come through. And the biggest issue, I think, was framed right from the outset around the gender balance. And I wouldn't feel comfortable not saying something about gender before the session ends. Although the balance in the statistics of the numbers of women and men were pretty much equal, the voices that were heard at the top table were predominantly from men. I think it was 75%. So where were the women leaders? Where did they go? They were drowned out, weren't invited, didn't take part. It was astounding. And this was at the very beginning of a 2-week COP process. And so I found myself on the BBC talking about these issues. And those issues didn't really change at the outcome, where I was talking about the outcomes of COP and that gender inequality issues just didn't feature, nor did justice, equity, rights, and so on and so forth. So what I would like to suggest is, I think what's really important is not to be dismayed by it, because I think there are different ways to approach this, advocacy and research and putting different conversations together. But I think what we need to do is start thinking about solutions, because there's a lot of this stuff, there's a lot of this baggage, but what I'm sensing, what they want to hear at COP27, is they want to hear solutions. So if I was to put that question back to you, and I would like to hear from you, what are climate just solutions? Can you tell me what you would like to see? What are your top priorities? If I was to give you $1 million, can you tell me how that $1 million will be spent for climate justice, and what impact and what difference that money will make to the lives of the poorest and the most vulnerable people? Because that's the sort of thing that people are looking for. They get all this other stuff, but the solutions part is really important. And the approach and the methodology and the framework of how we do this sensibly needs a lot of thought behind. And there's a lot of work for you all to do in the next years to come. So I would encourage you to think about where you're going with this journey, but put your mind towards how are you going to achieve that. Try and park a little bit around, you know, the many issues, and there's so many of them. I get that, but think in a more coherent and a more, you know, kind of like a more directed approach to, okay, what do we want to achieve, by when, and how are we going to do it, and how are we going to measure and demonstrate the difference this is going to make. So I think with that, I hope this session has been helpful. And like I said, I didn't really want to stand and dictate to you about what you should be doing in your futures going forward. I understand fully the challenges, but I just felt it's really important to hear from you what the issues you face, and it'll help to hopefully galvanize your thinking and to think slightly differently as we move forward. And I know we've still got another few days of the summer school to come. Gentlemen, you've had your time. So, I mean, unless there are any other questions, okay, so we've got, Eugene, I don't know, how much time do we have? Top of the hour, how much longer do we have? 10 minutes, okay, then we can take another the three final questions, and I'll get through them as quickly as possible. 1, 2, and 3.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Muhammad from Somalia. I would like, this is not a question, this is because just I want to say you to list down the challenge and the way forward we have done to overcome those challenges in Somalia. Thank you very much. I'm an environmentalist who have recently graduated from University of UBIS, UN University in Somali program. I have been doing a research program its title was The Effects of Land Degradation on Maize Production in Somalia. At that time, I noted many of findings from that research. We just talking about many challenges needed to be overcome in relation to the climate challenge in general in Somalia. But the land degradation, when we are talking about land degradation, it causes many different causative agents on it. It causes for settlement issues. When people want to displace from an area and to join another area, they want to settle place. In that time, they try to cut the trees to be settled there. Then they have been cutting many different trees in some area in order to live on that area. In that regard, there were some other communities who have been escaped from invasion of locust invasion. Because they have been farmers at the time of the farming, then the locust invasion have destroyed all their crops. Then they became poor. They tried to join to other displacement areas, IDBs communities. They joined that. At the same time, there were likewise, I work for civil society organizations in Somalia. which was established in 1990. And at that time, it was based on urbanized center. It works in the regional Somalia, which is called a youth organization. At the same time, it provides different sectors like agriculture sector, education, nutrition, and some other nutrition programs and other programs. We tried to call upon those people who have been displaced from some area and settled in other areas. We tried to call them many different NGOs, UN agencies. Then we have an opportunity to get the project which is called a safety net project for human capital, which is called Bahnan in Somalia. At the same time, we got a project which is called Safety Net Locust Response Project, which became very helpful for the community in order to overcome those challenges, because of the first time when these people have been displaced from an area and come into other area, they did two reasons of cutting the trees. One for resettlement and one for living purpose, which is for production of charcoal. They tried to produce the trees charcoal in order to produce them to sustain themselves. But later on, we tried our best level in order to lessen, to mitigate the issues. We tried our best level to call about the UN agencies. Then we have gotten the opportunity to get these two projects. Now it is going on. It is a long-term project, which is going to 3 months. They are now, it will end, I think, 2023. And we are hoping in order to scale up this program as the challenge we are facing in Somalia. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At the back.
Bonjour, je suis Chimène du Gabon, comme Chimène du Gabon. Alors, je vais parler en français, si vous pouvez mettre vos masques. Le casque plutôt, merci. Alors, je vais aller dans le même ordre d'idées que vous parlez tout à l'heure des solutions, des perspectives quant à l'avenir, et j'avoue que c'est ce qui m'intéresse parce que je trouve que la cause climatique, elle est beaucoup trop théorique chez les jeunes. En Afrique, nous faisons principalement face à au problème de chômage, donc l'employabilité des jeunes. Et sachant très bien qu'on nous demande aujourd'hui de préserver nos forêts. Pour le cas de mon pays, par exemple, le président de la République il a créé 13 parcs nationaux. Mais vous convenez avec moi que la cause climatique ne se limite pas qu'à la création des parcs nationaux. Alors comment aujourd'hui on peut influer sur les politiques par rapport à l'employabilité des jeunes, à créer des industries vertes qui sont un vivier d'emploi pour les jeunes, parce que la plupart ici ne travaillent certainement pas dans leur pays. Après ce genre de conférence, quelles sont les possibilités pour ces jeunes activistes, pour la plupart, de vraiment, sur un plan technique et concret, de lutter contre le réchauffement climatique? Merci.
Thank you for your comment. I will refer to that. And gentleman at the back.
Good evening. My name is John from Kenya, and I have a concern. When we talk about climate change, I think we should bring everyone on board. My question is, what do you think about young people who live with disability when it comes to climate change, and how can we bring them on board? Because I'm not sure if we have any representation of maybe person living with disability in this room. So what is your take on that?
I'm sorry, what was the specific question? What was it?
What's your take on what do you think about young people who live with disability when it comes to climate change? Because I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if we have any representation of people, young people living with disability in this room. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the first gentleman, you talked about the solutions in Somalia, and it's really good to hear about that. But you mentioned also this business about people being displaced, and that's a really interesting one when we talk about protecting rights of those who are displaced, because at the end of the day, people who become displaced end up in a way no man's land, and so they become no one's responsibility unless the state recognise and the world's conventions recognise how displaced people are labelled. Are they climate refugees? Are they environmental refugees? Are they just refugees? Are they cross-border? Are they internal? So those conversations are ongoing, and those definitions are unclear and not being agreed upon. So there are many issues that, the world faces with the climate crisis facing people who are going to become displaced. With the employability question, I think that there's a huge role to play for youth in the climate landscape. There's no doubt about it, because the whole business about intergenerational justice is massive. It's the youth of today, it's our children and our children's children who are going to deal with the climate crisis as we move forward. And I think it's about finding ways in which young people can engage meaningfully in small ways or big ways, but being part of that process and taking on board some of those challenges. And I'm not saying it is easy, and I'm not even sure where the creation of spaces and employability are carved out in many countries around the world. But I think there are many things and ways in which young people can become heavily involved as individuals, even holding just climate conversations and climate cafes, and there's different ways in which we can galvanise and give youth a voice and a role to play in this, because it's so vitally important. And I'm not saying I have all the answers either, I'm just making some suggestions. And I think as part of that, with young people and young people with disability, and again, this is a very burgeoning area of justice and injustice, because these are difficult and challenging conversations, and they're conversations that people tend to stay away from because it's too difficult to talk about or to deal with. It's yet another challenge. It's not just able-bodied, but it's about disabled people, and how do we accommodate for that. But I think being part of that process and ensuring that the issues are recognised at many different levels is important. And I can only, the examples that I can share from Scotland, that we are working with different NGOs and organisations who have embraced disability and climate challenges going forward. And they've also embraced issues of race and ethnicity and inequality, which is it's interesting for me to say, but coming from an ethnic minority myself and living in a developed world that's predominantly white, it's been a hard journey for myself, but I'm actually beginning to see a bit of a change in ensuring that diversity and voice and inclusivity are really important values when it comes to being part of climate change and climate justice discourse going forward. So with that, I would like to say a huge thank you for bearing with me and joining me with this discussion. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have as well, and I hope you'll be able to take away some good sort of takeaways from this session. So with that, I'd like to maybe hand back to Eugene to close the day's events. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you very much, Tassin, and thanks everyone for the patience. I don't think we want to keep anyone here any longer than it's necessary. So, except we want to go another hour. We begin tomorrow's presentations so that we can better budget our time. Thank you very much for leading this session, and we're going to continue this conversation tomorrow. We're still maintaining the same general theme, because as you would find out, there are many perspectives to these conversations. So do be here early. Again, we're going to try to find a solution to the disruptions that the launch bring. Let's hope that we can find a solution this evening.
Twitter by Factor for all the youth to join.
What time?
By 6:30.
Can
Henry has information. Henry.
All right. So let me invite Henry. There is some information, some announcements from our comms team. Quickly, and we can.
Hi guys. I hope you learned something. You have learned so much. You have become an expert. You are now you're experts in your own areas. Now tonight, beginning at 6:23 Kenya time, we have a team of among us. We have a team of 3 to 4 guys who will be moderating a session on Twitter Space. Okay. So you're being invited. If you are, how many of us are following at Pak Jawan? At Pak Jawan, our Twitter handle. Yes, at Pak Jawan. How many are following at Pak Jawan? So if you're not following at Pak Jawan, kindly do so right now. Take your phone and follow at Pak Jawan. So that from 6:23, you join the Twitter space, okay? You want to hear your conversation, you want to hear it's like a summary of what you have learned so far, okay? So I want to hear a lot of discussions, I want to hear, and it will be recorded, you can go back and listen to it again and make references and also quote it or cite it in your academic papers, okay? So let me see you then at that time.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements, Philip? No announcements. So see you guys tomorrow. The buses are available outside, and